And we're back with the coverage of the Majors 24 here on Grid Vision. I'm Lorenz Bonder with my colleague, and if you would like to introduce yourself.
Hello there. Yes, indeed. My name is Caitlin. I am mainly a Perfect 2 commentator, although I have done iRacing in the past. It's good to be here, and I'd like to thank Jake Sterry, Taylor Burris, and Austin Derbyshire for helping me get set up with this. But yeah, very excited to be here, and I love endurance car racing.
Absolutely, we're here with the final 6 hours here on basically what has been a very I'm not gonna say the tamest of races, but it's been a good race to kind of cover it, and a lot of has happened since the first 6 hours when Justin was on the comms, and I think has a little bit of development. Of course, we saw some drama happening in the midway portions. We saw a yellow flag happening in this race. We could still have a yellow flag that could throw a few wrench in the works. But so far, CRZ Simsport leading the LMDH class with quite a hefty lead on Shawshank Racing, and then on LMP2 Racing Republic also with a very comfortable 1 minute lead on Phoenix Simsport, and most importantly, Torque Simsport by Wagner Schwafel Technique is 2 minutes on GT3 on Hyperion Racing. I think we can say Caitlin for the class leader so far in this race, not the, of course, could have had some drama in between them while we were still weren't doing any coverage, but having a very comfortable lead with less than 6 hours to go.
Yeah, it's looking very undramatic for CRZ Simsport 2. I say CRZ, I would normally say CRZ, but I understand we've got mainly a North American audience today. But yes, they are about 1 minute and 12 seconds ahead of Shawshank Racing 1 right now. So quite something there, and it's just showing you how well it's going so far. Andre De Breuer currently racing that vehicle, the number 78. And there's a little bit of GT traffic, but they've been clearing those all day and all night, so they know exactly how to do that. And I'm sure everyone is well aware of what's going on by now. In LMP2, it is Racing Republic leading, as you said, currently being driven by Alexander Hefele. And that car has been going well as well, although it's a little more up in the air with LMP2, because we've also got Phoenix Simsport and Beast Racing not too far off, and they've been on alternate strategies kind of all the way through. So there's definitely still chances that things could change, and they probably will at some point. We've got a couple of LMP1 cars out of place. I say LMP1, sorry, LMDH, I should say now. A couple of LMDH cars out of position in this race due to various incidents and accidents. And then the GT3 leaders are Torque Simsport by Wagner Schweit, currently being driven by Michael Hesse, who you see there in the BMW GT3.
So, one topic I really want to bring it up, which is a little bit interesting, other than all the stuff that we've seen around the Majors 24, because this has been one of the main staples of endurance racing. Of course, we know that as an official event in iRacing, many things. Why there's no official 24 hours coverage in iRacing, because of course many contracts, disputes, and things like that. I'm not going to go in depth into that, but one of the things that I like about the efforts of the Majors 24 is stay committed to the true racing events and try to bring something new. And because of this, we know that, of course, real life, you're gonna have GTE cars. It's gonna be there's one song this year. Next year it's coming the GT3s. That's why they're bringing the GT3 cars while we're watching Celerita Sim Racing on the pits for their service right now. But other than that, Caitlin, what has been your personal opinion on bringing the GT3 cars, not just in night racing eventually, but also real life in 2024, where we're gonna see like cars like BMW, Audi probably not because you're aiming their customer service, but um, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Honda maybe coming into real life racing for the real fantasy.
I think it makes sense. Obviously, you've got this balancing act where people want to see faster and faster cars, but we get that in the higher categories. With the GT category at Le Mans, it's all about the customer entries. Yes, you get professional entries as well, but realistically, it's all about the customers and the fact that anyone can come along and do Le Mans, either in real life or in sim racing. I say anyone. Obviously, it's still very expensive, but if you can curb some of that cost just in general by going, say, from GTE to GT3, then that does make sense. I think the difficulty with that is that obviously, if you did want to go, really far down the affordable route, you could end up going, GT4 and then like club touring car route, which wouldn't be particularly safe because if you have LMDH cars on track with some really slow machines, then you get a little bit of a problem. But I think GT3 is just in that sweet spot where they're just about fast enough to be on track with the LMDHs and not be a complete hazard, and just about affordable enough for, admittedly, the still very expensive entries to the Le Mans 24 hour. In sim racing, of course, we don't necessarily have to worry about that too much because obviously it costs just the same to run an LMDH as it does to run
Yeah.
a GT3. There's not really that much difference between the two, but it is more realistic. And at the end of the day, sim racing is supposed to mimic the real world of racing. So yeah, I think it does make sense both in the real world and here.
No, absolutely. I think that's the main goal. Try to replicate as much as you can. Of course, real life with virtual. Try to blend in virtual with the real world stuff. But what I like also is not only that. We know that I think for I could say for the past 3 4 years, the evolution in GT3 racing has been so natural and organic, up to the point that the speed, aerodynamic work, and of course electronic work. We're seeing cars, for example, this one we're seeing Michael Hesses in the Torque Sim Sport car, that nowadays, like when just drawing comparisons, like in 2016 when basically they were first unveiled. It was of course before that, but the GTEs dual dual traction control, high performance brakes. Of course, no ABS, but still a high performance brake that you can nearly say that the ABS was not even properly used because they really bring you in the stopping power. Uh, Real flow of not just the ground effect, but also how the cars operate through going through corners, like going through the corners, and the evolution that it basically is shifted towards GT3. Nowadays, you have basically the Evo packages for like the Huracan has the Evo 2. The Audi was on the Evo 2. The Ferrari is on the initial, but I think it says Evo on the 296 if I remember correctly. So every car nowadays have this new dual traction control just to keep it on the car. I don't know if it has stability, but if I recall correctly, there's no stability. But the brakes have shifted from the GTE's package, but of course bringing that ABS effect into them as well. So the natural progress these cars have had, you can definitely say that nowadays the GT3 is a basically a GTE with less drugs. Of course, it's
Yes.
not gonna have the same aerodynamic as the GTE car would have, but nevertheless, it's impressive the progress they've made so far in the past, like 3, 4, 5 years, ever since like they were just mainly featured in the GT World Challenge, whether it's going to be in Europe or United States. As you can see, Callan Hopkins just swerving through the traffic in the Speed Designs Motorsports. I don't know if that probably might have been an overtake on Jason Foreman, but no, that is not for position. That is just a normal overlap as they just passed down Tata Rouge.
Indeed. Yeah, like you were saying with GT3s, they've been refined throughout the years. And the trouble with GT3s, which a lot of people don't really consider, is that you can't really make them much faster because you're simply not allowed to. They
Yeah,
have to be competitive with the other cars in class. You have the BOP and all of that. So when a team designs a new GT3 car or an update of a previous GT3 car, they're not necessarily making them faster per se. They're not thinking about making them faster. What they're doing is making them more reliable and more consistent and easier to control for those gentleman drivers, while also giving the professional drivers something to work with. So you
yeah.
want the car to have potential, even if when it actually races, it's going to be just as fast as its competitors. With that being said, GT3 cars do tend to get faster over time, simply because as they get better, the BOP can be updated and they can be allowed to go a little bit faster. So you're right, they are very much up to the pace that GTE was at a few years ago, and they're very similar cars to what GT3 had, sorry, to what GTE had a few years ago. But it's a very unique category of racing where rather than looking for outright pace like you would in, say, LMDH, they're looking mainly for controllability and reliability, which is quite something that you don't normally see in the racing world.
Yeah, and I was actually gonna bring up this topic you said about in terms of speed. Of course, we know, of course, GT3 cars are fast. I think a good way to prove it is just, for example, see them at Daytona. They basically peak out around 285 kilometers per hour. As we see Stuart Elder coming out of the pits in the 4Gen RG GT3. And to my point, as also we're seeing Turner Shro in the Hyperion Racing in the pit lane as well. Um, I think one of the things that I've heard, and this is probably going to become true, is just to match the speeds in terms of Le Mans, because I think they're not going to peak out anything other than 290. I've never seen a GT3 going above through 285. They're gonna have a Le Mans package, right? As we're seeing the speeds on screen, as you can see max the car is speeding out as 183 miles per hour, 183 if I just pick it up, and it's nearly 300 kilometers because you're basically running on the lowest setting. But it has been said that for Le Mans they want to bring this car up to basically the same speed as the GT would do, about, which is, I think it peaks out at 305 under the draft. So this is going to be interesting how the ACO is going to, you know, shift the cars, to make sure they are fast for Le Mans, but also uh, still retain that GT3 aspect of the car, and how does also customer racing will blend in with professional entries, because this, and I've exhausted this topic with fellow commentators on other broadcasts, that how does that going to work? Because we know, for example, GTT World Europe, we have the bronze, silver, gold, and pro classes, which is kind of like based on how the driver rating goes. Much like iRacing, you would have the 8Ks I rated, 5Ks, and they're probably gonna have to find a compromise on how does real life work. How many a team can have to be considered a pro entry, and how many they can be considered a pro am entry, for example. This is what I'm really looking for next year as a debating topic when these new cars are introduced.
Oh yeah, it's all a balancing act in racing, and that is to be expected. A couple of pit stops there. We got Torque Freak Racing Radiant and Fendi Racing Mercedes team. Shawshank Racing 1 pitted just a few laps ago as well in the LMDH class, and I will be keeping an eye on that as well because the LMDH battle is going to be very strategic from here on in. I know there's still a minute and
Yeah.
20 between the two cars, but those cars are likely to make more pit stops than the others, so it's important that we keep on top of exactly when they've stopped. And you mentioned Hyperion coming in as well not too long ago. Now, one thing I was noticing on that graphic is that the Speed Designs Motorsports LMP2, very aptly named, was pretty much as fast as the LMDHs in a straight line,
Yeah.
203 miles per hour. That would have been with slipstream, with all of the settings turned right up to the top. And yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff from an LMP2 car. The LMDHs were hitting 208. Admittedly, gone are the days where teams were hitting 240 for the fun of it, but even so, 208 miles per hour in a straight line in a 24-hour race, you can imagine just how much that grabs your attention. And yeah, there's absolutely no problem with speed in the modern day and age of endurance racing. We can say that for sure.
No, absolutely. I think when I used to do some runs around around here at Le Mans, which is quite interesting, is um, the I think if I remember correctly, the max you're gonna get in the LMDH car is about 215 or 16 miles per hour. And the LMP2, as you can see on the graphics, is going to reach about 203, 202 miles per hour, which is
Look at that.
not far apart. Yeah, look at that. So
210 for the 499 racing car.
yeah, which is insane to think about, you know. So and we have to consider as well. This is daytime, so it's not the coldest track, but it's still it is fast enough for you to get a proper measurement of how the speed car progresses around over here. And going on that topic, of course, we still know that the LMDH is going to get a new car here on iRacing. Is going to get the Caddy. Um, finally, after a long time, one of my favorite cars to listen around the GTPs in IMSA, and also eventually as a hypercar now in WEC, is going to come into iRacing to go toe to toe with the BMW car, which we know only drives in IMSA, but next year, next season, is going to come into WEC and be part of the hypercar lineup as well. So, and you have this car in our factory too. If I remember correctly, the Cadillacs already existed in our factory too. I think with the Acura car, if I remember correctly. What are your thoughts? Having this new uh, prototype coming into iRacing.
Well, I haven't driven it unfortunately on iRacing or R-Factor 2. I was very much hoping to, but I've started up a new job recently, so I don't really have much time for sim racing anymore. But it's a great thing, and you know, like I said before, sim racing is supposed to reflect the real life of motor racing. So if there's a car that exists in real life and we don't have it in sim racing yet, then that's a little bit of a travesty. And it's a good thing that race cars are continuously updated and added to these sims. And of course, we thank the manufacturers themselves for giving us the rights to race these cars, whether that is on iRacing or any other sim platform. And yeah, I mean the BMWs look amazing. I've been watching them intently out on track today. We don't have too many of them remaining in this race actually. Quite a few of them affected by incidents and all of that. And you can see on the screen there, we've only got 4 in the space of 10 laps. Only 2 on the lead lap still. So they haven't been the easiest cars to control just yet. 2 of them out, 2 of them in the pits for a while. And despite that, we do still have some running strongly. And thank goodness for that, because what a beautiful car to see, and it would be such a shame if they weren't here in general.
No, absolutely. I think one of the things that made it easy this transition to iRacing is the fact that the Cadillac, well, not just the Cadillac, but the BMW as well, both cars are a Dallara chassis, and we know that iRacing has a deep relationship with Dallara, as we see Callum Dunn having some issues with what appears to be the first chicane of Mulsanne as he goes through Dunlop, has a little bit of a moment, maybe on the transition from turn number 3 to 4.
God,
Oh, he's gonna be
that's
face first into the wall
yeah.
as the
There's going to be
retard.
some
He actually
damage
hits
there,
him. Yeah,
nearly into the side of the BMW as well, but just about got away with that. But yeah, there is going to be some damage there. That's the trouble with these cars. You have so much grip until you don't have any at all. If you get it out of shape on the acceleration, if you touch some grass or something like that, the aerodynamics don't exactly work when you're traveling sideways. So round you go, and that is exactly what Callum Dunn there has just demonstrated for us. And that looked like a moment for the overall leader. I saw some dust being kicked up there, and I think we're going to see a replay of that as well. So this is CRZ Sim Sport 2, Andre De Boer behind the wheel, and he's coming up behind a Mercedes. So what goes wrong here? Oh, on the curb, and it is it's a half spin. You see the smoot kicking up. He's going to lose maybe 5 seconds from that, and he's going to, his tyres aren't going to be thanking him. I know you don't get flat spots in iRacing, but still. He's got time to spare, but even so, that's not exactly ideal, and it would have got his attention.
yeah. You gotta look over here from the cockpit aspect of a Broer right here. You're just gonna see when it comes into braking, this LMDH car is quite infamous in iRacing, Caitlin, which is um, it has a tendency to, you know, lock out its rear without any explanation, you know. So it's a quite intriguing thing because it kind of goes from sometimes from a 0 to 100%, and whenever you get to that 100%, especially if you are under the curb, and normally when you take carnage, with like that, because you have to brake on the curb and basically throw the car in for a very early apex. Normally the car, because you're going to the curbing during the braking, it kind of compresses a little bit, and you know it's kind of like, you know, when if you're braking your car and basically the rim of the wheel kind of touches the body kit of the car, like
Yeah.
the body kit rim that protects the wheel. It kind of goes like that, and basically locks the car on its rear axle, and you basically go for a self spin. Luckily for the Brewer right here is he got himself turned on the right way. So basically that could have been very messy for the Brewer, but luckily for him, that that half spin was just pointed towards the right direction.
He's mainly just lucky that he wasn't closer to the Mercedes, because if he had been and he'd locked up the rears, there's a good chance
Oh
he'd have
yeah.
sideswiped the car. But anyway, I think I've just seen some damages as well on the Scherer Esports Black car, one of the Mercedes. I'm just scrolling through all the cars to see what's going on. But yeah, on my screen in particular, the rear wing looks a bit bent. The car is continuing on. Yeah, you can see it on there too. The rear is definitely offset there. So some of these cars carrying battle scars after the night, and they should be in the pits to repair that in not too much time. But yeah, I've seen a good deal of that as well. One of the reasons that I think it was Mad Sim Racing just a little while ago was in the pits for so long. No, it can't have been Mad Sim Racing. It must have been the Technology Kalioth racing car. On my screen, it had absolutely no rear wing, and then it returned to the track, and it was still damaged, and it was being passed by GT3s and all of that. So, yeah, whether you actually do repair the damage and sit through all of that damage repair or not is another question. And
Yeah.
obviously, some of these drivers and teams deciding just to soldier on for the time being and see how it plays out.
Yeah, and that shared car not just having the brightest of days, which is kind of interesting to see how this race can punish you. And Shadow Racing is a team that has a consistent lineup of really good drivers, and it's quite impressive to them it's impressive in my opinion and surprising in my opinion of sorts, as you can see the roaring engine of the Audi V10 going around the Mulsanne corner uh, is basically not being within the top five or either the top three, because Christoph Bunce, I've covered him I think a few times already on entrance races, and he's quite decent for his pace, and that proves that no one is safe from Le Mans. I think Le Mans has this very interesting aspect as we see what has happened to the Ferrari gun that looks like to be Tata Rouge, Nicolas Seats. What has happened?
And the car slows and he pulls over, so some kind of issue there, and back into he's disconnected all of a sudden. I wonder if that's
Yeah.
maybe he needed to refuel and missed the pits or something along those lines. I believe you can rejoin the race if you teleport back to the pits like that. Is that true? You need to start the lap again, right? But you can
You,
rejoin the
you,
race.
so this is an interesting thing. There have been occasions in the Nürburgring 24 that if you tow your car back into the pits, if you had damage or something like that, let's just say you go into the second half of the track, or at the end of the first half, going to the second half of the track towards 28 kilometers, you basically drove yourself what would be the length of a Le Mans track. Le Mans is 13 kilometers. You would get the lap, but
Right.
you would lose. Yeah, you would basically you would get the lap, but the towing effect, you get the lap plus the additional time that you're going to be stationary on the pit. So there's the chance you might be within the same lap as the leader. In here though, in Le Mans, that doesn't happen. I think unless you are in the fork curves, that you might get towed in, and you're gonna get the tow in, get the lap, and it's still gonna be stationary in the pits if I remember correctly. But nevertheless, you do reset your lap, and going for sets right there, not the brightest of moments for that. I don't know if that was fuel or could have been also the car having some damage picked up prior, and unfortunately the car was in a driving state that it could no longer go forward, because nowadays,
Oh,
on
sorry.
iRacing.
There's a car backwards on the
Oh,
exit
go
of
ahead.
Tertre Rouge. It looks to be the number 36. So Purple Sector Motorsports having more issues there, and now struggling to get it back, doing about a 15-point turn to get that car in a straight line again. That's one of the teams that was updating us in the YouTube chat just now about some of the incidents that they had overnight. It's not been the best of races for the Purple Sector Motorsports car. And here we're going to see what happened to them on the exit of Tertre Rouge. Whoa!
Whoa, whoa,
Looks
whoa,
as if
whoa, 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 whoa.
they were heading straight for the barriers. So they were. It kind of looked as if they just couldn't steer for a little while, and then as soon as they realised they were heading for the wall, suddenly there was a yank on the steering, and Javier De Lorenzo Caceres completely lost control of the car and slammed into the barriers. So that is why the Purple Sector Motorsports car ended up facing the wrong way right in the middle of the track. But thank goodness everyone managed to avoid that, because I was on board with another GTE at the time, and it was a little bit hairy seeing that plume of smoke and then a car right in the middle of it.
Yeah, not the purplest moment for the, well, what should be the Iberian team for Cáceres right there. That's a little bit unfortunate to see uh, that happen. But still remain on the track. Kind of like looked like the screen freeze as you're gonna see the Brewer going around the Maniti racing team in Tata Rouge, and you can see that now more issues look like to be the no limits racing at the exit of the Porsche curves. What has happened over here? Let's look at the replay, as Tumpagi is probably gonna have some. Oh, the rear end just snapping on the transition of the second
It's
leg
a
of the
good
Porsche
save.
chicane. but that's a
That is a
really
good
good
save
save.
though. He's not lost much time from that at all.
Yeah, not a lot of time, and I think he stayed also in the right place in the track. Just try to remain on the inside as close as you can to holding the what we would call the apex. In the apex of the corner, in the position of the apex, we still give room to of course, the other cars and no time lost. As his gap to 4Gen RG right now is quite a lengthy one. It's nearly more than a lap on P4 right now.
Yeah, so really he could afford to just let it happen and not lose too much time, not hit the wall, because if the car had rolled backwards or if he tried to boot it up, he may have ended up hitting either another car on the track or the wall or something along those lines. So he just kind of let it happen. And there's another car I've just seen. It's the Technology Kalioth racing car again. Still out there. He's still. I mean, I'm not sure he's ever had a rear wing. Like, every single time I see that car, it's got no rear wing. It seems that they keep coming out of the pit lane with the car not repaired at all. He's going to cut across the track. Oh,
Oh
one
my
of the
god.
BMWs. That was a bit hairy. Now, is he going to find... He's not going to find a way into the pit, so he's going to carry on going. But yeah, every time I see the car, it's not got a rear wing. It hasn't had one in the entire time that I've been watching this race, and it keeps being overtaken by GT3s. I don't really know what's going on with them.
Yeah, same. And also doesn't have a front bonnet and the car as well. So I'll be honest. There is a point in the race, in my opinion, where it's like there is no point moving forward. You just take the L, go to the pits, tow back the car. If you're gonna drive a car without a rear wing, unless it is a graphical glitch, as we're gonna look on the replay, what has happened to
Yeah.
him in the position of the Porsche, which is easily the most demanding corner in terms of downforce in the track. You have no wing, you barely have a bonnet, so it is natural you're gonna go for a 360 no scope spin.
Well, there's clearly issues with the car because they're completely out of control and they keep getting overtaken by GTEs and all of that. So no real idea what's going on with that one. And there's a lockup for the 76 car running through the gravel. That is I can't find the 76 on my entry. Oh, it's the Celeritas Sim Racing Treble 7. Another one of my LMDH cars that's been dropping back through the LMP2 field. But keep it under control and they could gain some of those positions back. Here is the same car that we were talking about before, the Kalioth racing car, behind all of the remaining LMP2s now. Just the GTE field to come through, and at this rate, the GTEs could end up beating them too. Phoenix Simsport into the pits from LMP2, and this is the race that I've been really, really interested in because those top three cars in LMP2 have been all on the same lap for quite a long time now, and swapping positions
Yeah.
every time they make a pit stop. So they're going to come out third, but they're still going to be well and truly in contention for the lead of that class. And at this point in time, it's less to do with who's in front at any given time, and it's more to do with who's going to be in front right at the end of the race. There's no real net leader in that battle unless we can work out, 5 and a bit hours in the future.
Yeah, I think, and you can see the last pit stop of the teams right there, and which lap it was. Uh, Personally speaking, it's good that you brought it up. There has been an offset strategy compared to Racing Republic, Beast Racing, and Phoenix. So, of course, still within the same lap, but I think the offset strategy has made the things quite more interesting in the LMP2 category rather than anything else, Caitlin. And we still don't know how that's gonna translate to the final pit stop. Of course, we know that LMP2s go for around, I think it is 11 to 13 laps of fuel, depending on how much fuel saving that you do. Of course, nowadays there is no more clutch save in iRacing, which is a thing that I truly am happy they removed the clutch for high speed. Nowadays, it is just like the normal behavior of the race car that you have to lift and coast. You don't have to lift, clutch, and coast. So you're gonna have to work the different, maybe the engine modes of the car or something like that to maximize fuel efficiency. But nowadays, I think every single LMP does from top, I think 12 laps before they come into the pit lane is nearly the same thing as the LMDH in terms of strategies. 40 to 45, 42, 44 minutes for both the LMDH and LMP2, as you can see Beast Racing going around Maniti through Indianapolis.
Indeed, good, very clean move. Like I said earlier, they've
Maniti
been
was
doing
not
it for the whole
appreciative
race.
though.
Sorry, what was that?
No, Maniti wasn't very appreciative of the move. It looks like around Indianapolis. We're gonna look what happened to Munz over here, Caitlin.
Runs wide, gets over the curb, ooh, big slide, and they're going to hit the wall as well. So there you go. And there's a Ferrari that has to take avoiding action, but the 14 rejoins the race. A little bit of back and forth for you there, but there you go. And that's the car that I mentioned had damage earlier. Now they've been into the pits since then, so I wonder if they've repaired the damage and then they've immediately had it knocked out of place again.
Nope.
Looking at the rear wing, it does look worse than it was before. But now the front's all skew as well. Not great for them.
Yeah, and, you can notice there is no repair on that car just yet. We're gonna look into Beast Racing coming into the pit lane. All right, now let me pose you a question. Do you consider the pit lane entry in Le Mans here easy for you to hit, or do you think it is a tricky pit lane entry?
Well, the difficulty here is that you pull off into the pit lane, you commit to it in the braking zone of a corner, and it's difficult because you can actually leave your braking later when you come into the pits than you can when you're on the circuit, meaning that sometimes people coming into the pits are going faster than those out on track. As meanwhile, so Beast Racing is making their stop. Sorry, I know you just said that, but I've only just noticed that it was that car. Oh, that's a spin, and again that's Kalioth.
Oh
So
my god.
Kalioth going backwards once again, and they hit the wall. And really, they are being a little bit of a hazard out there, I'm afraid to say. So hopefully, Andy Lee does bring that car into the pits for a proper damage repair, because at this point in time, they are way more likely to cause an accident than they are to actually finish the race. And we're going
Yeah,
to see a replay of it again, but it's exactly what you expect. The car's going to break away, and he has absolutely no control of that vehicle right now.
yeah, and that was right in front of the leader, I think, as well. So I agree 100%. There is a point I was gonna say, just take the L, just take the loss. You're basically becoming a hazard as you're gonna look through the Brewers' bonnet perspective. As you can see the car right in front of you, just pulling hard and going for a hard spin into the tire barrier around the second Mulsanne chicane, and like you said, too much damage in the car. There's no rear wing, barely a bonnet. I can even imagine if there is any also mechanical damage in the car as well that could cause a black and orange meatball around the car. So
Yeah.
uh, it's like I understand that you want to continue in the race, but at a what cost? Like how much are you willing to pay for you to remain in the race? Are you trying to look for a yellow flag, cause a yellow flag, or something like that, so you can just get the car repaired back? Because it is one of the longest yellow flags runs in racing in general. But you're causing yourself a potential problem for like any leader or any other car in the track just because there is that unpredictability of you staying in the track, just going to the pit lane. I personally don't like
Yeah.
it. If I'm race
Absolutely. I mean,
control,
I
sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I don't want to be overly critical because I do understand that you really want to finish a 24-hour race. I mean,
Yeah,
it's on my bucket list of things to do to finish a 24-hour race at some point in my life. But at the end of the day, people are not going to be happy with you if you cause an accident because you've got no control of your car. And I mean, they have been in the pits for a long time, so I think they have tried to get the car repaired. I don't know if it is allowing them to do so. I mean, if it did, I expect they would have done. But you know, the only alternative at this point, I think the race director's got to black flag him. But anyway, we'll see how that unfolds. Just getting back to what I was saying before.
Yeah.
What was I saying before? I was saying something about. I've genuinely lost my train of thought. Never mind.
It's all right. Early in the morning for us,
Yeah,
is completely understandable. But
something about LMP2. I don't know.
oh, you were saying maybe the off strategy. I think the strategies of the LMP2s, they're being within the same lap.
Yeah, that was a little while ago, but it's still intriguing, and you can see the gaps between the three top cars as well. Within 2 minutes, that's all going to change when Racing Republic comes in. All of a sudden, they're going to be way back within a minute again, and the top three once again will be going at it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the topics I could really get into and try to beg your personal opinion. Of course, we know that of course we say Le Mans is a true car entrance race. It's not much more the driver because it is not the most taxing race for a driver. Normally, we say the most taxing race for a driver in terms of entrance is going to be hands down the Nürburgring 24 because you're handling 192 corners and you're handling that uh, let's say in the GT3 class, you're handling that 192 corners 8 times per stint average. So here you're handling, if I remember correctly, is nearly 26 corners. If I remember, like I would have to bring the track map over here. Of just
Yeah, so the problem with Le Mans is picking your braking points. I've
yeah,
had it before where I've been going down the Mulsanne straight, and all of a sudden I've kind of thought to myself, wait, what part of the straight am I on? Because it's kind of sorted into three different parts, and sometimes you just completely zone out, lose concentration altogether, and then you come up to a braking point and you don't know what you're doing. And then, of course, as well as the Mulsanne straight, you've got the little straight going down to Indianapolis, which, I mean, I say little straight, it's actually ridiculously long in any
yeah,
conventional meaning of the word. And you've got the other straights on the track as well, and then all of a sudden you're greeted with a different corner every time. And you've got to know where you are, and you've got to know kind of what you're doing. And sometimes you've got to be a little bit conservative, although that is a dangerous game over the course of the race because little losses do add up. Whatever the case, it is still a tricky one. I do still find it very taxing. The concentration is immense, and yeah, even though it's not the most difficult 24-hour race, with that obviously being the Nürburgring 24 hours, I don't think it's the easiest either. I would much rather do a 24-hour race at somewhere with a lot of flow to it, like Silverstone or somewhere like that. But that's the trouble with Le Mans. Parts of the circuit flow, but then you get a long straight, and all of a sudden you lose that rhythm again.
yeah, yeah. You still the words right out of my mouth. You know, I was looking into this, like I said before. Entrance racing. Yeah, I try to think it as twofold. When you come to Le Mans, what you're putting into the test is the car. If and this has been the true aspect around Le Mans because you're gonna have to work your car as we're looking into trouble for the STK e-racing at Marco Capisvoli. From what it looks to be the first chicane of the Mulsanne. The car doesn't look healthy though from what it looks like. Looking on the replay before I bring my point back, is that during the turn in? I think brake. It looks like you braked too late, in my opinion. Here, Caitlin. I don't know if you
Mm.
think the same, but yeah, no damage in the car. Just a brown moment for the 699 for the time being.
One of those fiddly little chicanes that I was talking about.
Yeah,
If I'm not very much mistaken, there's already a little bit of damage to the front of the car.
there is.
It's very little if it is, but yeah, it does look a little bit offset. But there we go. Marco Capezzuoli behind the wheel, and continues on his way, on his merry way, you could say, and still in the race. Number 699 there. Interesting to see that we've had so many cars that we can have 3-digit numbers, but you get that in endurance racing. 53 cars started this particular race, although we do have other splits and all of that. I believe we've got about 37 cars still on the road now. It's difficult to tell because sometimes you can get cars running behind cars that have technically retired.
Yep.
But from my experience, it looks as if we've got 37 still running. Make that 36 actually, because I've just decided to check on the Kalioth racing car and I can't find it. So I think they have finally decided to call it
Muted.
a day. And to be honest, as much as it is a shame to see anyone retire from the race, I think that one needed to happen. We
Yeah.
may have also lost Torque Freak Racing Radion, the number 81 LMP2 car, because I can't appear to find that one either.
Which is unfortunate to see a staple team like Torque Free coming out. And like I said before, not only this has been a compelling race, of course. I know Shatter, like I said before, Mons has a very distinct background in terms of endurance racing. I've seen that before, of course. It is the e-sport uh, version of the Shatter team, because we know Shatter is a real life motorsport that races around, if I remember correctly, the LNS, the Nürburgring Strecke series, and if I remember correctly, I think did some drive in the A-Dodge GT Masters a few years back, but nevertheless,
Yeah,
it's
it's
a
a
team
name I
that
do
has,
recognize.
it's a team that you recognize from the name. And also seems like teams like Torque Freak, of course, might not be the main staple team, as we probably have a penalty for Celeritas. 30-second stop and hold for them here, Caitlin. And just to summarize, I also see Manidi with one of their lineups not just having the brightest of days as well.
Well, yeah, Celeritas, even though they have just got that penalty and it is going to hurt, they're already kind of back in the LMP2 field, so I don't think it's going to cost them a position or anything along those lines. The next car in class is Frog Leap Juiced Racing Blue, which is 2 laps down from them. So at this point, it's more about finishing. And that brings me on to another thing that I was going to say. At this point in the race, where you've only got 5 hours remaining, this is when it really starts to hurt when you DNF. Not that it's ever nice, but I mean, to put in 19 hours of effort and then have to give up, that's why the Kalioth racing car just would not give up for such a long time. Now, this is a replay of Geordie Rhodes here in the 88. This is Neutron Motorsports having a big lockup. And luckily, there's a lot of runoff area there. If he'd had it later in the corner, he might have been in trouble because it becomes gravel and grass. But he had it right where there was a runoff area and he could get away with it. Now, it looks as if Shawshank Racing 1 are in the pit, so that's from second position. Sebastian Koenig in the car currently. And they are just rejoining the race now, so Sebastian Koenig still in the race and looks to be continuing. Now, I've been told as well in the chat that Reese Newburn was black flagged from the race. Now, was that the Talk Freak Racing Radeon car?
We would have to confirm if that is that. We can we try to pick it up later. If you can take.
Sorry,
look
update on that. The black flags have been cleared now, so it must have just been a quick glitch or something along those lines.
Oh, I can see. It can happen from time to time, as we're probably going to see CRZ coming into the pit lane as a natural progression of the car, as you're going to see now that gap of 2 minutes and 36 seconds coming down to maybe 1 minute and I would say 20. but still a very comfortable lead for the Brewer as our first hour has gone by over here on Le Mans. 5 hours to go. Still on this coverage here at Grid Vision. I am Lorenzo Bonder with Caitlin Penning as here he goes in power into the pit lane for his normal service.
So the leader into the pits, I'll keep an eye on it, see if there's going to be any driver changes or anything along those lines. Now I did mark down when he last pitted. We had, so it was 17:55. So he's gone over an hour in that stint, unless I missed a stop. But yeah, that's a.
Maybe.
Did I miss a stop? Because that's about an hour and 15 minutes. So that's longer than I thought these cars could go.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, these cars go no further than 42 minutes. So
Okay, well they have had a driver change, so it looks as if it's Kai Schubert behind the wheel, or Kaz Schubert. I don't quite know how the J is pronounced in that name there, but yes, we've got Schubert behind the wheel of the CRZ Sim Sport 2 car, and we'll be able to see just what he's capable of. Sebastian Koenig stayed behind the wheel of the Shawshank car, providing he was in the first place, which I believe he was. And I'll try to keep an eye on all of the leading cars when they make their stops to see if there are any more driver changes coming up anytime soon.
absolutely. So far, no redemption needed for the Shawshank car. I just had to go for the really bad pun over here, but nevertheless, I had to go for that. I think it's Kai Schubert, if I remember correctly. These tricky names they have in Scandinavia. If I remember that J, you kind of go with a Y pronunciation into it. I'll just go that. If I butchered your name, Schubert, I apologize deeply, and
No, it would
I'll
make
bring
sense because
myself
if
to
you
the
think
walk of
about
shame.
Danish names like Jan Magnussen, that's a yay, a Y, right? So yeah, that would make sense. Sorry.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all to the name being like that, but nevertheless, just still with a very comfortable lead of 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Of course, that is going to decrease, like I said before, to maybe 1 minute and 20 to 1 minute and 30 to Shawshank Racing as they complete their outlap. Um, and what I was okay. Let me just think over here. Okay, let me bring a topic of GT3s. We know that GT3s is having a new addition in iRacing. It was announced yesterday, just after the Porsche eSport Super Cup, that the famous, famous slash infamous Porsche 992 GT3R car is coming into iRacing. Uh, and I was gonna say it's been a natural progression of the Porsche car since I think if the bodywork of the 992 GT3 Cup and the GT3 version are nearly identical. Of course, it just changes a few technicalities. Just good to see the 992 coming into iRacing to replace its older brother, the GT3R. And of course, we can have an addition down the line in terms of GT3 cars in our Factor 2. Kind of does have a little bit more of a robust lineup in GT3 as the LMP2 having a bit of a weird
Oh,
moment. And
there was a collision.
Fade.
Yeah, there was definitely a collision with one of the LMP2s there, and they rejoin in the background, so someone went around. The reason I was getting a little excited in the background just now as well was because the overall leader was getting quite close to the 24-hour Punty people, LMP2, and it was a little hairy, so I was wondering whether they were going to live up to their name. But I think they got away with it there, but we'll have a replay of this collision between, now what number's that on the LMP2? Now it's definitely, oh, there we go. So
Is that Valley's car?
So the No Limits GT3 was involved. They were right in front. Then it was the Fendi Racing Apes Ferrari that was also involved. And it is Alexander Heffler. So that is the leading LMP2 car. So, yeah. So there we go. Racing Republic involved. They go for a spin, rejoin in the race. But that could have real that could have a real effect on the race as a whole, because they are well
Yeah.
and truly locking horns with Phoenix and Beast in terms of the pit strategy, and that's going to cost them 15 or so seconds, which could be crucial come the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just gonna be blunt over here. That is on the LMP2. There is a point, in my point of view, that you cannot allow yourself to make these kind of or overtake mistakes, overlap mistakes, as we're seeing Andrew Lewis trying to do his best to break away from Beast Racing. The gap is around 7 seconds between them. Um, as you can see, just maybe coming into the fray right now, there's Søren Krell from Beast Racing just coming outside of the Porsche curves, going to the Ford chicane. Um, but back to my point is, if you're Heffele, you're going to very congested GT3 traffic. You sometimes it is that thing like John Hindhaugh, which is one of my favorite commentators, says: traffic gives and traffic takes, right? Or traffic giveth
Yeah.
and traffic taketh away. You cannot you cannot bully yourself around cars like that into what is one of the trickiest corners around racing, because for chicanes it isn't too grouped. Like, for example, you could take Tete Rouge, still dangerous nevertheless, or the Mulsanne chicane, where you can be on the inside, you're gonna dive down and can basically merge into the lane itself without too much of a hassle. um no, don't do that. So Heffler, I think, try to force himself in a little bit. Saw that the gap was nearly inexistent coming into the chicane itself, and locked brakes as a nearly issue for Andrew Lewis with the back marker in front of him
Yes. Now, this is
on
a
the
really
6A car.
important one here. This is a really important one because this is the second place car in LMP2, and they're only 7 seconds coming onto this lap ahead of the car behind them in class, and they're getting stuck behind the Neutron Motorsports car, which is not giving way and appears to be faster than them in a straight line. So, what happens down into this chicane now? Neutron stay ahead. Now, in endurance racing, it is the responsibility of the faster car to get past the slower car. The trouble here is that they are actually being caught quite quickly by the Beast racing car, which is only a few seconds down the road now. They do still have a few cars between them, so it's not like they are actually in a scrap on track just yet. But there is the Beast racing car being driven by Soren Kroll, which is lapping faster. So now I'm continuing to watch Phoenix, and they are still not getting past the Neutron Motorsports car, as into the pits comes Alexander Heffler from the lead of the LMP2 category. So right now we're going to see where they all slot in against each other. Admittedly, the Racing Republic car, having pitted more recently than the other two, will have a strategic advantage, but might well drop behind these guys due to how long the pit lane takes here. Neutron's still ahead down into Indianapolis, and they both dig up the gravel. Look at that. There's a LMPDH coming through in the background. But yeah, they were both digging up the gravel there, both losing handfuls of time.
That's
Here we
P2
go.
and Koenig, by the way.
Sorry?
No, I was gonna say that is Koenig going behind them, so he's gonna overlap
Yeah, you're
them.
right.
But
So that's the second place car in LMDH going through as well. And now Neutron are going to run wide, so can Phoenix take advantage of this? They're still being hung up to dry through the Porsche curves.
Yeah, no, they're gonna be in a major trouble with the car in front. Of course, they could be trying to use this for what it looks like to be the Alpha Red car in front of them, as a way for you to save some fuel going through the stint itself, as we saw Republic Racing coming out of the pit lane. And we're gonna look at the proper measurement of the gaps as they're gonna complete the lap now. Phoenix, that thing is gonna come down maybe to under the minute, about 30 seconds. Might be the gap between them, but nevertheless, Phoenix not just in the best of things. As you can see, Beast Racing with a faster lap at nearly half a second, as the gap is now coming down to still around 7 seconds between them. But it's not looking the healthiest of gaps so far for Phoenix. The only thing that works for them is the fact that that LMP2 car is serving as a tow car to grab some speed into the
Yeah.
Mulsanne, into the Honundier Strait or the Mulsanne Strait, whatever naming you'd prefer to call it.
See, the trouble with that, it wouldn't be too bad normally, but the car ahead, the Neutron Motorsports car, is being a little bit unpredictable just from time to time, getting a little bit out of shape at some points on the road. And wide, and a big lockup, and off goes Andrew Lewis, and he's going to have to go through the tyre barriers now to rejoin, so that's going to cost him even more time. The gap before the lap started was 7 seconds back to Beast Racing. It's going to be less than that. In fact, there's only 3 cars, sorry, between the 2 cars on the road now, with those being, and you can see the gap. So that blue car in the background, that is Beast Racing. There is the gap for second in LMP2. Racing Republic did get out in front of them, so it is safe to say at this point that Racing Republic are the net leaders in class. Not by that much still,
Oh, they
especially
struggled
considering...
again.
They did. So through goes one of the LMDHs, but yes, that was not a good chicane there either. And I think we might see a change of position in due time here as well.
Yeah, probably swerved a little bit to the right-hand side to try to get some of the slowdown, which is unfortunate to see as we are looking into Brendan Grosh to see what happened to the Australian New Zealander driver that has to be Indianapolis coming into the corner, maybe just carrying too much speed, rear end might lock in. No, just taking Indianapolis way too fast, and nice wall avoidance. I'll give that a 9 out of 10 for wall avoidance.
Okay with it, yeah, that's the Frog Leap car there, which has been running down in the LMP2 field for a little while now. And, and Phoenix kicked up a little bit of gravel through there as well. The Beast car is still approaching. That's the car you see behind the GT3 in the background.
Yeah.
And so Beast Racing are going to get past them rather quickly on the exit of the corner. They do still have another LMP2 between them. That's the Blocco Motori 2 car being driven by Enzo van der Sloot. I wonder if they're related to Sherwin van der Sloot, who's a driver I've commentated on in the past.
I was gonna mention that, if it is related to Sherwin.
Yeah, I think you know Sherwin as well.
Mate, I've had my fair share of driving against Sherwin. Really nice guy. Him and all the boys at Syntech. We exchanged some paints and some races. I call it like the friendly rivalry with the boys in Syntech. So him, Shane Burke, and everybody else, I would call it a friendly rivalry when we used to go toe to toe around the track. But if it is related, please let us know in the chat. We're always open to have a talk with you guys, and looking from time to time here in the chat if Sherwin van der Sloot is related to Enzo van der Sloot.
Yeah, and thank you for your comments in the chat as well. We got some updates at the start of the broadcast about some of the cars that were struggling overnight potentially. Kalioth, before their retirement, let us know that there's a bug, so we can't fix the rear of the car. Yeah, that's what we expected.
Yeah.
Andy Lee is driving, so he fulfills his driver share, then will retire. So I think they were doing that just to be classified, even though they are not going to see the checker flag. But yes, other people urging them to retire because unfortunately it was a little disrespectful to see that car losing control so often and getting in the way. Let's see. Zero saying, considering the Purple Sector Motorsports 36's slide, his VR went out, and that's why he was going straight. So a VR technical glitch there.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's got to be scary when you're that immersed in racing in general, and all of a sudden it just goes out. You can imagine how frightening that would be. But but yes. It's been a hard race for us, says Zero in the chat. My game closed all of a sudden. My first crash was due to my teammate's PC glitching. Now this one, oh dear. Trainer UK as well saying Silverstone greater than, and then leaving it blank. So yes, I agree. Love Silverstone. Probably my favourite track in the world, both to visit and to watch races at, and probably to drive as well. What's going on?
I was gonna say there's a replay coming up on the screen right here as we're gonna look at what happened to Patrick Sedwak. Going to what was gonna be maybe the second chicane. Yeah, just coming in too quick, and naturally the car is gonna go spin. But a half spin nevertheless. Sometime lost in some burnt rubber into that car. But going to the point, actually, I said, oh my god, because I sent the video on our broadcast booth. If you want to take a look, for those who don't know, massive accident, by the way. Of course, not just virtual racing happening, and of course there is real life racing. Just I took a quick look on a video that was being sent of Tsuyo Matsuda's crash in Suzuka, and and the car doesn't look healthy at all. Like
I still can't see the broadcast room, but yeah, everything okay? Do we know that, driver's okay and all that?
no, the driver's like apparently conscious and moving, but the car, I can tell you that much, is inexistent. His
Well, that's
DTR is inexistent.
that's one of the advantages of sim racing, of course, because yes, I know that accident happened in real life, but here in sim racing, you can have accidents like that and walk away from it. And I mean, we've had some pretty horrendous ones in iRacing in the past that would probably have left a few families mourning. But of course, much safer than the real world of racing, and thank goodness for that. But anyway, here's a replay. Let's see what happened here. This is it's Lewis again. So we're watching, and he's dropped behind. In fact, I've just seen him recovering from an incident, and there it is. So he spins off into the gravel, and he's only just recovered from that. So he's lost maybe half a minute, maybe 25 seconds, whatever the case. Beast Racing is now through into P2 in class as it happens. They have now cleared the Neutron Motorsports car that Phoenix was trying to clear for such a long time, and Lewis has continued. And you can see he's lost 10 seconds to Beast Racing already. That's a disaster.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate for Andrew right there. You know, just take the Ford chicane kind of punishes if you take it a certain line. Unfortunately, I think Andrew just felt a little bit of the pressure of Crayola coming into his back wing, and unfortunately made the fatal mistake of taking the Ford chicane way too quickly and have the stopping power into the final chicane. Unfortunately, the car goes straight and it cannot give you the grip necessary to go around the corner in 10 more than 10 seconds lost. That is nearly 15 seconds lost for Andrew Lewis right there. The damage has been done, and now Beast Racing into P2, but Racing Republic just extending the gap to more than 40 seconds for the time being after they made their pit stop.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a shame there that we looked as if we were going to have a good fight between the two, but unfortunately we're not going to see a position change on track, because as Beast Racing came through, they suddenly found Phoenix Sim Sport off track. But anyway, I believe we are going to go to a commercial break right now, but we will be back in due time, so make sure you don't go anywhere.
All right, we're back with the coverage of the Majors 24 here on Grid Vision. I'm Lorenzo Bonder, and I'm with my colleague in the commentary booth, and Caitlin Penny, and with the cameras, Austin Derbyshire, doing the producing of the cameras. And as we are going to the halfway hour of hour 19, as we have some replays here for you, Caitlin, to break it down. First with Stuart Elder on the 333.
Right, so like you said, we're watching Stuart Elder, and he's going to lose control, much like we saw with the CRZ Simsport car earlier. Continues on his way though, fairly good save, not a full spin or anything along those lines. So he does resume the race. I think we do have another interview coming up in a second, but we'll see what that is in due time. I think unfortunately we've also lost the Kinetic Racing Velocity GTE, so we're down to about, I think, 35 runners still on the track now. Looks like 36, although then again we have to consider that the Technology Kalioth Racing car is also out, so we're down to 35 cars continuing in this race. And here's another replay, I think, and this looks to be the same one potentially. That's what we've just seen from Stuart Elder, but that is okay. Here we go again. And this is Patrick Serwach in the 152 sequential Simsport car, which is put down on the entry list as the 252, and he does a very similar spin, but into the Mulsanne corner. So another little half spin, fairly harmless, providing he rejoins in a safe manner, which it looks like he did. Now we're up to the number 82 car, and into the pits comes Soren Kroll there, and goes into the gravel in the pit lane. Wow, Lewis Hamilton style. Beast Racing through the gravel and continues on, and to be honest, won't lose too much time from that. The newly promoted second placed LMP2 car, that is. And we're still on the replay, so even more action going on while we've been away. We're watching a BMW GT3 now, the number 24, running off through the gravel. That's Team Nishiken K, who rejoin as well, dropping behind a couple more of those GT3 cars, which potentially weren't on the same lap. Is this another replay? No, we're back to lifetime. Very good. So still we've got CRZ Simsport 2 leading the race, driven by Kai Schubert. Racing Republic are leading LMP2, driven by Alexander Hepele, and Talk Simsport by Wagner Schrey are leading GT3, and it's Patrick Volkel behind the wheel of that car now.
Yeah, absolutely. And going to the topic, of seeing some of the dramas right there, and you can even notice in the first one, basically the same incident as the Brewer had a few, like an hour ago or something like that, and just shows the line that you have to take around the Arnage. Even if you think it is the right line, it is not the might not be the preferable line, because the right of the car that just stays in between the now what would be the groove of the curbing itself. You can offset the balance of the car coming into the corner, and that's what happened right there. That it completely upset how the car handles around the corner. We're gonna have one more incident here again. Patrick Serwak having more issues. We just saw him having issues in the Mulsanne corner. What has happened now just after Dunlop? Car gets too unsteady. This is the perfect moment, let me just say, to just let him know that the new modifications in iRacing saved his life right there.
Yeah, that's a very fast place to have an off, but luckily managed to keep it out of the barriers. If he'd lost control a little more and gone backwards, I can't imagine that he would have got it stopped in time. Meanwhile, I've just seen that Phoenix Simsport have just been registered as going back up to second, but I think that's because of the pit stop for Beast Racing. I don't think there actually was a swap on circuit. It's Troy Salter behind the wheel of the Phoenix Simsport car now, and Soren Kroll still behind the wheel of the Beast Racing car. There you see the gaps on screen once again. Top 4 in LMP2 now on the lead lap with speed designs. slowly bringing some of the seconds back. Colin Hopkins doing a pretty good job in that car at this point in the race. I've been impressed by his times that he's setting out on track. They are faster than his class leader as we talk. And now there is Colin Hopkins being passed by an LMDH. That's Victor Clayson going past in the Olympus Esports Proton car, which incidentally has actually gained a lap back on him. That's not a car coming through to lap him, because the Olympus Esports Proton car has been affected by incidents in this race so far. So that car is now on the same lap as the Speed Designs car, technically, but not a change for position or anything along those lines. Still just the top two on the lead lap in both the LMDH and GT3 class, but that's okay. Plenty more time to go in this race, and nothing is as straightforward as it seems just yet.
No, absolutely. Still a lot of stuff to break down with 4 hours and 20 minutes to go. And trust me, Caitlin, let me just tell you something over here, and also in the broadcast booth. This was not intentional to bring the 420. Okay, this was not intentional. This is actually on the timing screen. I'm just mentioning that much. But anyway, back to back to the action on the track. That is something that I really I wanted to get your opinion as. I believe, just like you and me, we like racing in general. Of course, like I said before, Caddy coming into night racing, the 992 GT3 car coming into night racing. Of course, a new track as well, two new tracks as well, Willow Springs and also Motorsport Oregon coming into iRacing. If there's any dream car that you really want to see coming into iRacing, from the ones that we probably know that already are in the works or something like that, like that you want to see, that you probably has driven or have seen, that you really want to be part of the fold of iRacing. Which one? Oh, and I forgot the LMP3 coming in as well. Which one do
Yeah.
you think should come into iRacing?
Well, it's irrelevant to me because I don't do iRacing, but I'd love to see all of those coming into R Factor 2 for sure. That's my normal stomping
Okay.
grounds. But yeah, no, honestly, I think in an ideal world, every racing car ever made would be on every sim available. But obviously not hugely realistic. But yeah, I think if a new race car comes out and it's starting to be used in competition, there should always be people looking to add it to iRacing, R Factor 2, Assetto Corsa, anything along those lines. Get it in, get the people involved, get them excited.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, like before, our Factor 2 has a very deep lineup with the, if I remember correctly, they have the Acura and they have the Cadillac. I know they have the Cadillac because I've seen my friends drive before, and I commentate on a few series in there as well. Um, it's just, of course, we're not gonna get every single LMDH car or hypercar. Of course, we still have, for example, the Ferrari hypercar, the Lamborghini, which is due to come, the BMW, if I remember correctly, is not on our Factor 2. Uh, the Van Mall, for obvious reasons. The Glickenhaus, for obvious reasons. Let's just be honest. And here's the thing. I went to the Portimão race here in WEC. Nice atmosphere. Um, the what surprised me is how beefy the Van Wall car is, even though it
Yeah.
is basically an LMP2 beefed up of sorts. Of course, it has the body of a LMP1, but it just have a very beefed up LMP2. As we're going to see, Sahas Atnash, what has happened to him on Ulsan again? See the corner, just the corner way too quick, the Japanese driver. But this time was much far from the wall than previous time.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Shawshank Racing 1 in the pits once again from second in LMDH, and that's a driver change. So Jochen Alt now behind that wheel instead of Sebastian Koenig. and we'll be able to see what Jochen Alt is capable of. But yes, a driver change for that car, which is still technically on the lead lap in LMDH. Of course, the lead lap here not comparable to other circuits where you get a much shorter lap. This is about double the length in terms of lap time than most race circuits, and possibly triple the length in terms of actual distance. Meanwhile, Kai Schubert here coming in, and that is the overall leader. So it's good to see that somehow the strategies of the LMDH cars have kind of evened out, and we do have a representative pit window all of a sudden. Let's see if Kai Schubert has a driver change
Is
as
our
well
yeah.
in response to the Shawshank car potentially. Lights
I,
flashing as he comes down the pits.
I'll be very honest. I would be very surprised if there's a driver swap.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago, was it?
Yeah, he just made the driver swap on the previous pit stop, not this one, but on the previous one. So in this, like I said before, uh, Le Mans is not the uh, most taxi on the sim on the racer, especially a sim racer. We've seen in real life drivers doing quadruple stints. They cannot go for quintuple stints because, if I remember correctly, the max driving time is around 3 hours and 30 minutes, and a quintuple stint just goes over that driving time, or nearly around the driving time of 3 hours and 30. And we've seen multiple times that teams try to do that and getting penalties, as we're seeing now. The Olympus Esports car, another car that I know from competitions past on featured license, taken around R9. And they had mandatory repairs within the first 6 hours, still within the top 5, which is really good to see. Retaining 4 laps on Celeritas, which we saw having issues before, and now catching P5 from them on 4 laps ago, and showing that persistence. And this is the key point of endurance racing: to never give up on racing, despite being several laps back, for you to get a solid result. Because this is the true testament of a car, how the car endures a racing like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all you need is some more retirements up in front, and you've got a podium. I mean, at this point in time, I wouldn't rule out an LMP2 overall podium. Of course, it would mean that something quite horrendous would have had to have happened to both 499 Racing and TSR Racing, but that's endurance for you. Racing Republic, Phoenix Simsport, and Beast Racing still keeping them honest, just 7 laps off those 2 LMDHs that I mentioned. And let's not forget that some of the strongest cars in the lineup are already out of the race or badly affected. The overall pole sit of this race was Team Racing, with a Y in the middle of Racing. Team Racing Black, the number 133 car, and that retired about 225 laps ago. So, you know, even if you're not potentially the quickest car, you've got to just keep going and finish the race. But there you go. There you see the order still scrolling through. You can see some of the cars that have been affected by incidents and accidents in this race, and those that are still soldiering on as well. And at this point in time, I think the ones that I'm most looking out for are still the LMP2 leaders, the top 4 cars in LMP2, which are nicely separated on my timing screen right now by the Olympus Esports Proton car, which is catching them quite fast. But yeah, the top 4 cars in LMP2 have been so important in this race so far, so unpredictable. And even though Racing Republic definitely has the net lead in that group, as CRZ Simsport 2, why is that showing up as red on our screen in there?
No, I think that was just a lap ahead
Okay.
than everybody else. It's just, you can see here the overall positions, and I'm trying to remember which year was it. I think that was 2021. I need to look it up. Where we saw, I think, the potential LMP2 win because every single hypercar
Yes.
was having issues, and there was this pipe wet dream. I think that was the Alpine LMP2. I think back in the day that it could have had the overall race win. I think only lost to the I think it was the Toyota Gazoo number 8 car, if I remember correctly, that won the race. But nevertheless, it was one of the most intriguing moments I've seen in racing. Like the entirety of the crowd, just in the anticipation or cheering. I never saw the crowd cheer for the breakdown of a hypercar. So the LMP2 could take the overall win just because all the cars were breaking down left, right, up, and down.
Of course, there have been cars in the past that have won from lower classes, but a little bit longer ago. Cars are getting more reliable nowadays, so it's becoming less and less likely. But I mean, people forget that the famous Mazda 787B, which won Le Mans back in the
Yeah,
day, was far from the fastest car there that weekend. It was extremely
yeah,
reliable, but it only qualified something like 16th in class, so it was not going to be the fastest at any point in the race, but ended up winning specifically because it was so reliable. And you have
yeah,
got that in the past, but yeah, like I said, cars are so much more reliable today, and here in sim racing as well, the drivers know what they're doing. They have it absolutely down to an art. And I mean, talking of that, here comes Alexander Heffelate, who's had quite a good stint here in the Racing Republic car, into the pits, and I think it's probably about time for a driver change there because he's been in the car the entire time I've been here, nearly 2
yeah.
hours. And I don't know how long he was in the car before I joined, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see someone else getting a turn for a change. With that being said, though, when you were talking before about drivers, doing 4 hours in a row in real life, um, I was once in a endurance race where one of my rivals, David Young, managed to do 9 hours straight in a LMP3
Hmm.
and
Yeah.
ended up winning his class on that day. So doable.
No, and knowing David, I know he's one of those crazy guys back in the day that used to do these monster stints. Like, I think that is traditional David. I think I saw him like do a 6 hour stint once, and I can
Yeah.
remember. I cannot remember if it was even a Le Mans race back in our factory too. But nevertheless, as we see Heffler still in the car, I think he's going for triple, a quadruple stint in the car, which is something that is not entirely surprising, but nevertheless, it's something that is worthy taking notes of, as we're probably going to look into Phoenix taking the position back from Beast. I think after the blunder from Beast, we're going to look on the replay here now from the Danielle Viola's car going around Arnage. Just another one that takes the Arnage line wrong and hitting the tire barrier on the left hand side.
I think he
Just
might have got away with it
crazy.
actually. It looked as if he kind of pulled it away at the last second, but it
Yeah.
was close, whatever the case.
Yeah, if it didn't hit, it kind of grazed it of sort. We're gonna look from the right front, from the left front tire.
Yeah, look,
And yeah,
pulls it up at the last minute. He avoided it. Good stuff.
yeah, good stuff. Good, really good stuff.
So here we are back to real time. There we are, Blocco Motori number 2. And yes, I see now how the red demonstrates that they're a lap ahead. Sorry, I'm still not very used to iRacing. I did commentate it back in the day. Did a couple of races with Jake Sperry and some other people as well. But I'm still very much not used to. And plus, that was back in 2020, so it's been a while. But anyway, here is Patrick Volkel leading
The meme
the
lord.
GTEs. Is he a meme lord, is he?
Yeah, well, being the meme lord in house of or of Max Bantz, or the traditional Max Bantz in iRacing, knowing Jake, he appreciates the meme.
Oh, you mean Jake? I see. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I thought you were talking about Patrick.
No, 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 no. That is full on Jake. Patrick, just doing really solid work so far. Both him and his teammate on that BMW. That looks pristine, to put it like that. But then again, I'm the king of commentators curse. Oh, let me touch you upon that. Commentators curse. Do you think it is real or not?
I am not superstitious. I don't believe in curse or anything like that. But I have had instances in the past where it has appeared that I've cursed someone, and I felt bad about it for them, and made me just worried that they're going to accuse me of it or something along those lines. But no, there's no such thing as curses. There is coincidence, and there is uh, success bias. You know,
Mm-hmm.
if you look for something and then it happens, you're going to think it happened because of that thing. Um, but yeah, well that's what I would say, isn't it? I'm trying to absolve myself of blame.
No, it is fair. It is fair, and I'm just gonna say, I think Lewis McGlade would take a liking in you, uh, in you because, like, I don't know, you've probably seen Lewis, commentator for your races,
Oh yeah.
back in our factory too. He's one of those skeptical guys. By the way, doing a mega job on Red Sport. He was working with ESL just this past weekend. Um,
Hmm.
he says that commentator curse does not exist. And me and my fellow colleagues, we try to rebate and rebuke his statements every single time. It does exist.
It's it's a funny thing to
Real.
think about. It's it's funny when it happens, I admit that. But anyway, fun fact actually, Lewis won the first sim race I was a part of. It was a touring car race back on our Factor 2 in 2017,
Oh yeah.
and yeah, Lewis won that day. Also on the grid that day was Rudy Van Buren. I actually started ahead of him because he had well, because he had a grid penalty. I would love to say that I outqualified Rudy Van Buren, but in fact he did have a grid
Swag.
penalty. And
Oh, but still, just rub it in. You know,
oh yeah, oh yeah. Rudy
let it
was
sink
ahead of
in.
me by the time we got to turn one, and I never saw him again. But because he was back down in the pack, Lewis McGlade was able to come through and take the win. So there you go.
There you go. Lewis McGlade, what a lad, by the way.
Oh
Real
yeah.
nice guy. Uh,
Once told me that in the rain you should decrease the downforce on your car because everyone else increases it and you can pass them. And I said, but what if you spin off? And he was like, just don't spin off.
just don't
Yeah,
spin off.
that's Lewis for you.
Now that is traditional Lewis. Back, I know that Lewis is kind of like one of those guys that only drives traction control cars. I never see him drive a GT3. I never see him drive an LMP or something like that. He was a straight on touring car savant. So he likes to drive with those cars, especially the BTCC one. So that was his bread and butter. So
We were both
much
in the
better
Honda
than
that
me.
day. Yeah,
Yeah, I
Honda
I know.
BTCC.
Yeah, I know that that was his bread and butter back in the day. Like he only used to drive those cars, and whenever he used to get the hang of the car, he was a really good competitor. I am not ashamed to admit defeat to him. I lost him a few times, so it is what it is. Uh,
Stood no
uh,
chance.
yeah, like I'm the average of the mill sim racer. I'm more of an endurance racer than anything else. Even though I'm more like inactive. I just come back from time to time nowadays. I think we're looking at DS racing. Did something happen to the car? Nice livery, by the way. Really nice livery. I would say for um, it's still with a very comfortable gap as we see João Duarte going around the first wheel chicane. I think we got an interview lined up here, Caitlin. We got Thomas Yates from the Blockomotori. Car, I think we can have him on the booth right here. I'm just gonna bring it into the broadcast booth. So as we have Thomas over here, Thomas, welcome to the commentary booth and your team in P6 in the LMP2 class so far. How's the race has been? I think apart from a few scary moments throughout the race.
Yeah, g'day fellas. Yeah, it's been a really good race for us so far. We've really been quite uneventful, to be honest. We're slightly off the pace in this split. We pushed quite hard to get in and get the full experience of safety cars. So we're a little bit off the pace, maybe a tenth or two, and we've just kept the car clean. And positions are coming to us really in this last half. I think we were in P12 at the 12-hour mark, and now we're up in P6. So really proud of the guys, just turning safe laps and bringing it home.
That is always good to know, and always going to a race right like this as you see Vilola coming into the pit lane. Uh, what is the mindset of the team? To go and tackle a race like this. Of course, we know that uh, the French countryside can always go different ways on how the track progresses in terms of heat, things like that. But as a team, how do you prepare for stints and the car build-up on a track like this that is ever changing day and night, and also can change with the traffic's going as well?
Yeah, well, I think we took a slightly different approach with our driver stints, and we've opted to do 2 fuel stints per driver and then swap. So that it works out to be about an hour and 20 minutes roughly. It keeps us nice and fresh for the race. I do think that Le Mans lends itself to longer stints, but this is working
Yep.
well for us. Leading up to the race, we did a lot of solo practice, and then racing some officials that were here. That was great practice for traffic, and then just some final practice in the heat to make sure that we know what to expect come race start.
Yeah, so we can see now Vilola coming out of the pit lane. I think you brought a really good point. You know how you've said doing some solo practice to get the hang of the car. You know, understand the setup, then the officials to understand how traffic is flowing. Um, going to this topic of the official race, because basically ESS or European Sprint Series was basically in Le Mans this week. It still is, of course. The week only ends on the at 23:59 GMT. Then we go into week 13. How did you have to do any tweaks in the car to handle the traffic better, or is it more like picking the right sports for braking and overtaking around the track, going around the GTE, not the GT3s rather? Do you see much of a difference navigating the different makes of cars, because you're racing against GT3 here instead of GTEs?
Yeah, I think you really touched on it earlier about how GT3s have gotten a lot faster and more efficient and reliable. I've personally found that that it wasn't too different passing GTEs in ESS than it is passing GT3s here. I think it also is about the mindset that you have in it. We know it's a long race, so we're happy losing a couple seconds, a couple tenths here and there. iRacing giveth and iRacing taketh, you know.
Yeah.
You just got to be smart and pick and choose when it's time to go through traffic.
No, I think I think the mindset is perfect. You know, you always gotta work that patience and everything. Um, and Caitlin, you have any questions before? I think I have one final for Thomas over here. And I think Caitlin not might be with us for the time being, but yeah, it happens. The wonderful things of live broadcasting. But
Yep.
just coming back real quick, Thomas. Uh, you said just doing solid laps and everything around the race. What has been the goal of the team, positioning wise, coming into a race like this? Did you aim for top 5, or do you just like more stay on the track and see where it leads us towards the end? What has been the mindset of the team coming in here?
Yeah, well, I mean, as all races do, we all want to win. But we knew heading into this it was going to be quite competitive. We've got some new people who are new to endurance racing in our team, and compare that with the difficult split. We really were hoping for a top 10, and right now we're smashing that. I'm quite happy with the guys, quite proud of what they're doing. They're keeping it safe, keeping the good head on their shoulders, and just pumping away the laps.
No, absolutely, Thomas. And again, any plans for you to take over the car?
Yeah, I've got another couple stints later on in the race. Looking forward to them.
Right, absolutely, Thomas. Thank you so much, and I wish you the best of luck here in the race, and best of luck whenever you come into the stint in a few hours' time.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Cheers. So that was Thomas Yates from Blanco Motore, as we're seeing his teammate just weaving through the traffic, going around, and apparently some issues for Javier Cáceres into the final quarters. We still have one more interview lined up for here, but I think we still have a battle between potential battle in LMDH between P3 and P4, as we see these LMDH swerving on the track, and they're going around the Blanco Motore and nearly going to form a 3 wide. No, it's not going to be 3 abreast, but I think this is the perfect time to bring Ryan Lorfeis from DSR Racing, as Ryan now joins us in the broadcast booth. Ryan, welcome. And
Hello,
you
hello.
were mentioning that your team finding yourself in a potential battle in LMDH and that DSR Racing, gone into a few scrapes, but all in all, still within the top 5 and with the top 3 within the realms of contention.
Yeah, we were in contention to stay on the lead lap, but unfortunately I did something stupid and ploughed into the back of somebody like an absolute plonker, and that kind of set things off from there. And I had issues afterwards as well with someone blinking in the in front of me, and it caused me to kind of go off, because when I went around the corner they spawned inside of me, so there was nothing I could do about that. And it's just an unfortunate situation where we've gone from fighting for a possible, fighting possibly against P1 and P2, and now we're fighting 8 laps down in P4. But that's how things go.
Now, and it is, of course, like, it is an unfortunate thing to see this happen, of course, but it's the nature of Le Mans. You cannot overestimate or even underestimate a race like this, especially with a car that I think is in second year in, if I remember correctly, doing races around the French countryside. As we prior to that we had the Audi R18 and the Porsche 919. Touching on that, I don't know if you drove those cars back in the ESS days, but if you did, would you extract something that might be different from them to the hybrid engine of the BMW, eventually the Cadillac, whenever it comes out?
My George and 2 of the boys I raced with at the moment, George and Marco, they did the majors last year. I wasn't available, but the Audi we actually drove in the Porsche 919. It's a fairly easier car to drive, but obviously there was a bit less competition, and now there's especially with the LMDHs, it's a bit. A lot of people have jumped from LMP2 to LMDH. It is a bit trickier, in my opinion, because these cars seem to have a little bit of a knack to them. If you mess around with them too much, they just seem to let go a bit too much. But I preferred the LMP ones. They a bit more easier to drive than these LMDH cars, in my opinion. And even driving experiences from European Sprint, because I have driven the LMDH in European Sprint. It's a challenge and a half sometimes just to be able to manage the car properly and make sure that you just keep it on the track, because it does have sometimes a temperament to just do what it wants to.
Yeah, we've seen, for example, some of the cars having some mishaps into, if I remember, right here at Arnage, where the rear end steps back itself. I remember when I tested this car at the Sim Expo when it was first unveiled in a beta testing to the public. The braking of the car was so different. I don't know if, and this is what I want to bring up with you. Do you think has the braking improved from the previous the initial build? Because from what I heard, it has. Because back in the day, cold tires, if you go for even 50% of the input of the car, it was immediate self spin, and
Yeah.
is this and this is that it's still happening, or do
I feel
you?
well, when I first tested the car when they released it in iRacing, it actually felt all right. But once they actually updated it to its more realistic values, it was if you even touch the brakes just a bit too much, the car would just go. And even with me, like, I'm not the best driver in the world, of course, but even with me, if I don't press the brake just in the right way, the car will just absolutely go on me. It just gets to a point where even I'm messing with my brake settings just to be able to control the car and to just not let it spin, basically.
No, absolutely. And I think we have Caitlin back with us. Caitlin, any questions for our TSR driver over here?
Not right now, but yeah, I appreciate you updating us about the difficulties with braking and things like that. It does look rather tricky out there. But yeah, good luck with the rest of your race.
Thank you very much.
Now, Lorfa, let me just bring you up a question, because now I just looked at the YouTube chat. Silverstone, what was that all about?
Well, I just love Silverstone, and there's a good reason why.
Alright.
I live 10 minutes from the track, so I'm in perfect
Wow.
reach distance.
You're not far from me then. Fantastic stuff.
Northamptonshire is the best place to be. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna disagree. I'm not from Britain. I live nowhere close to Britain, so I'm not gonna get into that discussion. However, I have to bring up this question. I can even bring you, Caitlin, into this. Old Silverstone or new Silverstone?
Do you want to go first, Ryan?
Well, for me, I don't mind. I like the news. I like both versions. I mean, personally, I haven't actually seen the old layout used in my lifetime, but because obviously I think it was around the early 2000s where they stopped using it, something like that. And I'm only 24 years old, so unfortunately I can't really have a opinion on that. I have to go for the new layout because it's really the only version I've ever experienced.
Okay.
You say that, but I'm younger than you, and I remember the old version being used, and I was really disappointed initially, because back when I used to go to Silverstone as a little kid, I always used to sit on a bank at Abbey, like a grass bank at Abbey, and I used to watch the World Series by Renault races there and stuff like that. And when they updated the layout and they added the new arena section, they removed the grass bank, and I was furious because I was like, no, that's where I sit. What? But yeah, they got rid of the grass bank. But then I got in the new grandstand, and all of a sudden I loved it because it's an excellent view. And I mean, you can see Beckett's on the other side. You can see the whole of the arena. There's a new grandstand called the Silverstone. Yeah, it's awesome. there's a new section called, or a new grandstand called the Silverstone 6, which admittedly is very rarely open, especially on club racing days. But if you can get in there, which I've only managed once, but if you can get in there, it's the best view in all of racing. It's incredible. And yeah, in terms of actual drivability, I think the old version was a little kind of, you had to be a bit braver for it. But honestly, I do kind of like the arena section. It's the sort of track layout that I like, which is kind of like just little point and squirt bits. And yeah, I do like the modern layout. It was 2010, by the way, that they started using this layout. So
Yeah,
anything-
I was going to say 2009, where I thought the switchover happened, because I remember that
Yeah, it was
being from, yeah. So, I actually
Yeah,
used to
I
work
remember.
at,
I remember it came to iRacing. I think the year was 2011. If I remember correctly. Yeah, you can even, if I remember correctly, you can even look at the setups. I think back in the day when never made the setups, I think that was Silverstone 2011, if I remember correctly. From
yeah.
from when I used to do setups or tweak my setups in iRacing. All right. At least this is the kind of the funny thing for me is that I know Silverstone gets some hate from people that they see
Only
the
people
track
who've
as
never been there.
boring. No, I'm not one of those guys. I like Silverstone. I like both layouts. I like the modern layout because it is kind of technical. Of course, you do remove, in my opinion, what is the best section of the track. When you go, I think it's right after Abbey. You're going around Vale Abbey, and then you go into the Lewis Hamilton Straight. Instead of the left-hand kink, it is a right-hand kink. It's not a right-hand kink, and I'm not particularly a fan when you go around Farm, but I understand what they've done, and I'm not against it. It makes the track a little bit more boring, yes, because it is less of a speed track than anything else. But I like the layout as it is. But of course, I'm a big Toka fan. I used to watch some Toka races back in the early '90s, like when Jason Plato used to drive around everybody else around the track, and that's why I'm more of a old layout simp than the new layout simp.
Nah, you gotta get with the times. It's awesome in any layout. You know, you're right. Silverstone's the best.
No, Silverstone is one of the best racetracks in the world. It's in my top 10, not in my top 5, believe it or not. But it's definitely within my top 10 just because the track kind of like as it flows, it ebbs and flows. That I think not too many tracks in the world have it nowadays. And of course, I think it provides some for a good strategy racing. I think some of the best F1 races have been around Silverstone in the past like 2-3 years. Have been just bonkers around there. You know how the tire strategy work with the yellow flags and everything, and of course the unpredictability of the British weather. Which has surprised me quite a lot in the past few years. Like I think there hasn't been drops of rain. The only rained or had drops of rain. I think in 2021 or 2020. I cannot remember anyway. But nevertheless, always an interesting track to talk on. Ryan, any ideas if you're going to be taking over the car in a little bit?
No, I've decided to pull out of the car after what I did earlier because I feel absolutely terrible, and the other 3 boys I'm racing with are a lot faster than I am, and considering we're in this battle, I'd rather leave it to them to finish the job. And we want this podium. We want this podium.
All right, understandable, mate. Well, you go relax, cheer for your teammates. Go help them out of the way you can, and if let's see if you're gonna get that podium at the end of the 24 hours. You still have 3 hours and 40 minutes to go.
Yeah, we've had a look at it. We're performing well, time-wise, we're performing fairly consistently here and there. So, but we're definitely catching up to them. We're trying our best.
Definitely. Ryan, again, thank you so much for joining the commentary booth, and good luck.
It's a pleasure. Thank you, guys.
Good to meet you, Ryan. See you around.
Yeah, good to meet you all.
All
Very
right,
good.
so we got a replay here lined up for us, as Austin's gonna bring us Stuart Elder. A bunch of replays according to Austin. Stuart Elder with 1-1. Oh, the classic grass dip,
Ooh,
mega save.
what a save! That was very good. And we've seen people hitting the wall there, so you can see just how important that is. Here's Javier Di Lorenzo Caceres in the number 36 car. And this is a car that's been in the wall a couple of times, including at the corner that we've just seen. And that's just a little wide moment, although, to be honest, he could just say he was getting out of the way for the faster GT3 or something along those lines. Would get him off that. Here's David Fech. I hope I pronounced that roughly correct. And he's going to have an incident down at one of the chicanes. I think he's going to avoid the wall. He's going to be in the gravel, but that's not too bad. That's the Fendi Racing Mercedes team. Not, in fact, racing a Mercedes, but there you go. And then, is that the last replay? We've still got another. Troy Salter here. And this is Phoenix Simsport, so this is an important car in the LMP2 battle. Down at Mulsanne. And he drives through the gravel and avoids the wall. Honestly, doesn't lose too much time from that, maybe a second or two. Back to Aaron Knight, number 77. And this is the Alpha Esports red car having a half spin, much like we've seen other cars doing, getting over the curb on the entry to the corner and losing control. Now it's all about the rejoin because there are other cars coming through, including that BMW, which just about avoids him. Came in a little bit hot and then suddenly realized there was a car in the way.
And that is not just some BMW, that is actually P3.
Oh
that
yeah.
have to go around. So a little bit of a moment right there, as we've seen Roxanne Marshall. Another one having issues around the Mulsanne corner, just in front of the in the Japanese team.
And that car's actually just been into the pits, the 24H Punty People car. So back to live, very good. Thanks for that, Austin, keeping on track of everything that's going on. Someone commented just now that it might as well just be a spin compilation every time we go to some of those replays. And yeah, that does make sense. Oh, that was Trainer UK again, who we were just talking to. Good to talk to a Northamptonshire lad there. One of my best friends is from Northamptonshire, so good place to be. And they've got Silverstone there, so yeah, glad that we were able to nerd out about that for a little while.
Now let me just
hello as
put you
well
in the
to.
spot, though.
Okay.
Is Silverstone the best track in the UK, though?
Yeah, I personally think it's my favourite track overall. Both from a spectator's point of view, from a TV point of view, and from a driving point of view. I really do think it's a fantastic overall circuit. And the facilities too. I mean, that's one thing you miss out on if you don't go there. Okay, admittedly, it's not the best place to go for club racing, but if you ever go to an event that allows you into the Silverstone wing, and if you see kind of like the roads around the place and the factories they've got and the Silverstone Museum, I was lucky enough a few years ago to have a tour of the well, it was the Racing Point factory at the time. Of course, it's now the Aston Martin factory. But yeah, I was able to have a tour of that that facility, and that's in Silverstone too. So yeah, just as an overall venue, it's absolutely superb. You can't really get any better than that.
Oh no.
What's going on?
Villola's car in the Blocco Motori having some issues, massive issues that looks like to be the exit of the Porsche curves, just without the bonnet, and the front right is also bent.
Yeah.
In that car, so
front right suspension bouncing. That's never a good sign.
Yeah. Now, yeah, I was gonna mention that. Brought it up right on cue. I think
if
the
you missed that,
commentators
Austin just said, yeah, if you missed that, Austin just said, don't believe in commentators' curse. But anyway, Here's a replay of what happened to Daniel Viola. Let's hope it's not an LMDH collision. I don't think they touched.
No.
Honestly, I think he may have been distracted by the LMDH, but I don't think they
No, no,
touched
no, no,
unless
no.
it was netcode.
No, that has a lot of air. That has a lot of air. We're gonna look from the front left, I think. Whenever that LMDH comes, looking from the bonnet. There he goes, and bam!
Yep.
Massive air contact between them.
No actual
It is
contact though. I think the LMDH was totally blameless there.
no. Let me. I'm gonna be honest with you. The LMDH is not at fault. The LMDH actually had the line. He had the overlap coming into the corner, as we see more issues for Aaron Knight around the Indianapolis. Not being this section for Aaron Knight has been just a nightmare. Had a blunder around Arnage a few laps prior. Now having an issue on the Indianapolis right now. Now David Johnson, what is going on to the 105? BMW just getting punted by the LMP2 into the wall barrier outside of the second Mulsanne chicane. Could have accrued damage on the suspension for the BMW. It doesn't look like it, even though that rear left doesn't look too healthy.
That actually was contact there. Let's see. Is that the 82? So that would be... Oh, it's the 152. So that is sequential sim sport there that they come together with. And then David Johnson there racing for HDS Racing. Meanwhile, I mentioned earlier issues for the Torque Freak Racing Radeon car that got removed and then came back and then removed again. It looks as if they are actually out of this race now, so we've got about 35 cars remaining. Here's Patrick Servois, the 152, having another issue, this time a proper spin into Mulsanne and rejoining the road, but there you go. We do get just random little spin compilations every now and again, don't we? It's a little bit treacherous out there now. It's not like there's, something on the track or whatever. It's just that drivers are losing concentration and getting in each other's way all of a sudden. What do you make of that, Lorenzo? Okay, I think Lorenzo's got a
No. I commentated. I committed to the commentator sin.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, which is, do you know what we call the commentator sin?
Not particularly.
Talking with your microphone muted.
Oh yeah, no, we've all done it.
Yeah, we've all done it, and I do that a couple of times. Don't worry about that. It happens. It happens in our lives, as we see Shane Vickery coming out of pit lane. I think that is a driver swap, maybe for Evolve. I think that was being driven by Turner Schroll, maybe. I think on the past few stints. So now the Canadian driver, I know I commented a few occasions of him. I think not on majors, but other leagues, as coming out of the pit lane on that BMW. But nevertheless, we've talking while your microphone muted is the normal commentator's sin. We always do that, and we're always gonna be doing that, and there is nothing we can try to have ourselves a cure.
It was David Gagaro behind the wheel of that car before they came into the pits, so Shane Vickery taking over now. Meanwhile, 499 racing in, Nick Eby driving that car, and he appears to have stayed in for the time being as well, so that's the car third overall and third in the LMDH class. They were getting a bit closer in the LMDH class as well, 499 Racing versus TSR Racing. And actually, now that I've said that, I've seen that they are on exactly the same portion of track, so we could see a move for position in class in due time, depending on how Radecki Xegos is doing in that car. They now have an LMP2 splitting them, and that will be DS Racing. But yeah, potentially a actual scrap for P3 about to kick off.
Yeah, which is something that we were noticing as now Racing Republic are in the pit lane as well. The leader
Yeah,
in LMP2, I think you just said that. We're gonna see now
and
Oliver Zarka coming in for Heffler finally.
there you go. It's a driver change. So Oliver Shaka behind the wheel of that car now.
Yeah, absolutely. Heffler, after I think driving a quadruple stint, coming out of the car, and gonna enjoy some rest as we're gonna have 3 hours and 30 to go in this race. So we can definitely say here with 150% confidence in the mistake now in this point of the race where now this has become sprint. This is we always this is the funny thing. We say that endurance race is a 24-hour sprint in virtual motorsports, right? Because you don't have to deal with gearbox issues, brake issues, and that was a little bit of a close moment. For the LMP2 right there is going to look on the replay what happened to Gabriel Pereira going into the Porsche cars. I am betting he's going to go. I was going to say the rear end is going to get too bitchy, but no, full understeer into the corner, but saved the car nevertheless. Just kept it smooth on the the throttle pedal around the initial leg of the Porsche curves.
Indeed. Not too much damage though. No harm, no foul. So it is absolutely fine. Racing Republic have come out of the pits with 55 seconds to Phoenix Simsport there, so that is the gap for the lead in LMP2. We still have 4 cars on the lead lap in that category though, so it's still by far the most exciting category as we talk. Here is Oliver Shaka in that Racing Republic car. That was a very good couple of stints there for Heffler, and he did appear to get some ground over his opponent. So I think if they do come away with the win, they've got to thank him profusely for that one, because that is one of the most important stints that we've seen in the race so far. Still plenty more time to go. You say it's a sprint, but even so, 3.5 hours. If a race started now, it would still be called an endurance race, even
Yeah,
though.
absolutely.
But it is less of one from here, and it's the time of the day where you start to look forward to the end of the race and start to calculate things, counting down rather than up. And the fact that the clock now starts with a 2 with 20 will give the teams a little bit of a boost now, and it's all downhill from here.
I was actually, I really want to bring up this topic as we see the conditions around the track, 94 degrees Fahrenheit. So that is, I think that is right around 94 Fahrenheit to Celsius. If I'm in mathematics, that's 34 degrees, and the temperature is picking up a little bit at 11:45 in the sim. Of course, nearly matching up with real life. 6 kilometers in terms of speed. That is towards the north from what it looks like to be northeast, and so it is a very hot track compared to what was on the day prior when we started this race here, Caitlin. This is only gonna get hotter, and by the time we reach midday, which is right around the final hour, the final 2 hours, this track is gonna be. I gotta be very honest. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes around the 40 degrees and becomes scorching hot for the tires to be managed.
You're right about the tires there. Tires like it a bit cooler, not icy cool, but 10 to 20 degrees Celsius tends to be about what you would like for the tires. So it's getting a little warm, and at this stage you do start to have them overheat a little bit. Here's a replay. Is this going to be another one of our spin compilations? We've got Roxanne Marshall here, number 11, and this is the 24 Hours Punty People car. Ooh!
Oh!
dinks it into the wall. Now that's interesting because I've been watching Marshall for a little while and I didn't see that happen. So either I was looking away when it did happen, or this happened a little while ago. But anyway, rejoins the road, continues on their way. Here comes Radecki Grzegorz in the fight for third, and that is the fight for third actually taking place
Oh
now
my!
and kicking off and running wide. So Grzegorz runs wide, and it looks as if Nick Eby in the 499 racing car has that place considerably now.
Yeah, he managed to hold the ground right there. I think Gregor just went too aggressive. We're gonna look on the replay. Going to the entry out of Mulsanne straight, having some argy-bargy between both of them, going to the first corner. There will be nearly coming up together between the both cars. They were trying to use the BMW of Evolve as a blocking factor for either one of those teams. Come out of the corner, still close to one another. Both cars. We're going to go into the second sector. You can see the draft being picked up by Greg Gorsh coming around the corner. We're going to see there's another GT3 right in front of them. There's the Mercedes coming into the second chicane. He's not going to be able to capitalize the deal. Gonna have to back off. You can see the 499 line is fully compromised going around the second chicane. Comes back on the track. You're gonna see now the draft's gonna pick up, but here comes the fatal mistake from Greg Gorsh, in my opinion. This is the one thing you shouldn't do. Are you close? Yeah, you're gonna notice the car is already on the inside. You tried the up and under, nearly make contact, have to basically lift off and go full on braking, and does. You completely botch the corner, and you just basically leave the gap open towards the other car. So I would say a little bit of impatience as they nearly go at it again, but no, that is not going at it again. It's just him overlapping the LMP2 car for the time being.
Yeah, that was very nearly successful there. Aggressive stuff from Radecki Grzegorz. Here is Nick Eby once again, and he'll know he's being hunted. It'll have to happen all over again now. But Grzegorz caught him once, it could absolutely happen again. He passes a GTE. On the Mulsanne, that's where you want to catch them. You don't want to catch them in the corners, and he's got that cleared now. So we'll have to see what the gap is by the end of this lap. I'll be keeping an eye on the lap times themselves. 192 miles per hour. Grzegoz's car appeared to top out at there. Could have done a little better with the slipstream, but that is how these things work. Let's take a look at the 499 racing car approaching the crest of the hill, heading down to the Mulsanne corner. 190 miles per hour as he flicks it into the kink, and then brakes it and hits the apex perfectly. Not bad at all. TSR Racing still appears to be catching. You can see the two of them in that one shot. It's a shame we missed the first battle actually, but I'm sure that we will be watching this intently when it inevitably kicks off again, and we'll be able to show you exactly how it's going between these two rivals fighting for third place in the class.
Yeah, so this is the interesting part for me, you know, that you can see the TSR car catching up bit by bit, and Greg Gorsh just driving, I think, would be more aggressive lines coming in, and just catching on Ebby. The question is gonna be patient again if he catches Ebby eventually to make that overtake, because from what it looked like, then wasn't the most patient on the first duel. I really want to see if Greg Gorsh is gonna learn from his past mistakes and be more clean moving forward with the next few battles. But then again, the gap looks like to be widened up a little bit because of the GT3 car that was around the Porsche curves behind in front of the TSR car.
Onto the start-finish straight again. We're about to see the lap times between the two. For Eby, it was a 3:28.6. And for Grzegorz, it was a 3:25.3. Goodness me! So he took over a second out of the car. Sorry, I know I got very excited about that. That's because on a normal race circuit, that would be quite a lot.
Yeah,
Here at Le Mans, it's still quite a lot, but not quite as much as it would otherwise be. But even so, he is gaining on him, and he'll get the distant tow as well. Now we head on to the Mulsanne again, and that's a lot of traffic for the 499 racing car. Caught the Mercedes right where he didn't want to. There's a BMW coming up as well, and I don't mean a hypercar. He's going to go to the right-hand side. Through he goes, nice and clean. And here is Grzegorz, gaining and gaining. His top speed's going to be immense by the time he gets to the end of the straight. He's going to reach 200 miles per hour. Not quite, it was about 198. He is on the tail of the 499 racing car once again. And let the battle commence, shall we? Here comes a Ferrari. What can they do with this?
Yeah, they're going to be basically able to clear the Ferrari very cleanly before the second chicane. Now he's going to be just both of them going around the second chicane. You can see Grzegorz just working the back wing of the 499 car. Abby's going to be on the inside, late braking for Grzegorz, side by side. It's going to be both of them. Abby's trying to fight back on the exit of the second chicane, but nevertheless, Grzegorz makes the overtake and goes into B3, the DSR LNDH car.
He got it then. There's more traffic coming up though. What about the Mulsanne? This is where he got it wrong. Last time he attempted it. He's already clear this time, so it's slightly different. And I think that EB is going to have nothing to say to him on this lap. So Grzegorz does indeed get the move done. Fantastic stuff. And a lot cleaner than the first time around. Nick Eby did a good job to hold him off for a considerable amount of time, but it's very clear who the faster car was at that point, and nothing you could really do about it in the long term. Here we go down towards Indianapolis once again. You can see the kink on the entry, making it a very difficult braking zone, and then the banked nature of the corner, which makes you feel a bit braver than you should be. Take a bit more out of the corner than you maybe should. A little wide there for Grzegorz, but he's okay. And here's a replay of the move. Oh wait, this is Mitchell Dobson, sorry, for the Mercedes team. Runs wide. I say Mercedes team, it's not actually a Mercedes car. And it looks as if they've had a spin there. Fendi Racing Mercedes team. Digging themselves out of the gravel all over again. And continuing on their way.
But you have to be, I think they were going to appreciate the comment, the compliment, you know, just having the fact that it is the paint of the car is basically based upon the Sauber, the Mercedes Sauber C11.
Yes.
Right?
By the way, Radecki Grzegorz has come into the pits, so he's just got the move done, and he's deciding to give up the track position for the strategy. Of course, you have to do it. You have to make the pit stops because you don't exactly have unlimited fuel or anything. But into the pits he comes. Looks like Phoenix Simsport came in as well. Still Troy Salter behind the wheel of that car. And Radecki Grzegorz stops in his box, so EB once again goes through into to third position in class, and his last lap only a 3:29 because of being held up by all of that. George Horton gets behind the wheel of the TSR now. So, how quick is George Horton? I don't think I've ever seen him race before. Do we know, is he as quick as Grzegorz is? Pretty good, says Austin. So we'll have to see just how good he is.
Yeah, well, let's see how George is gonna drive around the car. We haven't seen so far in our broadcast, but I know he was on since prior to this, according to Lorify, so he was actually really quick, or quicker than him. So it is to be believed that he's just gonna be as fast as he is. I think this is a perfect moment over here to take a quick break, Caitlin. We're gonna take a quick break, everyone. So we're gonna be back with coverage of the Majors 24 here on Grid Vision. We'll be right back, and we're just gonna catch a breath, a drink of water, and we'll be back soon with more coverage with the 24 hours of the Majors 24.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive.
we're back with coverage of the Majors 24 here on Grid Vision. I'm Lorenzo Bonder with Caitlin Penny in my commentary booth, and Austin Derbyshire in the production of our feed today. It's nearly 3 hours to go here in the race, Caitlin, and we have a few things to break down before we go into the next interview that we have lined up here for us.
Indeed, let's take a look at Toshiki Sato here in the 24. Now this car is the Team Nishiken K car, and he's going to get all sorts of out of shape and over the grass on the entry to the corner on the inside, and that's definitely going to hit the wall, so there's going to be some damage to that one. And yes, I can tell you they're in the pits as we speak, so there's been some issues with that one. Here's a replay as well. Now this is Mitchell Dobson, number 18, and this one is going to be a loss of control. I swear they've done exactly that mistake before as well. Fendi Racing Mercedes team have done exactly that into that chicane before. But just a quick spin there, no contact. Now let's see if there's anything else for our spin compilation here. Another replay coming up. Apparently this is the last one. Reese Newburn here, number 76. This is the Celeritas Sim racing car. Just going off into the gravel. By the way, thank you for Trainer UK for updating me that what I was saying, Horton, is actually pronounced more like Houghton. So apologies to George Houghton there, who I was saying slightly wrong, but there you go. Anyway, Lorenzo, I believe we're doing an interview, are we?
Yeah, we are. We're doing an interview with the guy that stayed for the quad stint here in this race, Alex Hafela. So, Alex, well, welcome to the broadcast booth. We're here with us, and so far, the racing of your team going smoothly so far. You won in the LMP2 standings.
Hi, good morning. Yeah, it's going pretty good at the moment. Yeah, we're still alive and we're running well, I would say. Yeah.
No, absolutely. And one of the interesting things that we were coming to prior to the beginning of this broadcast, you guys are on a off strategy in comparison to Phoenix and Beast. We probably don't know why why the off strategy, because of course we had a yellow flag earlier on. Was this related to the yellow flag that we had earlier on, or was this something different that kind of prompted for this change in the strategies for you guys?
Yeah. Well, the difference to the Beast team is mainly down to them just running a lap longer since the beginning, which has had us worried there for a moment. But right now it looks like we got it under control. But the night was a bit hectic for us. Yes. We decided not to pit under the full course yellow, but then we're hit with a drive-through penalty, so we had to serve that and then also serve a pit on full course yellow, which threw us back to like P6 or P7, which was like not easy for us, but I guess it's just down to that. That's why we're off strategy. Basically, we're just always running our 10 laps with our fuel. Yeah. That's why we're different in pit strategy. We haven't really done anything else yet.
Okay, makes complete sense, Alex. But one of the things that I was looking at the YouTube chat, which kind of like goes on hand on while we were talking to Ryan Lorfis from TSR Racing prior to the beginning of this. Not prior to the beginning, but in the middle of our broadcast, you guys have been running triples to quad stints in the car, and we were having this conversation. Le Mans not the most taxi for the drivers, as we have a half spin in the back, just behind your team's car. But
no, my car, I hope.
No, not your car. It was
Okay.
just an LMB2 that was behind you guys. But other than that, are you guys finding comfort or doing this quad stints? Because quad stints, from my calculations, you guys are doing 42 minutes. That's nearly over 2 hours and over 2 hours and a half. You only did 2 hours and 40, if I remember correctly, in terms of stint length. Uh, Max, is this something that you guys changed in the middle of the race, or were comfortable to begin with while doing your stints?
Yeah, well, originally we started off with triple stints, but then we realized pretty quickly that quad stints is probably the way to go. So we did triples for the first 3 or 4 stints, I think, and then we changed over to quads because it just felt more comfortable to us. Le Mans is not that demanding. Like the biggest issue we have at the moment is our wrists at the end of the 4 stints because of the force feedback. But otherwise, it's pretty good because like we can always change the tires, so we don't have to manage tires really, and we can just go for it. And we've just found that 4 stints is kind of the sweet spot for us, where we can extract the most lap time, with drivers still feeling fresh but not being out of the car for too long. That's why we opted to do that, and it's been going pretty well, yeah.
No, absolutely, and given all the happenings that went through this race, the was the goal, of course, is always to win, but was the original goal of the team to go from the start was to win this race, where you guys have more like grounded expectations prior to the start of this race?
Well, due to how the pre-qualifying went, we were kind of hopeful because we saw that we're like the 4th quickest car in our split, and even after quali we started in P5, I think. So we were kind of hopeful, but of course it's a 24-hour race, so you never know what's gonna happen. And the main goal was just surviving and not destroying the car, and just get your laps done. We knew kind of that we were in the run probably for something, like at least a top 5 finish or something. But it was not really our goal. Our goal was just to get the race done, drive the 24 hours without major incidents, and then we're happy. Because we also did another 24 hours race last week in the LMDH, which didn't. Well, it went well as well because we finished P3, but there we had a few incidents, so we just wanted to try to have a more incident-free race this time.
Of course. Just put in a different mindset. And now you touched a topic of, you guys done an LMDH 24-hour race. I think that was the official series. Just touching upon that, what do you guys found in terms of difference going around this car to the LMDH? Not just in terms of drivability, but the braking points and things of the nature.
Well, first of all, it really helped us that we drove the LMDH for a whole 24-hour race, because we know now where the LMDH is fast and where it's not, and where the optimal overtaking spots are for to overtake LMP2s. So I think we've been pretty good at managing that. And otherwise, the LMP2 compared to the LMDH is, like, I would say, more relaxed, because it's less. For us, at least, the LMDH was really nervy under the brakes. You're always hoping that you're gonna be able to stop the car without spinning or anything. And in the LMDH we don't really have that problem, and also through like Indianapolis the LMDH goes, the LMP2 goes through way better. But otherwise, it drives similarly, I would say, because we're not that much slower through the corners, and it's just basically the straights where we're losing the most of time to the LMDHs. But
Yeah.
overall, I think we actually prefer the LMP2.
Yeah, alright, fair point. Kalen, anything you got before we have to go back into some replay, because something major happened while you guys were right next to two LMP2s, and we have to break down what happened.
Yeah, sure.
Caitlin?
Sorry, yeah, committing commentator sin as well. Sorry about that. But yeah, no, something major happened behind you, but we can get onto that in a second. Alex, yeah, fantastic stint there. I was just watching as 3 different classes went side by side, 3 wide down the Mulsanne. How have the traffic been today? Has it been okay, or have people been a little bit less respectful than you would have liked?
Actually, I think since the night, it has gotten a bit more aggressive, like the LMDHs at least. They seem to be more eager to pass you. But otherwise, it's not that big of a problem. I had a moment earlier with the GT3 through the last chicane, which was a bit, let's say, unfortunate. But otherwise, everyone has been really respectful, and if you pick the right spots to overtake them, they're like, I guess we pretty much all agree on where's the optimal spots are to overtake, and like 90% of the times it works out like that, and 10% of the times you have to force yourself by them. But that's just what it is. Yeah, but it's going pretty well, and I think everybody's driving pretty well from what I've seen.
No, Alex, your car's actually in the pits right now. I take it Shaka's staying behind the wheel, but yeah, is this all straightforward and planned and all that?
Yeah, that's just a normal pit stop.
Good, good.
He's just in the middle of his stints now. Yeah.
Fair enough. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, as we have Alex Apfel just joining us in the booth, we have to break down what just happened behind them, because this could have had implications on them. As we're gonna look on the replay, just a few things of what happened to the half spin we saw in the back of Aaron Knight first.
There you go. Now what you're about to see is another incident in the LMP2 field where the DS racing car have been very badly affected. And this is it here actually. So the number 8 DS racing car is going to hit the wall very, very hard after contact there, and there's the impact. And on my screen actually one of the wheels has come completely off the car. It's had to get a tow back to the pit, so that's going to affect it really quite badly. And the other car that was involved, I think...
There was the Blogomotori of Thomas Yates just joined us in the commentary booth. And you can see just basically shutting down the line. Yeah, they shut down the line of the DS Racing and then get within the rear end of the Racing Republic car and causing themselves a full spin into the Mulsanne corner that could have ended in disaster for all 3 cars. We're going to look on Ricardo Santos' perspective of having his line taken off immediately.
Yeah, nothing else he could have done there. That's not his fault whatsoever. And I'm afraid to say that's a big impact into the wall, which is going to leave them in the pits for a long, long time. I do hope they can get back in the race, but that's a lot of damage there. And I'm afraid to say they're going to lose a good few class positions out of all of that one. Here is the class leader once again, catching up to a whole bunch of traffic now. And indeed. So how we have live stewards in this, right? How common are penalties and steward decisions for accidents?
So I really am interested to see if there's any sheets and things like that for, because they have to submit a protest to the race control, to the race stewards to analyze what has happened in here, and because let's be honest, if there's anybody to blame or if anybody's gonna get something to blame, it will be the Blogomotori cars. Thomas Yates.
Yeah.
That is a slam dunk penalty if I ever saw one in this race. And let's be honest, I think that DS car is down for the count. I think that is basically day done for them, because it not only you have to repair the front, you have to repair the axle off the front of the car. You have to bring back the tire. Maybe if you have a fast repair, if you get a fast repair here, I don't think you do. It's gonna be hard. You're gonna be not only if 1 lap back, but you're gonna be several laps back, and like I said, unfortunate to see anything like that happen to the team, as we'll still have less than 3 hours to cover over here in this Majors 24.
Yeah, totally agree. But unfortunate to see something like that happen. It's been, I mean, I say relatively keen. There's been a lot of spins, but you know, not that many actually huge accidents or anything along those lines. But that's the biggest one I've seen so far, and a very unfortunate one as well. Now back to the action. I saw some pit stops from both of the leading cars a little while ago, leading overall, and they both had a driver change, which is quite interesting because it's Sebastian Koenig and Andrea De Bruyne who have got back behind the wheels of those cars. And to be honest, it doesn't feel like that long since they've got out of those cars. So maybe just feeling that they were in a bit of a rhythm and they want to get straight back into it. But yeah, that certainly wasn't a quad stint from either of those cars, was it? So maybe 2 stints from both of them, and and all of a sudden, De Bruyne and Koenig are back at it just as they were a couple of hours ago.
Yeah, I think on the LMDH, I think it might be 2-3 stints max. You're coming into the portion of this race where it's going to be more natural for you to see maybe triple stints max within the drivers because you're driving in more of the heat off the track and everything. So it makes more sense for you to be more conservative on your time slots, as we see Vickery going around the corners, nice and easy for him so far. Still retaining that top 5 spot for him as he completed his lap right behind the Composite Performance 18 car. That is just under lap in P10.
Indeed, there we go. Good move done there. Now talking of moves, we are going to see a few overtakes for position soon, because like I said, you can see how close Beast Racing, Phoenix Simsport are on track, and then you can see Racing Republic a little way up the road. They're all being caught right now by the Olympus Esports Proton LMDH, and judging by where they are on track, it's only going to be a few more laps before Olympus catches Beast Racing at least, and makes their way back up a few places. I think at this rate, by the end of the race, they will absolutely be back up into P5 and into the LMDH field. But, you know, not really a class position or anything along those lines. It just feels a lot better if you finish ahead of the LMDH, sorry, if you finish ahead of all of the LMD2 cars, because then you are back with your class. Going to be a bit harder for Celeritas and Frog Leap Juiced. They are significantly further back, and I don't know if they will. I don't think they will get back to the front of their respective classes. There is just too much time to gain. And you have to keep in mind as well that there's much less of a difference between LMP1 and between LMDH and LMP2 than there is to GT3, and so you don't really see them making up 5 or 6 laps. But Olympus Esports Proton can definitely make up a couple of minutes and get back ahead of the top 3 LMP2s, and I think it's probably going to happen in the next hour.
Yeah, which makes complete sense from your point of view. Now, there's something that I really wanna bring up that we normally do on our pauses over here in this broadcast, which is kind of like bring yourself a snack or try to get yourself some refreshments. What I really want to go into the topic of the racer's point of view and the viewer point of view, viewer/broadcaster point of view. As a racer, what is your go-to snack and refreshment? And as someone who is a viewer or a broadcaster, what is your go-to snack and refreshments?
So if I ever get too like overworked in a race car and I know I'm gonna have to do another stint, I always find that orange juice really helps, because first of all, it's you know, it cools you down, it's refreshing, and also I found this out from a friend recently. If you have something citrusy before you do something physical, it helps to prevent the formation of lactic acid in your muscles, because lactic acid is what makes you feel like you're having like muscle spasms and whatever. It's called anaerobic respiration, and having something with citric acid apparently prevents that from actually happening in the first place. So I guess that's just another reason why orange juice has helped me in the past. Although I do have to admit, in the last break, I went and got myself I went you know those gummy worms you can I had
Yeah,
one of
yeah,
those. I'm just it's that point in the morning. I want a gummy worm, so I went and got one of those. But yeah. I mean, if you guys have been sitting here for a while watching this, then absolutely do whatever you need to do to look after yourself. Even if you're not doing something physical, I mean, it's getting to the hotter months of the year in most of the northern hemisphere, so you know, look after yourself. But the races really will be the main ones who have to think about keeping themselves refreshed and hydrated between stints.
No, absolutely. It's completely understandable. For you, not understandable, but it relatable. I think would be the more uh the better word. It's gonna look into the number 41 and clearing himself off from the BMW. Real quick, that is the Speed Designs 41 car. Still within the lead lap, clearing himself from the BMW. Just wondering if that is the Hyperion car, though. We're gonna look into a few seconds to confirm if it is the Hyperion, but doesn't look like to be the Hyperion. For me, it's been quite interesting. Like whenever I do my stints and things like that, normally I go for a bottle of water,
Yeah.
or like either a bottle of water or orange juice, or even um. Actually, I have like 4 drinks: bottle of water, orange juice, a peach iced tea,
Oh, very
or
nice.
or some tea.
I tell you what's helped me today, actually. So my sister's very good at baking things, and last night she
Oh
baked some
no, mate.
yeah, last night she baked some like chocolate coffee cookies, and I woke up only about an hour before the broadcast, so I just had a bunch of like coffee cookies, and I'm awake right now, so that helped.
Why did you have to talk about food? Oh, mate.
Sorry.
No, it's listen, Caitlin. If there's one thing we can talk about for days is food. Like my favorite topic, and for the disgust of some people that I know of, it's talking about food because not because I commit food crimes. I know some friends that commit food crimes. For example, let me give you a food crime that one of my friends used to do. I
Okay.
don't. Have you ever taken out the pepperonis out of a pizza?
I mean, I don't tend to get pepperoni pizza, but that does sound like a food crime.
Yeah. So one of my friends did that. He
Okay.
just went. He did that. Another thing is like, hold up. I have a tweet. I'm never gonna forget this. It's in my notifications. Just give me one moment. I'm gonna fetch this up.
That's okay. If there's one thing I could talk about for hours on end, it's racing, and it looks as
Yeah,
if the
go ahead.
Olympus Esports Proton is about to overtake Beast Racing in the next few seconds. That would be for third in LMP2 if the Olympus car was an LMP2 car. There you see the little LMP2 just in front. You can see the difference between the two. That's not an LMP2 there, is it? That's someone else. But yeah, they are catching. Oh yeah, so Beast is just a few corners ahead. There you see them on the horizon. The car in front is actually the Frog Leap Juiced Racing Blue car. That car is a few laps down even on the Olympus car at this point in time. And their main race is with the Celeritas Sim Racing car over sixth in class. And so that's what's going to be happening there. But first, they're going to be lapped, and by the end of the Mulsanne straight, I wouldn't be surprised if the Olympus Esports Proton car is ahead of the Beast Racing car.
Oh, okay. Yeah, makes complete sense. Okay, I saw this one of my friends just tagging me because he wanted to tease me on trying Oreos and bacon. But anyway, back to the racing. Um,
Oh dear.
yeah, but like I think in terms of snacks, I never try to go heavy. By the way, just to wrap up the subject, I never try to go heavy on snacks because uh you know you really don't want to feel yourself bloated or anything like that. So you either go for like some potato chips or something like that. That is the max you're probably gonna go and try to touch and go around your set. Whether you're viewing stuff or racing stuff, because at least it fills you up and it kind of like it's already filling you up and you don't feel bloated at the end of eating a bag of chips. But anyway, back to the racing. As we are seeing now speed assigned to the pit lane for their service with 2 hours and 40 minutes to go.
Indeed, very good. So yes, that was the move there between Olympus and Beast. Not a hugely important one in terms of the race, but it is a move for position, so I thought I would bring it up nonetheless. Now they've got about 18 seconds to catch before Phoenix Sim Sport. So there is the 77 Alpha Esports Red. As you said, they are in the pits. Geordie Speckgums behind the wheel, and there is George Houghton behind the wheel of the number 22. Dr. Slugger in the YouTube chat says that Reese Newburn says gingerbread men are his snacks. That's a good one. Carbs and tasty, and I could go for some gingerbread men now, to be honest. That is fantastic stuff. But,
Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I never tasted I never properly tasted gingerbreads.
Oh, really? Okay. I was about to say it's just gingerbread in the shape of a man, but if you don't know what gingerbread tastes like, then I guess that's not much help.
Hold up. Oh, never mind. Okay. I'm an ignorant human being. I apologize. I will take the walk of shame. I've eaten those in plenties, but that is more like of a Christmas snack for me than anything else.
You can have gingerbread men any time of year. They're not specifically a Christmas thing.
Fair. It's just I've always associated them with Christmas, but anyway, it goes like from person potato.
Indeed. Meanwhile, Olympus did pass the Phoenix car, but they are in the pits now, and looks as if Phoenix must have pitted because they've just dropped 2 places on my screen, so I think we must have missed that. Phoenix back out on track, and it's Kyle Feinster behind the wheel of that car as we talk. And Olympus do pit, so it's going to be a little while now before they catch the Racing Republic car, and it's going to be Andy Booth who gets to do the orders. So he is back behind the wheel of that car now. Very good stuff. Very good. So now we're just waiting for the Racing Republic car's next stop, which may be in a little while, and we'll be able to see just where they come out in relation to some of their class opponents. It's very difficult. I tell you what, it's so difficult to keep up with the battle between Beast and Phoenix because they swapped places on track a couple of times. But in terms of the pits, it's so difficult to work out who is actually ahead in terms of the net order, and sometimes it changes. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But there you go.
Yeah,
pit stops on the board, by the way. Sorry about that. So yeah, you
no,
can see.
it's okay.
Racing Republic with 3 laps, fresh tyres and fuel and all of that than Beast Racing, and that's going to be updated actually since Beast Racing have just been into the pits.
No, and I think it goes on. I was gonna mention something like, this is one of those races that unless the gaps are really really close, like you have like a 2 second gap. Personally speaking, in terms of track position, overcutting and undercutting won't matter much unless the gap is really short and you might find yourself within traffic. It's like you could say that is irrelevant depending on the circumstance. But overcutting, then it is only relevant if the gap is relatively short, and then you're going yourself for a different strategy of avoiding fueling at the end of the race. But other than that, it's basically manage yourself in terms of not gonna say traffic management, but a track position of sorts. Um, as everybody's gap so far has been, just kind of like of a gap racing of sorts. Nothing too much is gonna happen, I think, in the past few minutes. Just given the fact that there's a lot of separation between the teams right now.
Spirit God 28 Gaming says give Fendi Apes a team shout out, and yeah, I think they do deserve one. I feel sorry for some of the teams that aren't in the top 3 or 4 cars in classes because they can be doing an excellent job, but we only tend to mention them when they spin off or something along those lines. But the fact that they're still running at this point in the race is good stuff in and of itself. Currently, Victor Lind behind the wheel of that car and still lapping in under 4 minutes at a time. And yeah, I also feel sorry for the GT3 teams because sometimes we kind of ignore them for the LMDHs and LMD2s, but GT3 just as important as a class, and of course everyone's individual races just as important as each other. So yeah, shout out to Fendi Racing Apes, and of course everyone else still running in this Enduro.
Yeah, every team deserves a prop, regardless of if you're in first place or last place or in the first split or the last split, because you're still doing your best to do doing your best to finish up a race that, like as we said before, not the most taxing in the human body, but of course because uh, you're working against the track and the car. Not the track so much, but more like the car itself to avoid wall and your concentration, because you might find yourselves in a deep separation from other drivers. You're going into gap racing. It's just trying to find the proper amount of concentration and see where it will lead you at the end of things, and that's the real challenge of Le Mans, and this is why it is very different from any other race in the calendar. As to look into Jack Wells trying to do his best on closing down the Racing Republic gap, but so far none of the teams have been able to put the pace that would scare the team in the lead of the LMP2 class.
Indeed, indeed. I'd like to give a shout out as well to some of the other teams, like Zero F Racing Team, for example, because I've realised that I haven't mentioned their name at all in the entire time that I've been commentating here, and that's a good thing because the fact that you're not particularly notable shows me that you haven't had any incidents, at least not while I've been here. So well done to Zero F Racing Team for being completely anonymous. And in this context, that's a very good thing. Same goes for teams like Forge NRG. I don't think I've mentioned them at all. HDS Racing. There's a good few teams out here who. There's a team called Banana Racing Team. Oh my goodness, that's fantastic. I love some of these team names. Admittedly, I'd be scared to race 24H punty people, but Banana Racing Team. We've got some fantastic Frog Leap. I quite like that name, although I have mentioned them before. I'm a little sad that Red Roo is out of the race before I even started, because the trouble with the thing with Red Roo is I work at a zoo, and we got two red foxes called Red and Roo. So I was hoping I could bring that up at some point, but I guess I'll just have to slot it in awkwardly just like that. But there you go. Now you know.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember which Ferrari is it. It's not the Fendi. It's not Composite. It's not Maniti, because I know Maniti's livery is the traditional Green Army. If I ever say anything other than that, I know the Green Army is gonna try to find me. It is not Nicolas Sad. It's one of the running. It's maybe it's not that one as well, Austin. Is the one, is the red one, is the red Ferrari. One of the things I just noticed, which is kind of interesting. There you go, Mark Stevenson's Ferrari. I don't know if you notice, and this is like very curious to me, is they're making a homage to the 430, the Ferrari 430 and the Ferrari 512 Testarossa that used to have those big fenders on the side of the car. That is, it was very traditional in the old Ferraris, just to cope with the, the lack of air intake that you have on the side, like you have right, you can see right there on the 488, and eventually you have the big intakes on the side for the 296 as well, GTV. But that was their form of capturing air intake, while maintaining the airflow of the car, and still maintaining that those demolishing speeds they still had on the car. So I just noticed that now. Good homage. I gotta give him props for that one.
Nice gold wheels as well. Very pretty there on the Ferrari.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. And this is one of the things that about wheels. So this is kind of, I don't know, how are you regarding colored wheels? Because my team, in my racing team, we have kind of, it's kind of like a rule of sorts. It's not a written rule, but is an unwritten rule of not going with any other color than red, black, and white.
Oh, it depends on the car for sure. I mean, you can have a livery that makes any coloured wheel look good, and
Yeah.
I really do like coloured wheels just in general. Some of my favourite race cars of all time have stood out because, I mean, think of like the 2009 Brawn Formula One car. Like, that car was beautiful just in general. The thing that made it stand out was those wheel colours and the fact that they were the same colour as the highlights on the car, and it was,
Yeah.
you don't get that in most other circumstances. If I can kind of semi-flex for a minute, my road car has nice red wheel rims, and I didn't have to do anything to get that because they were put on by the previous owner, and I got the car from a friend, so I kind of got it, mate's rate and all that. So it was a bit of a steal, but yeah, it's got lovely red rims, and I'm very proud.
What car is it?
It is a 2002 plate Renault Megane. I know that's not particularly special, but it's my first car, so it's like had to get something a little straightforward, but it's a special little thing.
No, it's respectable.
Someone tried to break into it the other day, so I'm gonna have to get the driver's side window replaced.
Yeah, mate, you're gonna have to. That kind of sucks. But I was gonna bring this up, Austin, with the perfect momentaneous call. Like, if there's one team that has these, in Portuguese we call it chamativos, which is kind of like the same thing as an outspoken livery. It's the Olympus car. It's expressive, colorful, and at the same time one of the few cars that I have no problem seeing that blue wheel, this light blue cyan wheel appearing on the car.
Yeah, because it stands out.
It kind of blends in with the aesthetics of the car. But let's just say, if it was any other color than the blue on the livery, then you put the blue on top to try to give more subtle touch in the car. No, that is not going to work. The same thing, for example, on that DS LMP2 that just they went by. If I'm me, you could put a dark green tire on it, detail. It would blend in with the car. But if you put the orange one, for me, it completely ruins the aesthetic of the car.
I just like colored wheel rims. The only thing I don't really like is when they're kind of like asymmetrical, like if you got one color on one side and then one on the
Oh
other.
no. Please, if they did that, if someone did this, first they needs to be he or she needs
Yeah.
to be shot.
I've
He,
seen it
she,
done.
they, I don't care. You know, I've seen that done as well. And Booth having a little bit of a blunder going around the first chicane, but kept it in the track nevertheless.
Indeed, there we go. Sorry, I've just said, what was that, Austin? You do that on a Volkswagen what? A Volkswagen Harlequin. Oh yeah, Harlequin cars, yeah. Ah, that's different. They're like clown cars. I don't know. A little bit out of shape there from Carl Feinstein, but still under control. What's up, Lorenzo?
No, I just looked at the Harlequin. I never seen a Harlequin in my
They're
life.
weird things. They really are like clown cars.
No. I nearly derailed this broadcast, and I nearly said that word.
No.
It's hideous.
You guys, you don't get Renaults, right? Like in North America, you probably haven't seen a Renault Megane.
So, nearly disaster for the Brewer. He's gonna have to miss a little bit of the into the Mulsanne corner because
Yeah, I
he
saw
nearly
that
came
too.
into blows with the Manidi red car. That could have been disastrous for the LMH leader, as we see Stefan Kurtzman blinking his headlights and not being appreciative at all of the German making the dive on turn number one. Not turn number one, on the Mulsanne corner. But going back, it's like I live in Portugal. I see Megans all day.
Oh,
It's
okay.
kind of
Okay.
so it's kind of like
No, I
and
was.
not to lie. If I could grab a car, I would really want a Megane RS. I think that's 2007
Yeah.
Megane RS, which for me, cream of the crop. But other than that, Renault is not my fanciest or my favorite brand in terms of if you're looking for aesthetics in a car.
I was mainly talking to Austin because I know Austin's Canadian, so. But yeah, I've had friends who have come over from America and been like, "What are these cars? I don't know." Talking about like all the cars on the road, because we've got a whole bunch of brands you just don't get over there, so it's very funny to see. But anyway, we of course the interesting thing is when you get cars racing in countries where they're not sold, because the whole thing with racing is you're usually trying to race on Sunday, sell on Monday, but
Yeah.
when you get Renaults racing in the States or whatever, because it does happen, it's not really the same thing. But anyway, by the way, Beast Racing have been in again. It's now Jack Wells behind the wheel of the car, or Jack Wells 2 due to iRacing's number system. But yes, Jack Wells out there in the Beast Racing car, and that once again puts Olympus Esports Proton back up into what would be second in LMP2 if they were in fact in LMP2. And we'll keep an eye on Jack Wells' progress and see how he does.
So are you saying that Jack Wells has a brother?
I don't know. Well,
Because he was
I'm
on the
saying,
previous stint.
Huh?
He was on the previous stint as well.
Oh yeah, no, I wasn't sure if he'd actually had a driver change or not, but yeah, I'm saying Jack Wells is behind the wheel of the car now.
Oh yeah. But yeah. So see that they're still doing their best, and oh wait, but more importantly, the gap has come down between them, Beast and Phoenix. The gap was over 10 seconds. Now it's 5 seconds. But then it makes sense. Wait. Phoenix and Beast were separated apart by 1 lap.
No, they've
Pretty
been
o-
on the. They've
okay,
been on the
okay,
same.
makes sense.
Sorry. Yeah, they've been on the same lap kind of the whole time. They're doing similar stints and all that. But yeah, Phoenix have got closer in this last stint. And I will be absolutely keeping an eye on them. The trouble with having never commentated iRacing, at least no iRacing Enduros before, is I don't know kind of the different pace between, say, Carl Feimster and Jack Wells. In terms of iRating, Carl Feimster has the advantage, but I don't know quite how much you can trust that potentially. Of course, we may just, drivers may have just been unlucky in the past or done less racing or something along those lines. But whatever the
Yeah.
case, Phoenix SimSport have an experienced driver with Carl Feimster behind the wheel. Carl Feimster from one of the Carolinas in the US by the look of it. And racing that number 5 Phoenix SimSports car with precision. Little bit of a kick of the rear, but that is absolutely well held and well controlled. Meanwhile, Sebastian Koenig brings the Shawshank Racing 1 car into the pit lane. And they will stop in their box in due time. We'll see exactly what happens there. Shouldn't be a driver change because there was one quite recently, so it will still be Sebastian Koenig behind the wheel of that car. And then they can continue on their merry way.
Yeah, completely lost my train of thought, I'm not gonna lie. Here comes both cars into the pit lane, as now the Brewer have a really good position to find himself lapping the entirety of the field. And I think that would be the first time in this race where we're gonna be seeing a LMDH lapping the entirety of the field here at the Majors 24.
Stops one box before. Wow. Very, very close. Those are the 2 leaders you see in the pits.
Yeah.
Although they are separated by, as near as makes no difference, a full lap. Off goes Koenig there. And it is still Koenig behind the wheel of the car, as expected. Andre de Boer will stay behind the wheel of the 78, and the race will resume. Meanwhile, on that last lap, Beast Racing and Phoenix SimSport. Of course, I was going to say Beast Racing's lap times are not exactly representative just yet because they were in the pits on that last lap. I was hoping to see the difference between the lap times, but of course it doesn't quite work like that. But there you see the gap. It's about 8 seconds still, and will continue to be so for a little while, I'd say. There is Carl Feimster. I think he'll be hoping for traffic. Traffic can really change the course of the race, however it goes, however it plays for you. Here's 499 Racing coming through as well, Nick Eby. And they were lucky actually because they did get the number 499, whereas there are other cars in the grid which have numbers in their team name which don't quite correspond to the numbers on the car, which is always a little bit confusing, but there you go. And through goes Eby, not costing Feimster any time and potentially helping him, in fact, with the slipstream. Oliver Scharker is in the pits from the lead of LMP2, so that will presumably, or not quite, I don't think it'll quite put Olympus Esports back into the LMDH field just yet, but it'll be close, and Scharker will maintain the lead of LMP2 for sure, as he did in the last few stints. There is Andy Booth racing that Olympus Esports Proton car that is catching the Racing Republic car and will probably pass them in due time. I think I was a little optimistic earlier when I said it would be within the hour, but, they're going to get close.
No,
It's Racing Republic.
So this is something that is interesting for me. Oh, we have a replay of sorts. Stefan Kurtzman in the Maniti car. Is he gonna get punted by the LMP2 of the 77? Yeah.
I don't think they properly made contact, but maybe a little bit of air contact on netcode or something. And Stefan Kurtzman runs through the grass there. But yeah, it's always worrying when you start to see a replay and then you notice that there's a GT3 and an LMP2, and there is definitely suspension damage there. So the game registered contact whether there was or not, and back to the pits goes to 278. So that is going to cost them a lot of time, I'm afraid to say. Good few positions as well. I don't know, actually.
Yeah.
They have 3 laps over Team Nishiken K, but might take them that long to repair the car. Depends how badly damaged they actually were.
No, I wouldn't be surprised if they accrued any rear suspension damage on that car, because that looked like to be a very deep hit on the suspension of the rear right of the Ferrari for Manini Racing, which is really unfortunate to see. Them having this kind of issue. I think their sister team is running on the top split, or was even fighting for the lead, if I remember correctly. But nevertheless, not having the best of days here on split 4, but still in the track. That's what matters the most, even though they're going to lose a lot of time. But then again, that is on the LMP2, let's be honest, because you cannot simply expect the car to be wide into the entry or the exit of the Dunlop chicanes, going to the Dunlop curve, going to the right hand downhill, very open, just so you can pass.
Into the pits now comes the 499 Racing Car. By the way, I don't think Frog Leap produced Racing Blue is going to finish this race. I can't find them on the server, so I think that they are in fact out. And that means we are down to 6 LMDHs now. 6 from the original 10. No, there were more than 10, never mind. That's just what I saw on the schedule there. But yeah, 6 from the original 18 cars, showing you just how much attrition plays into all of that. CRZ SimSport 2 leading that class. Of course, there was an original CRZ SimSport car, which was retired a good few hours ago now, before I came in, and so I never even got to see them racing. But there you go. They're being carried, and rather nicely. Here is Alex Caruso's number 44, running second in GTE. And I have just witnessed an overtake. Oh, that's not one for position there. That was the Shawshank car putting a lap on the Phoenix SimSport car. 2 cars on the podiums of their respective classes, running very, very well indeed. Here we are on board with the Hyperion, looking back at that massive rear wing that you get on the BMW. You need quite a lot of rear downforce to stop a massive brick like that, but there you go, it works, it does its job, and they're about to be passed by a couple of prototypes.
Yeah, he's going to be passed up by the leader of the LMP2 class in Oliver Sharka. And there he goes, the Republic Racing LMP2. Really nice livery on that Hyperion car. I would say probably one of my favorites in this race so far, and really good looking, nice aesthetics, nice lines, slightly asymmetrical, but still works really well with the BMW M4. Which, let's be honest over here, I think you might agree with me. I hope so, Caitlin. Worst grill for a race car in the history of mankind.
I don't quite know about that. I've seen some pretty ugly grills. I mean, if you count it as a grill, think about like the 1979 Ensign F1 car with that big stepped radiator on the entry.
No. You hold up. We're going way deeply into the technicals over here. That car, hideous. The Ensign car, hideous. I'm talking about GT3 cars.
Okay.
This front grille, for me, is hideous.
I'll have to look back through the archives, but I mean, it's not the prettiest car, is it?
No, it's not the prettiest car in the front. Don't get me wrong. The lines of the car, they remind me a lot of when back. Do you know when the M3 was around, the M3 GT car, back in the early
Yeah.
2000s? I think up until when it was running the GT2 class, like in 2005, 2007. Um, that car was beautiful, and that reminds me a lot of this car. But then again, it comes in, but none of them compare, of course, to the BMW M8, which we know by the history of mankind is known as the big boy, right?
Mm.
The big boy BMW, which I had the pleasure of taking a picture in Munich uh, when I went to the Sim Racing Expo at the airport, because they usually display cars in there. Anyway, back to the point. Um, this is the funny thing. The M4 is still, I still consider a big car, even though, believe it or not, by BMW standards, he's a small car.
Yeah,
He's
I
all
guess so.
he's only smaller than the Z4.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I'm getting a bit distracted because I'm looking through the history of GT3 racing cars to see if I can find an uglier grill, but you're
I
right,
think
there aren't
there's
many, are
one.
there?
Hold up, a Spiker. Hold up. I think back in the 2005. Yeah, I knew it.
GT3
I knew it. The
homologation for
Spiker
GT3
used to run.
technically started in 2006. So even if the Spiker did technically run in the GT3 class, I don't think it was ever actually homologated as a GT3.
No, yeah. So, GTR too. Like, because, like, I was bringing the old game.
There are some pretty weird ones. I mean, back in the day, you used to get Morgan GT3 cars, and they were weird.
Yeah.
Like, they had squished faces. But I don't think they were necessarily ugly. They were just strange, right?
Yeah, pretty simple. You could say strange race cars, right? What are the weird ones? For example, because like, you could say, oh, weird ones. Let's start with the Lisser. Oh, okay. Here's a hideous car. Not a GT3. I think it was a GT back in the day, like a small GT base. The Gillet Vertigo.
Okay,
Hideous
let's look
front.
that one up. But
Hideous front. But it was an interesting car. Another
oh my
hideous
goodness.
car. Yeah. The Morgan Arrow. Uh, the new cat. Wait, but that's hold up. For those who haven't heard, uh, Austin said the Cadillac Escalade. That is a hideous group for an SUV, for a car in general, but not a race car. No. But his point is valid. The Morgan Arrow, I was not a big fan of it back in the day. It looked like to be, when you're on drugs and you try to make out a race car just because you want to go for something that is completely flamboyant and different.
Can't say I have, but go ahead.
It's the attempt of trying to make the Morgan a race car. You're trying to
I
make
see what
something
you mean.
flamboyant,
I see what you
and it doesn't work. Uh, I think other than that, I would have to look. Let me see. The Verona, no. And there was a Bentley Continental that I was not a big fan of because they had the big grill. I think it was one of the first ones, but then it kind of grew up on me.
The early Bentleys were good. I like the early Bentley GT3s.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Those early ones, I'm not gonna complain. If there's a car, like for example, uh, and those cars worked out just fine. The GTR worked fine. The 350 looked fine. The 370 looked fine. The Noble, I wasn't a big fan of.
I
Made
think I'm gonna have to give this to you. I think the M8 GT3, sorry, the M4 GT3 might well have the ugliest grille of any GT3 car. I think you might be right
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, because like of all the ones, it might be one of the more ugliest looking. Like I'm looking at the BMW M3 GT-R back in the day when they used to run the FIA GT World Championship when they had the GT2s and everything. That front grille, when like for example, Joachim Stuck, used to drive that car. Mate, the noise of the BMW
Oh, sorry.
was
We
phenomenal.
got a battle for third place. George Horton has
Nice.
caught up to the 499 racing car.
Again.
And that's because the 499 racing car has just come out of the pits. So this is genuinely for position here. They're side by side heading down the straight. I'm really sorry that I took so long to notice this happening, but there you go. 499 holds them off for the time being and goes wide. And Eby's in the wall. It's a big hit. He's lost part of his front grille. Nick Eby is in the wall. He's having to reverse the car to get it back onto the road. So Houghton and the TSR racing car, the number 22, goes through into third position overall, and that is going to be very costly for the TSR racing car. Let's see a replay of that. They were side by side all the way down the straight towards Indianapolis. It was a long scrap, and it looked as if Eby had it sewn up. It looked as if he was going to hold on to that third position, but he missed it. He missed the corner, he went straight on, and he missed it quite dramatically as well, because not only did he go off, but he hit the barriers and lost part of his front bodywork. There it is, bang! It's a heavy impact. There goes the grille, there goes the bonnet, and he's going to have to pit, I expect.
No, he will have to pit.
No, he won't pit. He's staying out.
No, not now. But he's gonna have to pit to replace the bonnet eventually. Maybe a little bit of the grille and the front splitter. That is the traditional thing of George Halton. Plain.
Oh, sorry, no, I was looking at the wrong car. Eby is still struggling around to the pits. His front right suspension is bouncing. He's got awful damage on that car, and he is going to be in a world of trouble here. And that is going to cost them a lot of time. They may even drop. They have 8 laps to the LMP2 leader, but can they get that car repaired in 8 laps? Or in fact,
I think they can. I think 8 laps is doable because you'd be unless it becomes like something of 20-minute repairs. If it does, it's complicated.
Look at that.
You can see the
through the entrance to the
31.
pit lane goes the Speed Design Smooth Sport car of Colin Hopkins there, Sebastian Vettel style, taking advantage of the slow-moving car in the pits.
Yeah, like Hamilton and I think there was Hamilton and Vettel taking advantage as we see. I think that looked like to be the DS car coming back into the track on the second chicane. But yeah, if that is longer than 20 minutes, forget about it. You're gonna lose six laps on mandatory plus the optionals. If it is the quickest optionals, then maybe you're back into the race. But nevertheless, that was hot. Just playing Eby to a fiddle, going around Indianapolis. You're on the outside. Going to Indianapolis, if you're the car on the outside, what do? You just lift off and let the car on the inside take it, and the car on the inside has to be smart enough to go through and have the stopping power going to go into the Indianapolis corner and made that corner. Unfortunately, he got played to a fiddle right there as we're seeing the chase down from the Brewer on the Koenig. As you can see, the leader will be right on the front of his screen in a little bit.
Indeed. Thank you to everyone leaving comments in the YouTube chat still. Gridvision says, I'm a Nissan fanboy. Fair enough. It's a shame we don't have any Nissans in this race. Ten is saying Hyperion having a solid race debut in 44, and absolutely they are. They're running second in GT3, being driven by Alex Caruso, as they have been for a while, and still on the lead lap technically as well, even though they do look to be about to lose. that lead lap status. Shout out to TAM liveries for the new skin. Very good. Thank you for letting us know there, Turner. Will Borland saying morning guys, morning Will. And Campino M8 saying ouch, that sucks for the 499 team. It very much does, and they are still in the pit lane. Anyway, Olympus Sports Proton goes through to put another lap back on them. They are very nearly about to catch the lead of LMP2.
Yeah.
Sorry,
so,
there is Caruso in the pits now as I speak.
No, and he's gonna do his program pit service as gonna be 59 minutes and 30 seconds to go to 2 hours to go. In our Majors 24 broadcast here on Grid Vision, I'm Lorenzo Bonder with Caitlin Penny in the commentary booth. Austin Derbyshire on the cams over here today for our production on Grid Vision. Other than that, we're getting ready to go 2 hours left into this race as we can still looking at Daniel Zinner in that very fast BMW being driven consistently stint by stint without any major issues around the track, and good to see that 181 ever since we started the broadcast haven't let go from that lead so far.
Yeah. And nearly a lap ahead of Caruso as well, even though they are still yet to stop again as well. We're going to take another quick break here. Don't worry, we will be back, and we'll have 2 hours to go when we rejoin. See you in a bit.
we're back with continued coverage of the Majors 24, Split 4 here on Grid Vision. I am Lorenzo Bondro with my colleague Caitlin Penny, and in the cameras is going to be Austin Derbyshire, as always, to bring you imagery from the French countryside of Le Mans in France, or like I said, French countryside in France. Just repeating myself into words, but nevertheless, we still have a race on our hands as the hunt for the lapping of the field continues. The Brewer finds paths to try to lap himself on Koenig, as Koenig is going to go into the pit lane, and the Brewer is going to now be a lap ahead of the entirety of the field here. Caitlin just showcasing the domination this car has had basically from the start of the race since. As I might have lost Caitlin for a little bit right here.
Sorry.
Committed a sin.
I did the commentator sin again. Yeah. Sorry, Sebastian Koenig into the pits now, but yes, you're absolutely right. CRZ Team SimSport 2 is still going very well. Adrian De Brewer is still behind the wheel of that car. They are now a lap ahead of Shawshank Racing for the first time that I've seen in a long time. So through they go. In fact, is that an extra pit stop from Shawshank? It's Leonard Comp behind the wheel now, but I swear that we weren't expecting them to stop that soon. That's a bit unexpected, but there you go.
Yeah, I was going to mention that.
Oliver Sharker still leading the LMP2 field for Racing Republic. They are being caught by Olympus Esports Proton, but that's not for the LMP2 lead because they are from different classes, in fact. And then the GT3 field is still being led by Torque Simsport, by Wagner Schweit, by over a minute from Hyperion Racing at this point in time. Back to you, Lorenzo.
No, thank you. And I think we got an interview lined up. I'm just going to bring him to the broadcast booth. Turner Schro for Hyperion Racing. Our P2 in the GT3 standings is here standing by to talk to us. So, Turner, welcome to the broadcast booth. P2 in the team so far, and of course, not nowhere close to Daniel Zenner in the Sim team, but so far, I think that you guys are satisfied with the result.
Yeah, for sure. This is actually our newly formed team and our debut race here. So feeling really good. We had some big goals of just trying to get into a broadcasted split, and we obviously accomplished that. And progressing on that now with a pretty good position here with only a couple hours to go. So yeah, definitely happy and satisfied with the weekend so far.
No, absolutely, and as you say, if I remember, I saw you from commentating on prior leagues like Precision Racing League and things like that.
Yeah.
That you were driving into, I think, if I remember, it was your own team. If I remember correctly, right, Turner? I could be really wrong.
Yeah. So we actually started with our own team. All the guys here on Hyperion, we actually started on our own team together. We then got an opportunity to move on to one of the bigger pro teams out there and one of their academy sides. And had a really good time over the past year or so doing that. And over the past few months, we've actually decided to kind of branch out and kind of rebrand our own team again and, expand on what we've learned over the past year and a half or so. We've now moved on and kind of rebranded ourselves again as our own team and, are really excited to have a strong opening weekend. On top of, I heard you guys mentioning the livery there, so we obviously really appreciate that. We did it up big. We went to TAM Liveries, who we couldn't thank enough for being so helpful there, putting together a very beautiful car, beautiful livery concept across all cars, but in particular the BMW for this weekend. And then obviously working alongside a couple sponsors as well to try to help grow this thing and make it more of a dream. So yeah, definitely want to just say quick shout out to those guys at 057 Motorsports and Consulting, as well as Simply Word Clothing Company and their Blueprint collection sponsored by Hyperion. So really excited about those things and again the growth of our team.
No, absolutely. Like I said, Astrometrical looks really, really good. The work being done by Tom livery. I know that they do quite a lot of liveries, and they're on point with every single livery that they do. And good to see that there's this development of the team. So coming into this race, you said you really want a strong Gaudi in this one, Turner. But talking about like pre-race, what was the expectation that you guys set yourself into in this race? Was top 3 a realistic goal to you guys, or you just took the race as it went and tried to go as big as you could?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think anytime this group of guys gets together, we always, have ambitions of being on the podium, and showing up as best as we can. But when you get on, a split and you start reading the team names out there, and you see Maniti, and you see, some of these other big name teams that are kind of in the split, and you kind of think to yourself, you're like, wow, that's actually an honor to be a part of that, but also going to be a tough day. But yeah, we still kind of believed that a podium was on, and it kind of went back and forth there for a little while at the beginning. But things, I think one of the big things that our team, really does strive is trying to keep the car clean and be consistent in that fashion. And usually that ends up, working a lot of time, even if you don't necessarily have the outright pace. To put you in a good position, and that's exactly what's happened here today. The 3 of us have kept the car really clean. Done some pretty quick laps as well, but maybe not as quick as P1 there. But again, putting ourselves in position for a podium against some big team names, and yeah, we're very, very pleased with that.
No, definitely, and that was a really good goal, a really good initial goal to try to set yourselves into, and after this is done, moving forward, what is the goal of the team? I know you are more of a GT savant than maybe your teammates, and I don't know much in depth like Alex Roos. I think commentated him on once,
Yeah.
but other than that, what is the pedigree of the team moving forward? Sticking with GT3s, GT4s? What do you
Yeah,
guys
so
looking for?
yeah, great question. I think a little bit of everything. A couple of our guys are kind of prototype guys. They like the heavy downforce cars there, so I know they're pretty excited for the Cadillac coming on board. I think there's going to be a lot of excitement and push to get more into the LMDH programs. But yeah, we are very big into GT3 and also GT4. So we really are looking forward to the upcoming Ivra series, both in the endurance and in the club sports series. So both GT3, LMDH, and GT4. We're actually trying to hopefully qualify possibly all 3 of those cars for those 2 different series there. So that's really going to be our priority focus. Come the end of summer when that league kicks off is Ivra. And then also, some of the other iRacing special events, we were really excited to finally get to take part in the Majors 24 of Le Mans. That's a race that we weren't able to participate for the past 2 years just from scheduling conflicts. So that will be on the agenda for a year out, and hopefully we can do better and just continue to grow our team and endurance programs.
I was actually, you brought this on point because now you said endurance programs, as you guys made the overlap on Tom Poggi's car and the Mercedes. Going on that note, are you guys aiming basically towards endurance based programs, or are you guys looking towards something like, for example, Ivra has the GT Sprint, like you said, going into this one? Are you guys looking also into the sprint program as well, because of the different divisions and the accessibility that league also provides for GT Sprint?
Yeah, for sure. We all actually raced PRL as well, a weekly kind of sprint format as well. So we had some scheduling conflicts here over the past iRacing season, which just kind of did not allow for us to really take part in a weekly series. But at the same time, that kind of freed us up to really put in some solid efforts and preparation for races like this. So it's been a plus and minus there. But yeah, I do think as a team, we kind of all come together and said, hey, look, we want to hold each other a little bit more accountable, push each other a little bit harder, and that really starts with racing a little bit more often, right? And just being a little bit more comfortable racing at the front. So yeah, to answer your question, we do expect to do that.
No, absolutely, and I think is a really noble goal. I don't know if Caitlin has anything to go prior to asking the final question?
Hi there. So that was actually quite an important move that we just saw. You just put a lap on the No Limit Sim Racing GT3, which is the car behind you in class. Does that make you feel a little more comfortable about the whole thing? Let you kind of take it a bit easier from now on, or is it still business as usual?
It's honestly business as usual. I mean, we've been going back and forth with those guys, just on different cycles. The heavier fuel loads compared to the lower fuel loads, the car just is really, so much quicker. So, that could be a reason why we're making, an easier overtake at this stage in the run. And you might see that kind of reverse later on. But we're taking note of everything there and kind of knowing where our fuel is and where we're looking at and why the reasons are. And but yeah, it's business as usual, really. There's really, honestly, especially with the idea of a safety car, which I think is absolutely awesome. It's really just no time to sleep and get comfortable though.
Of course,
Yeah.
you're keeping yourself within a lap of the leaders as well. So I guess that's another important thing. Thank you very much for answering my question. And
Yeah.
good luck and congrats for going so well in your team's first race.
Yeah, thanks guys. I really do appreciate you guys putting on an awesome broadcast and giving everyone some good airtime and shout outs there. So really do appreciate it. And yeah, hopefully we can hold on here to at least a P2 for the next hour and a half or so.
Absolutely, Turner. Always a pleasure, and can't wait to see you not just in here, but other broadcasts in the future as well.
Thanks, Lorenzo. Take care, guys. Cheers.
All right, that was Turner Stroh from Hyperion. Hyperion Motorsports. Really good to see that maiden race and solid results so far after nearly 24 hours. But of course, the commentators' curse is real, as like I said before. Even though there are some ethics here in the broadcast, but I really don't want to believe it. But anyway, but other than that, it's always good to have your first race and hitting your strikes just like that. I know for a fact, I know from personal experience, it gives a boost, to keep yourself pushing forward. I know Turner, he likes to, he trains with the car, he dedicates the car whenever he's driving, so he's a dedicated driver. I believe the teammates doing the same. So for them, it has to be a pleasant result so far, having this P2 be rewarded to them at this net moment in the race so far.
Indeed. Meanwhile, we've just had a quite interesting situation at the end of the pit lane, where both of our prototype leaders came in. So CRZ Simsport 2 and Racing Republic both pitting on the same lap, and they came out of the pits absolutely side by side, so that was pretty fun there. Oliver Sharker has stayed behind the wheel of the Racing Republic LMP2 car, and they have, it looks as if they've finally been overtaken by the Olympus Esports Proton car, which now has to get far enough ahead to stay ahead when they pit. Here's a replay of Chase McCubbin in the 105. And this is the ACS racing car bouncing off the wall on both sides of the track. Now that's one of the cars that I was commenting earlier I hadn't really spoken about much today, but unfortunately they finally given me a reason to mention them. And here is the Celeritas sim racing car. Who did they touch the wall? Oh, they did on both sides as well. So there you go. Some damage occurring to some of these cars out on circuit. Now, what I was trying to say is that CRZ Simsport 2 have had a driver change. It's now Nico Schiffer behind the wheel of that car. So Schiffer leads the race now for CRZ Simsport 2.
Absolutely, and I think Schiffer is going to be there closer right here in this race from what is to be believed, and this is something that we always talked about. We got Justin Prince over here on our broadcast booth, and me and Justin used to try to discuss this from time to time on previous broadcasts. The importance of having a really good closer, a really good thin opener, because one of the things that is really important in races like this is to set a really good tone at the start of your stint, or the start of a race. Try to be as fast, but as fast as possible to position yourself in so that you can contend. Have nearly an issue right there with the leader in the GT3 class going quickly through the entry of the Porsche cars. Nearly made contact. Could have been disastrous for both of them, but at the end of the day, got away unscathed. But coming back to my point is, you need to open the team stint really good, and you need to have a closer in the team, or someone then doesn't feel the pressure of closing the team stints and solidifying the performance that the team has put on. Um, if you have to, whenever you race, Caitlin, when you used to race, did you have any of these two aspects? If you when you did your endurance racing,
Which aspects do you mean? Sorry, I struggled to pick
being
those
a
up.
good closer or being a good stint opener.
Oh, okay. So I used to do the starts. I used to, whenever I was in endurance racing, I used to really enjoy actually starting the race because I feel like I have quite good spatial awareness and I can make up some good positions at the start. The trouble with that is that when I'm not around other people, I find it hard to concentrate. So I've had issues in the past where I've had a really good start, but then I've started to get into the race as a whole. I've just started to lose concentration and have mistakes. So usually I open the race and then hand it over to some slightly more capable teammates to take the rest of the show. But that's just how I do it, and it's absolutely driver preference.
No, no, it is. And again, for me, for me the funny thing is I've never been the biggest fan of opening a race. It's not that I don't know. It's not that I have I feel the nerves. It's just that I cannot put myself in a position that I'm going to trust the people in the field. That I know I'm gonna be safe. I'm always a safe person. I don't mind losing positions at the start or being very conservative within the first 2-3 laps of the car, so you can set yourself into a rhythm and then push forward, right? So I always try to go on the back pedal a little bit and just let the ebbs and flow of the race take me through the development. It's just that it could make or break. I usually prefer to close the race or navigate the traffic more than um, than opening a race, just because it for me is more nerve-wracking in terms of trusting the other drivers than yourself.
I just noticed one of the drivers on the list of teams who are out in LMDH there, Christopher Butcher. I wonder if that's the same guy that goes by Chris Butcher on R Factor 2, because I've raced against him a good deal. So it might well be the same person, actually. In fact, I've met him in real life, so if it is the same person, then hi Chris, sorry to see you're out of the race already, but there you go. Yeah, sorry, completely off topic, but whatever the case. Yeah, with starting the race, you can actually use it a bit if you don't trust the other people around you, because if you think they are going to make mistakes, you can use that to position your car so that you're not caught up in the mistakes, and so that you can benefit when they actually do make mistakes. I'm not the fastest driver, for example, so that tends to be how I race, just waiting for other people to make mistakes and then putting myself in positions where I can gain the places. And I usually finish quite a lot higher up than I qualify, just because I'm not the fastest driver. But yeah, even at this stage in the race as well, if you've kind of figured out which cars are more likely to make mistakes than others, you can definitely use that, and you should probably know who you can trust by this point as well.
I think you have a point. I think you do have a very valid point. It's um, you I think from the get-go, you might understand those who are more aggressive and more safe, and you can kind of take a proper reading into how you're gonna take your racing around the track. You know, it's and and, I've, and this is something I really want to bring to Justin in as maybe if he joins us at some point in this broadcast because he has more experience in the ovals than I do. Oh, just I don't know if Justin is around on our. But Justin is he's more knowledgeable on ovals. So ovals, I think, is more of a dance of understanding how the track goes, on how the on how the race is going, how the other drivers are trying to push you. So I got Justin with me. So hello, Justin, for the first time in our broadcast booth, and like I really want to touch upon you on how we were talking about, opening stints, handling yourself to traffic on roads. Oval is a little bit of a different beast, right? You have more experience than I think the three of us combined because you've tried to go for the Road to Pro on the NASCAR series. How do you approach the races from, let's just say, from a middle of the pack perspective of having to navigate through heavy traffic or trying to get yourself into proper spots in a race that might be as hectic as not gonna say Daytona, but something like a mile oval.
In regards to the oval side, to answer that question, good morning once more. It depends really, depending on how many cars you're talking about in front of you for that mid-pack, etc. Because for the most part, you're thinking if you qualify mid-pack, you're in the midst of what I call the hornet's nest, where a lot of the traffic is. It's difficult to break away, where it's difficult to cut through to those respective drivers in the first place. Here's the thing, though, and I've had this discussion recently, touched upon this, in fact, during the first 6 hours. Some drivers prefer that because if you end up being stuck there, you can save tires and then pass them in about 15 laps in an open race. Now, here's the difference between that and the pro side or the high-level side. Because of how tight the margins are, in how similar in terms of some team-to-team bases, some of the setups are on eNASCAR side, you're talking about the difference of maybe a couple hundreds in that case compared to a few tens in an official race that's, a C Open or with the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series trucks. So that is why it's so emphasized qualifying when you're at the highest levels, because the higher you go, the harder it is to actually come from the mid-pack or the back of the pack to get to the very front of the field.
Yeah, which is something that I think when we see the eNASCAR coverage, it becomes, I think, that's the dance of, just connecting yourself with how the race is going through its ebb and flows, or is developing properly, rather, right? With your spotter, with your crew chief, and that's why I think this synchronicity, if it is the proper word, that needs to be have with the entirety of the team, so you can get yourself into proper positions, work the pit lane properly and things like that. I think this constant work of getting feedback and giving feedback, not just on the oval side, roadside as well, does have that, of course. But I think oval is more important, that you have to rely on lap by lap readings and how the track is developing, so you can find yourself in proper spots whenever, for example, a yellow flag it's caught and it's thrown out, and you might have an opportunity or the golden opportunity on the pit lane to maybe snap like 4, 5, 6 places, just one pit stop, right?
Indeed, and here's the thing when you consider things. eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series competition is basically a one-stop race right now in terms of its race distance. So you basically have to nail the setup from the start. You can only make small adjustments in the pit lane, as in you can adjust for your amount of fuel in the car, you can adjust the tire pressures, you can adjust the spring perches, which is basically not the track bar, but it's very similar in terms of how it works in iRacing at the very least. And that's about it, as well as your brake bias. So basically, you have to have the testing put in by far coming in. In fact, the standard at one point used to be at least 2,000 to 3,000 laps for each Coke race. It's gone down a bit as teams have expanded and they've built up a big notebook of respective notes to be able to refer to from some of the discussions I've had with drivers over the years. But there are still others who say, I run a minimum of 10 fuel runs a race or 10 30-lap runs as soon as I jump on my computer because they want to make sure they are ready to go, to make sure they don't miss anything and don't fall short in terms of their preparation. And that's where that crosses over to the roadside when you consider things, because when you're racing for an endurance event, guess what? You're basically putting, what, around 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 laps over the course of 2 to 3 weeks at least, similar to that of a Coke race.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you hit one nail in the head, for this preparation aspect. Of course, I think one of the, I don't know, and just to wrap it up on the NASCAR topic, I think one of the things that makes it easy for the teams is not only having those notebooks, like you said. I think also might be, I think in few seasons past, we haven't seen too many modifications on the physics of the oval cars, right? I think maybe something regarding the aero drag or how the track performs in terms of the snatch grip and rubber performance. Like, for example, in Atlanta, I think we saw this in 3 seasons past or 4 seasons past. So I think that it has probably played out in its effect to ease up this effort of longevity effort of the drivers to this astounding amount of laps. But nevertheless, the preparation is there as well.
And don't forget, here's the thing. Sim time is so critical in the real world too, and it's gotten to where drivers like Keegan Leahy now work for 2311 in Charlotte, assisting on the sim side. Remember, he was credited with what Tyler Reddick was able to do at Circuit of the Americas in the NASCAR Cup Series this year, which had one of the most dominant road course cars in recent years, to say the very least. But in full retrospect, when it comes to everything, that's where so much of that prep is. But also when you consider how that grip buildup is, it's to where you need to be able to adjust as the track has the rubber build, because that builds up some more grip for the later going. But also as the race goes on, in the case of the oval side we're talking, the track usually cools down as time progresses. You end up getting to a situation where you have more grip and can carry more speed, and some drivers in turn end up rising up at the later stages because of that. You have to be prepared really for a constant, or rather a good balance, to be ready for any of the temperature situations. There's a reason things have shuffled from a spot just a few years ago where we were having 3 different setups built for the same car depending on the starting weather condition, now to one where you just make the adjustments yourself in the garage because you have to know the setup. You have to know what you need to adjust precisely and make sure you're ready. And at the same time, some of the teams have gotten to the point where they can carry the same speed kit to a 70-degree Fahrenheit track temp to a 105-degree Fahrenheit track temp and make minimal changes compared to a couple years ago where it was pretty different in terms of what you were saving.
No, I think, and I remember this topic of having 3-4 setups for one race, and then just having this kind of like all planned out and beforehand, and now it's kind of like adjustments on the fly or having more hands-on knowledge with the car, which for me it's astounding. And also you touched upon something as we look on a replay. I'll bring you, Caitlin, on this one. Aussie Peltola having some issues on the Ford chicanes, and the Ford chicanes claiming another victim on the entry right there.
Just a little one, seems to have kept it out of the wall, so that is good to see. Meanwhile, guys, I think we've had a long pit stop for Phoenix Simsport. They did seem to be in the pits for a very long time compared to what I was expecting, and it looks as if Speed Designs Motorsport have actually got up into 3rd place now for the first time in a very long time. So that looks to be a proper change of position for me. Also, I'm afraid to say we appear to have lost HTS Racing, who were in the GT3 category. They're now showing up as out, so it's a shame, but I think we've lost one of our GT3 racers quite late on in the race. THR are currently in the pits now. George Houghton brings it in. I believe he's been in for 2 or 3 stints now, so a potential driver change, but we will keep an eye on that to see. Since you guys have been talking, most of the LMP2 field have come in as well, so definitely a little bit of a pit window going on there. CRZ, Simsport 2 and Shawshank have stayed out for the time being. They have a few more laps in them before their next stop, and it looks as if Houghton is indeed staying in that TSR racing car for the time being. By the way, hi Justin. Sorry, this is I'm sure the audience probably don't know this, but this is the first time I've actually spoken to you. I'm a big fan of your eNASCAR stuff. I've been watching it intently when I can, of course, because it's at quite a difficult time here in the UK. But yeah, when I can, I enjoy it.
Thank you very much. But it has definitely been, I will say, for the Majors 24, been interesting to say the very least. Earlier on in the race, one of the teams you just mentioned there with the Troubles, HES Racing, as high as the top 3, made the pass up to get up to that second spot, in fact. Black flag for an earlier incident in the race that really put them in on the back foot and took them basically out of contention because they had to come to the pit lane for a 30-second stop and hold. So it looks like McCubbin parked the machine because he was the only driver really in the car and is now out of the car. David Johnson, I don't think, realizes he jumped out of the car yet or has already spoken with the team for that to come into play, because that conversation does happen sometimes when you're deeper on the pylon, depending on the situation. Now, the interesting mark in all of this, Lorenzo, I will say in terms of this race is attrition's been pretty high in the LMDHs, because before, we're talking about, in a lot of the cases, Team Racing Black was so dominant, remember, in the first 6 hours?
Yeah.
Not so much now since they're out of the race. It's shocking that we're down to 6 cars in that class because of all the attrition today.
Yeah, I was actually gonna try to bring you up. You know, to draw a comparison into the first 6 hours you were doing the broadcast, because, like, I think Caitlin mentioned this. Team Racing Black started this race in Julian Yato's car. Really fast driver, drove against him a few times. Really good driver, not just in prototypes, but also GT3s as well. Very dedicated towards the craft. Unfortunate to see them out, but yeah, for me the attrition rate, and this, I don't know if it could be partly because of the soft body physics and things like that, or the aggression coming to the LMDH. We saw some aggressive moves come from the LMDH cars that might have drew this high attrition rate from them ever since we stopped our broadcast nearly, of course not nearly, but at the end of the 6 hours, and then we came back nearly 4 or 5 hours ago.
I think that's, again, partly with the attrition point, because looking at the lap log, here is the thing. When we left, they were dominant. Apparently, funnily enough, it was just a few races or minutes in, because I'm looking towards some of the mid-race reports. In terms of some of those discussions, it's a massive difference from top of the board to the bottom of the board. And with this event, teams could submit their own mid-race reports. I'm very curious, though, on the LMP2 side as well, because remember, we talked about Beast Racing and the strategy in the first half of the race and how things were playing out, trying to stretch the field. That's been a major, major talking point. Try and cut a potential pit stop and try and get that extra lap of fuel every single stint. But it's been a major discussion since the halfway point when there was a safety car period. They've been basically on the back foot, they've even said, because, here's the thing, safety car comes out, Lorenzo. That really puts you on an equal footing with the rest of the field, so you lose that advantage because they got as high as an 8-lap difference because of their fuel saving for the first safety car of the race.
Yeah, and because of the safety car, your fuel efficiency is not going to be as better than anyone else's. It's just basically going to be an equal, up to the point that when Kelly was actually here on our broadcast booth for the interview, the Racing Republic did a pit, right? They just decided to go on a different route than everybody else. I think some of the teams pitted during the yellow flag, and that's why we're seeing some offsets, for example, between Racing Republic and then Beast Racing. I think Phoenix, when they were back in third place, they were doing, I think, up to 5 laps in terms of fuel. They were, and Racing Republic at a certain point they were concerned that Beast Racing could have got a one up on them because they were going a lap extra. But I think they, by pure pace, they bought themselves into a gap that if they were to pit right now, Justin, I think, and go for example, a half a stint of fuel or the splash and dash for half a stint, I think they would be safe at the end of things. They wouldn't lose a considerable amount of gap up to the point they would lose the position in terms of track position. So I think the luck, that has the factor of luck playing out for them, not just in terms of competence as well.
Indeed. And from talking prior to today, lots of experience for Caitlin. Indeed, when it comes to endurance racing, and usually the attrition rate from at least at a track like this is around 20 cars out of say a 53 car grid like we got today. It's gotten to where half the field, in fact, has gotten that. We're almost to the Nürburgring territory for attrition.
Yeah. And you were right earlier when you mentioned the LMDHs. We had 18 that started in that class, and we got 6 remaining. So if you think about that, we've got only a third of the cars left in that class. Quite something to see. And some of those are pretty badly affected as well. The Celeritas car, for example, is halfway through towards the bottom half of the LMP2 field. So even if you can't count those cars, the attrition has been quite something. And then within LMP2 as well, admittedly, more of the cars still running. We've still got down to the 152, so that means 12 out of 18, so 2/3 still running in that class. And then GT3 is always a little less tricky because the cars are a little easy to control and all of that. But even in that category, we've had 3 retirements, so only 14 of the 17 cars in that category remaining. And it really does show you that endurance racing is still endurance, whether it's in real life or in the sim. It's long, it's difficult, it's treacherous, and you've got to see that checkered flag. Meanwhile, I've just noticed that for the first time in the race, we only have 2 cars on the lead lap in every category now, so LMP2 involved as well. And it's a little bit of a shame because earlier on we had 4 cars on the lead lap there, but due to Phoenix, I think it was potentially damage repairs because they were in the pits for a long time, and then Speed Designs just not quite having the pace. Ironically, it's gone down to 2 cars in category. I feel like that might change a bit after Racing Republic's next stop, although by the end of the race it should be about where we are now in terms of the pit window as well. But yeah, I guess that's another factor with the attrition. You don't just have to finish the race, but if you're going to win, you've got to do it cleanly too.
No, absolutely. And one of the things that really I'm trying to bring myself into something and Justin mentioned the Nürburgring 24. I really got the vibes when I actually left the broadcast. The Nürburgring 24, and every car just had to die right in front of my eyes. So I got the chilly vibes. But I think you guys are right on point. It does impress me or surprise me rather a little bit to have this high attrition number of cars. And I'm gonna go into more that regardless of the split. If it was the split 1 is small, it wouldn't even matter. It doesn't matter to have nearly half the grid, if not half the grid, out of the race just because of how this race panned out to be. It surprised me. Of course, speed difference between the LMDH and GT3s, yeah, sure, a little bit of difference between aerodynamically or frontline speed from the LMDH to the LMP2, yeah, surely, but still surprises me how this track, whenever it wants to it bites hard.
Yeah, indeed. Into the pit, sorry. Second place, Shawshank Racing 1. Coming in, it's Leonard Comp behind the wheel, and we'll see if they do a late race driver change. It's about the point in the day where drivers put in one more driver just to finish the race off. We've got just over an hour remaining now, so that's one more pit stop from here. And Comp puts it in the box inside one of the BMWs, because you can do that in iRacing, and looks rather awkward, but it is a very natural thing. Looks like Comp's going to stay in the car, although I will keep watching that just in case. By the way, I'm absolutely loving the mid-race reports channel that we have here on Discord, because it is very much helping us to keep track of the story of the race, especially the things that we may have missed overnight. Speed Designs 41, who are running third in LMP2, say, we fought hard from the back all race. We're currently running P4 and need a caution or a miracle. We've run clean through the night, and I'm proud of our team as we're one of the lowest cars in the split. Although that's already outdated because they're not running P4 anymore. They are up to P3, and it looks to be, oh yeah, and Phoenix are back in the pits again. So that's another quite early stop for them. So it looks to be representative for Speed Designs.
I think Kyle Feemster may have hit the wall of the Porsche curbs here because it's a meatball flag, in fact, for the 65. Notice that as you were making that point, that they were dragging the front nose. So Feemster, who had been running so well in that LMP2 class to close up the gap, to be up in the top 3, slamming the wall. But let's take a look at some of the other incidents, same grouping here. You have one of the BMWs. This is Polkinen we're taking a look at currently. Just snaps it around, too wide on the corner, trying to arc it in through the Porsche curve, slam it around, or rather through Dunlop curves. But it's this one, further back, in fact, to where that safer barrier is, through the Porsche curves, that Feemster, I think, just slammed the wall down, and in turn, it just knocked him into the other's Armco barrier to break that race car. Once again, the start of the Porsche curves.
It's already happened by that point, isn't it? He's coming into the pits, dragging the bodywork.
From that damage, I think I know what just means. You're talking about the Michelin wall. What they
Correct.
say the Michelin wall is. I kind of figured. There would be that. That's the only place you can actually have a hard hit with the front right and break the suspension like that. I only know because I've cried myself throughout like official races when I used to drive the HPD and the LMP2, just lemming the front right into the wall and basically grabbing a meatball and said, "Oh, your race is done. Pack your bags. Your race is done, and go and take the advantage of maybe eating a baguette and trying again next time."
And that's the most difficult part of the timing of all this is when you have an incident late in the race like that, it's demoralizing, but also frustrating where you can't really recover from it. By the way, the sequential, that's been a common spot all day here, Caitlin, to be spinning around, heading into Renage. A lot of drivers running the left tires on that curb, snapping around.
We've seen it plenty of times. I think we've seen it happen from that exact car as well. The number 152 sequential SimSport car going around once again. Phoenix still in the pits, by the way. They will be absolutely kicking themselves. We haven't seen a replay of it, so we don't know quite if it was Carl Feimster's fault or if something else happened, but I will see if I can take a look back at it. I do have my iRacing up, so I can rewind it. By the way, thank you very much to Taylor Burris for getting me set up on this. I did not have an account of my own on iRacing coming into this, so Taylor lent me his account, which is very generous, and I mean, I'm glad he trusts me with it because you know that's quite something. But yeah, thank you very much, Taylor. Unfortunately, I don't think my replays are working particularly well, so I can't really seem to find what happened to Kyle. But whatever the case, it wasn't good news, and he is still in the pit lane in that Phoenix SimSport car.
Don't tell iRacing that you're using his account.
Hopefully they're not watching. Don't worry, I'm not going to be entering any races or whatever, I'm just watching along.
I think we saw issue, but anyway, I think I've seen issues before. Just you grab it, you borrow the account, but anyway, it goes from person to. I think it goes from case to case. You just borrow just to view it, just to get a little perspective. It can happen. It definitely can happen. For me, there's one interesting aspect is that that wall. I think there has been discussion. I think once I heard these rumors of trying to make this the Michelin wall like a tire barrier or like a hardened tire barrier. You know, just you could kind of scrape on it or something like it, and you would accrue too much damage to the car. Or something like it, because today is basically a concrete barrier that you kind of hit, or a safe barrier of sorts. And I know there's a lot of people who camp around over there, but still, it's that trying to find the right compromise of safety up to safety to the crowd, but also safety to the cars as well, Justin.
Well, don't forget the safer barrier also utilized a lot in racing in the United States, for example. It was developed actually by Indianapolis Motor Speedway after crashes in respect to a lot of oval facilities there, and they were the first to debut what's currently utilized by every single oval racetrack in North America.
Yeah.
And it just basically is supposed to dissipate that energy of slamming to the wall. Speaking of drivers spinning, sequential curbs hit on the left. That in turn sees them mismanage the turn for the right, going through the second Mulsanne chicane. Round they go. But to get to the point, the safer barrier is, well, safer in that there hasn't been a casualty from someone sailing into a safer barrier since its development 20 plus years ago. So it kind of is the safest option without the most material damage in that compared to a tire barrier, for example. It comes apart if you hit it, like you have tires fly around.
Yeah, and if you look at a certain perspective as well, the engineering behind the safe barrier for me is genius. You know, it's kind of like a dual layer barrier. With what could you call it, Justin? It's kind of like a pillars, like damper pillars that splits up that would split up the first layer to the second layer. That would kind of like that act as a spring whenever you hit, and it basically would make the kinetic damage going into the basically this pillar damper and avoid any potential for the damage to the car, and also to the peoples in the stands as well. I don't know if that would be the proper way to calling that, of course.
Well, they're cell phone blocks, basically, if I understand it right. They're basically used as those compression barriers to be able to dissipate the energy.
I'm a bit worried about tyre barriers being used in that circumstance, because tyre barriers tend to grab the cars and kind of fling them around, and that's a very first section of the circuit. So normally first section of the tracks tend to have flexi barriers like safer barriers or Tech Pro or Armco or something like that. It's why they have Armco all the way down the Mulsanne, for example, because it would be impractical to have that much safer barrier on a temporary street circuit. Well, I say street circuit, you know what I mean. But yeah, I think for that particular corner, I can't see them using a tyre barrier unless it has some very kind of thick Tech Pro in front of it to make sure the tyres aren't just grabbing the cars. But yeah, safer barriers would work, I think so. Just to kind of nerd out about safer barriers for a bit as well, I believe it stands for Steel and Foam Energy Reduction, because you have the steel sheet kind of in front, which acts as the barrier bit that pushes back. You've got the foam, the cellophane behind, which deforms, and then of course it's designed to reduce the energy that goes through the driver. Meanwhile, into the pits are Racing Republic. That looks like a driver change, and it is David Wasserman getting behind the wheel. I was talking about him earlier, asking what car he's in, because when I looked at the entry list, David Wasserman was about the only driver I recognised, so it's good to see a name that I actually do know in behind the wheel of the car. He's very big in R-Factor 2, which of course is my stomping ground, and clearly, with the car in the lead here, he's pretty darn good in a prototype on iRacing as well, but we'll see just how he does.
More pit stops coming on in. This car, though, has just actually updated things for the closing stages. Keep in mind, the last time there was a safety car period for Beast Racing, They had a drive-through for a safety car procedure issue, a 40-second hold because they sped on the pit entry, and they have damage. So, this has been a tough situation where they're still also saving the gas, while matching the pace of other cars. The downside is it's still a sizable margin, about a minute or so to this car when you look at the delta right now.
Wait,
Indeed,
did they
it's a
get
recovery
that?
drive, isn't it?
Yeah, but more than that, did they get that all in the same yellow flag? In the same instance?
The safety car was one penalty.
Okay.
Then the speeding on another pit stop after picking up damage. So 2 separate mistakes. Was why they
Okay.
put so far back.
Okay. Because I was gonna be like that. That is a really extensive amount of luck, air quotes, to get that in. That would be just to get that in one sequence of events. It of course it is a sequence of events, but it's like one following the other, right after the other. That would be the trifecta of bad luck, as Leonard Combe finding himself the DS LMP2 right at the exit of the Porsche curves, losing some time right there, but getting away unscathed nevertheless. That's what we want to see. No major aggression of the car, just backed off. Just waited, bided this time a little bit to try to make the overlap safely. And up goes the number 23 of Shawshank Racing, solidifying a really good result. But gap is under the one. I think it's below 1 lap, but I don't know how close is that actually, to be very honest with you all.
Indeed. Meanwhile, the leader came into the pits for the final time. So, they will probably have to pit one more time, won't they? But yeah, they came in.
Yeah.
Nico Schiffer stays behind the wheel of the car. No Limits Racing GT3 coming from third in their class, and it looks as if Tom Pocky will take them to the end as well. Now, I believe we are going to go for our final hour break. Not that the break is going to be an hour, but when we resume, we will be in the final hour of racing. Don't go anywhere.
All right, we're back with the final hour of the Majors 24 here on Grid Vision. I'm Lorenzo Bonder. I'm with Caitlin Penny and Justin Prince on the commentary duties, with Austin Derbyshire on the producer's cameras. And Justin, I think we got a few reels lined up for us. Let's us and Caitlin break down what happened over here.
As it's
Okay, so
called.
this.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. So this here is Johnny Piccolo having an accident in the Ferrari, a little half spin. A common one, we've seen it a good deal. By the way, before, and a LMDH having to take avoiding action.
Yes.
By the way, before we went to replays, what you saw there were the two leading LMDHs nose to tail. They do have a lap between them, but they are right together on track. So I'll be watching that while we do the replays. Here's the second one, and we're back to live. Never mind.
Yep.
Yeah, but Justin, I think we can say we should have a counter at Arnage of seeing how many half spins moving forward, maybe for next year, of people spinning around Arnage, because that corner is, I think, one of the trickiest ones for you to take the line, because if it's kind of like if you grab the car at the line between where the top of the curb and the track kind of like meet, the car kind of balances itself and you can have a little bit of a half spin. But I think I've seen like 15 cars spin around Arnage in 6 hours.
That's been basically on the par for what was in the first half of the race too, and that's not a surprise with some of the changes in the elevation, but it's going to get interesting for that overall race lead with how things have gone so far. Here's the thing. CRZ Simsport several dozen times ended up hitting that Rebel Strip in Arnage or having loose spins, losing 2-3 seconds, but then you have the pressure here of Shaoxing. Here's the downside. Shawshank is a lap down.
Yeah.
Here's the bright side. If a safety car somehow comes out in the next 18 minutes and Shawshank is in front of them, then we have a race. If not, CRZ Simsport likely going to be able to hold on here as they've lapped the field.
In other words, I think, Caitlin, we can say that Justin is trying to be the agent of chaos in here, and he wants the yellow flag.
Yep.
And
I didn't say that.
It's like when commentators go, "Oh, wouldn't it be crazy if we had rain right now or a red flag?" And then all of a sudden, guess what happens? Not that there is such a thing as the commentator's curse, as we were talking about earlier, but you know what I mean.
Yep, I know. Yep. Lewis McGlade, I know that a lot
Yes.
on RaceBot. He hates that mention of it. He hates the mention of the commentator's curse.
Justin, we were talking about this just earlier. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
we were having a
brought this
big
up.
discussion about, and then we went off on a tangent about Lewis McGlade. So yeah, we've done this already. But anyway, Speed Designs Motorsport just exiting the pits after their final stop of the race, presumably. Alpha Esports Red also in behind them. Meanwhile, I was watching the gaps. We've still got the two LMDHs right together out in front, and you're absolutely right. They are fantastically close, and if there is an overtake, then we could well have a race on in the final hour here, depending on exactly what happens. But yes, not that we are hoping for a safety car or whatever, Justin. And yes, we're into the final hour now.
I'm just saying, Nico Siffler has had a lot of spins in that car today. So it's not been easy even to get to this position. In fact, after 6 hours, was thinking to myself, maybe top 3. But then, of course, nighttime brings nighttime chaos, as we've talked about so much here.
And it brought much more chaos than we initially expected it to take a look into this broadcast. So it's good that we're still seeing a good amount of cars, not the healthiest amount of cars, but nevertheless a good amount of cars into the track, as we just saw the Torque Simsport car trying to chase down Hyperion Racing, but it's still 23 seconds abreast from the rival BMW in P2 the Vin Urban is trying to catch. And still providing a pretty good racing, nevertheless, despite being gap racing between all the two teams here, Justin.
Now, I will give this mention here with Torque. It has been a very good year because when you keep an eye on, for example, Eye for Competition, guess who's one of the quickest cars usually there? Torque SimSport lately. For the past 6+ months, they have been really hitting their strides. They have done very well, to the very least, all day today. And this is, again, not a surprise with the driver lineup. Ben Urban taking over the car in a great spot right now, but drivers like Daniel Zehner have also done really well. Patrick Vokel has been able to do well. Michael Hess is very consistent as a driver. That really, I think, helps solidify things with some of the attrition. It's been very solid, but one thing to mention, we've seen Hyperion Racing have 3 drivers that are known in PRL competition. They're in second. Apparently the first time under their banner name, Hyperion, to do so. Compared to their previous banner name, they've done solid for their debut.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Caitlin, because like we were having this conversation with Turner Schroll, made in debut. I think this is the morale boost that you really want to get yourself in. You can even see from Turner's excitement in the voice. You know, wants to try more. You know, wants to unveil new grounds in endurance racing. And we know that endurance racing might be a little bit of a niche comparison to what we normally see in sprint racing, but but nevertheless, actually, really good to see that they want to venture themselves into this world, and they're willing to put that effort to make it work, whichever competition that they will go next.
Yeah, exactly. It's good to see new teams racing with us here and young teams. Obviously, I'm not the biggest expert on who these teams are, but I know that it's Hyperion's first race in any category. They're a newly formed team, and of course, there may be others out there who are similar. But there's always new teams and new drivers and new combinations coming into sim racing and getting involved. Yep. And that's because it's a great place to be. Meanwhile, Shawshank got really held up through the Porsche curves there by some of the GT traffic. It's a bit of a shame because earlier in the lap they were really close to CRZ SimSport. I was watching them so closely, and CRZ were in a position where they were actually going defensive down the Mulsanne straight as a Ferrari takes a trip through the gravel in the background. But yeah, they were taking a trip through the gravel and rejoin safely. That's Chris Yatito in the Forge NRG GT3 car. But yeah, CRZ SimSport, we're going so defensive just now, properly weaving to try to break the toe of Shawshank Racing. They know that if they can keep them behind, then that's the race. And if they swap positions, then there just might still be a chance for Shawshank to come through.
Now, I want to bring this up with the cars that just brought up, though, because Mark Stevenson just passed me a sticky note with this, in fact.
Oh.
Basically, there's a 40-second gap right now between Forge and Evolve. Here's the thing. That is a fuel mileage race in the GTs right now, because Forge apparently is in a splash-and-go situation in the race. Evolve might make it to the checker flag, Lorenzo, because they are 4 laps difference on stint right now. There is a chance Evolve SimSports takes away 4th spot on the checker flag because they may not have to pit here to end this race.
Yeah, which is going to be quite compelling to see this, how does it play out. I saw a few of the teams, pitting earlier in the hour is quite a little bit of a tricky one for you to navigate. Let's look towards Jordy Rhodes into the Ford chicane. The second leg of the chicane playing tricks on the drivers, but nevertheless, the 88 got lucky over there, on that, for what looks to be Neutron Motorsports LMP2 to get away unscathed without any Ford damage on the car on the transitioning of the Ford chicanes.
It's been a trouble section for many drivers throughout the day, especially because of that quick nature, the quick flick of the left-right to be able to get on through. But the helpful thing I will to get back to the GT3 point. See where Yetio's lined up. He's lined up right now behind No Limits. This is not for position. They're a lap difference of the racetrack. It's another spot where they can just use the draft to tow them along, save gas. Keyword, they need, the key thing though, they need to keep up on the tempo. Forge last time was a second slower than that No Limits sim racing car, though.
I think one more important thing, Caitlin over here, and I think it just, if you want to bring it up later, Justin, is the fact that now you don't have the clutch and the lift and coast anymore. Like you clutch and coast like you used back in the day, right? So nowadays you have to proper lift and coast because now clutching only operates whenever you're below 60 kph. With that being said, that kind of like opens up the chance of Tito, since you're under the draft of the guy that is, let's just say, if they weren't a lap back, this would have been a battle for position because No Limits is in third, they're in fourth, Forge is in fourth, so this would have been a normal battle for position under any different circumstances. But for Tito, this is the perfect opportunity, just to go, okay, we're on the straight. Turn down the engine map from 1 to 2, just go into an engine map that is more conservative on the fuel, then maybe turn it up on the curves, like the Porsche curves, just so you can keep it up, and then you can kind of like play with the fuel efficiency a little bit, and then put up a little bit of a question mark on Evolve, for example, or problems like we just saw with Patrick Serwa once again.
Yep, the sequential sim sport has been for a sequence of spins today, and let's see a replay of this one. So here comes Patrick Zerwach down into the Mulsanne corner, and it's going to be a lockup of the rears, and around he goes, keeps it out of the gravel, and keeps it out of the BMW hypercars, more to the point. Talking of the hypercars, the leaders have a lot of traffic on the Mulsanne here, and it was traffic that kept Shawshank from being close enough to make the move, going on to this lap. Yeah, you bring up a really good point about the Forge car there. If they are trying to conserve their fuel and go to the end, then it doesn't make much sense for them to try to get past the No Limits Sim Racing GT3. They can use them. It is the final hour of the race. This is where you can start thinking about things like this. They can use them to help them conserve fuel, and they don't need to be past them because they are not really racing for position. The other side of the coin is maybe they can benefit if there's a safety car if they get through, and a safety car would definitely help them fuel-wise, but chances are at this point in the race we're going green to the end, so they had better just learn to live with it and do all that they can. Meanwhile, TSR have been in for their final stop. It's now Marco Mork behind the wheel. He is going to be taking that car to the finish, and we're expecting the final stops for the front two in just a few more laps now, probably not too long because it's about the right time that you could pit and go to the end of the race. And the same goes for most of the other prototype runners in the field as well. They're still right together on the track, as they have been for a long time. And the important thing in this fight is that the last 2 laps, they've caught traffic going into the Porsche curves. The CRZ car has flown through right before the corners, and the Shawshank cars got held up. I think without that, there would have been a move by now, and there may still be a move in the next lap.
Yeah. So we're just about out of that safety car period. I believe just about crossing that point. So at this mark, it's now going to be the critical point to consider as well.
Yeah.
Just get to the finish. The fuel strategies are going to be so critical now because of the timing of when some of the cautions have flown throughout the race, though, earlier on, because with some of the attrition, everyone's out of whack in terms of their exact numbers. And this is what everyone had to plan for. This is what everyone strategist-wise had to figure out before today's race. How are we going to calculate this? How do we keep up? How do we plan this forward? One shout out, though. Phoenix Sim Sports, Kyle Feemster. They fixed the car 16 minutes later. They're in 6th in LMP2.
And into the pits comes the Shawshank car from 2nd overall. So here we go. They're setting up for the final stint of the day. Lorenzo Comp bringing it down the lane as other cars will. Sorry if I jumped in at any point there, but yeah, this is the exciting part of the race. And thank you, Austin, for letting me know that you can't get a safety car in the last 2 hours of the race. I personally didn't know that rule. Like I said before, I was a very last minute entry to this broadcast team. But yeah, thank you for letting me know that. And that means that in fact it is straight to the finish from here now. So we are probably not going to get a fight for the lead, but you know, it's still endurance. Things could still happen. Comp and Shawshank still need to push for it. It looks like Leonard is going to finish the race now. By the way, thank you to Jack Wells for letting me know that they've posted another mid-race update about their car, the number 82 LMP2. I had a quick skim reading through it, and basically it says that since the last safety car, they've had a drive-through for safety car procedure and some lingering damage, but they're still keeping their head down and going for it. And they're very proud of their driver lineup, which is going well. And absolutely, I would be as well, because that is a car that's doing well right now. They're second in class. They're not too far off the 5th place LMDH car, which only cleared them a few laps ago, and in another universe would have finished behind them. But yeah, it's that point in the race where the teams are really looking forward to the finish now. And we're just about to enter the last half an hour of proceedings.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at this point of the race, if you are not battling, but you're still within the track, I think, Justin, it is important that you finish this race. You know, finishing a race like this, where we've seen a high attrition, especially during the night and the transitioning through these final 6 hours. I think it is important that you finish this race. It's a win, nevertheless, especially if you are in the LMDH category. If you are in the LMDH, you are already a winner for surviving the chaos that was the LMDH traffic navigation and race itself. But other than that, finishing this race, I think for a lot of people, regardless of where you're going to finish, but if you finish farther in front, the better. It's you know, is an accomplishment of its own. You know, you finished a high disputed, high contended race such as the Majors 24. It should count towards your resume that you've done your best to finish a race like this.
It does. It does. And in that regard, it's very relieving when you finish up a long distance, full on race. More so on the stock car side, is the longest I've gone is 5-6 hours with the Coke 600 or the marathons that are running NIS at full distance at Bristol. 25 cautions later. But in that regard, it's like, I'm so glad I made it to the finish, because it's so disappointing and demoralizing for you and your teammates if you can't get to the checker flag and bring the car home in one piece. If it's home in 17 pieces, you're not so happy.
Yeah, but best part is to hear the pain of your voice saying the NIS race to Bristol. I can feel the pain in the words. That's the worst part, Justin.
And that's the thing, I love racing at Bristol. The thing is, Bristol does not like cars racing around Bristol without cautions.
Oh no, it's kind of like Bristol and yellow flag go hand in hand. I think if you have a caution-free race in Bristol, you have to reevaluate your the track and life choices.
That would be a magical time, to say the very least. Because it's a track where I've called incidences there where we've seen decar pileups. We've seen, if you think back to Race Spot in 2018, that first year.
Oh no.
In some of the trucks, the whole field crashed for a lap and a half straight and then piled in under the caution into the wreck again.
I remember that.
So, by the way, it is a special event this year.
Oh, wow. What was it that Tony Stewart said once after that race at Talladega? If we haven't wrecked half the field, we should do it again and wreck even more.
Yeah. After all, everyone likes rec race cars. No, they actually don't like rec race cars in the garage area, obviously.
No. It is that intricate aspect of saying Robin is racing, you know, Justin and Kidland, that people, you know, oh, we can get some Robin, you know, door to door is all fine, but it's not all fine when that door to door sends you basically into the catch fence, and you basically have to go Ricky Bobby into the finish line.
Of course, we are talking about oval racing here. Endurance
Yes.
racing, no one likes contact.
Yes.
But there you go. Meanwhile, we are going to get another move for position. Olympus Esports Proton have finally caught up to Racing Republic. This is going to be for P5 overall. Reminds me of the closing stages of the 2017 24 Hours Le Mans, where Toyota passed the Jackie Chan DC car for the lead after the underdogs have been leading for such a long time. With that being said, they have made this move before. The only trouble, of course, is that with the pit stops and all of that, Olympus keeps dropping back behind Racing Republic, and I think that the LMDHs have made significantly more pit stops than the LMP2s anyway, so they keep having to redo this same maneuver. But there you go. It doesn't look like a move for position, but it was. That is for 5th overall. And that's going to feel very good for Olympus Esports Proton, who will no longer have to look at their score sheet after the race and have to see themselves behind the leading LMP2.
Was it 2017? I forgot. It was good that you brought it up. I forgot to look it up.
Yeah, I think it was 2017 if I remember correctly.
It was. I just checked. It is where the Jackie Chan GC Racing finished P2 and P3 overall.
They were second. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Just got notes that Forge has just had the pit stop.
Okay, here we go.
A little while ago, it's a 10-second deficit to Evolve now.
And with half an hour to go too, it's doable. It's really doable, but they're going to be heavy. Well, I say heavy on fuel. They'll have only got a splash, but they're going to be. They're going to have enough fuel, and they might have cold tires as well. So it's going to be tricky, but it's definitely doable, and we may well have a fight on for 4th in the late stages.
I think one more thing we need to be talking about over here as well is how conservative might Tito be on conserving the tires that was during the time he was behind the No Limits car, you know. Because if he played his cars right, he might have saved up to maybe 4% in terms of tire wear. And this 4% in a track like this, people say that. I heard people say that, you know, wear doesn't matter much in a track like this because you're doing equal lap times in a GT environment, but nevertheless, it will help Tito on a long run. Maybe even be faster by a few tenths of a second, like 2-3 tenths of a second per lap. And with 30 minutes to go, it might work for them in the end of catching those 10 seconds back. But he needs to push every single lap and cannot get counted or caught himself into bad situations of traffic management.
And now, in the final stage to the race, we have another major race on, which is the race between the leader and lap 400. I would love to see them end on lap 400 exactly. It would feel like a rather nice round number. It's going to be about that, isn't it?
I mean, based on the tempo you're talking about in terms of the leader cars, 3 minutes 30 seconds, times that by 6. Doing math in head right now about. It's going to be close. Based on that margin, we might actually get to 401.
Ooh. Now that would be annoying. We want to see 400 exactly.
I would like to see 404, just because I could go into the memes I now found this. Sir Walk once again.
Yeah.
The sequential. They're not having the best. I think saying not having the best of races is an understatement at this point, but it's kind of like they're living for the highlight reels.
Yes. Well,
or
I
the
would
low
like to
light
point
reels.
out They are the last remaining LMP2, but they are remaining, as in they are going to finish the race if they continue. So, you know, ups and downs. Yes, okay, they've had more spins than I've got fingers, but despite that, they're still running and still on their way to the finish. And there is David Wasserman. So one last stop for the leading LMP2. Oh, who's that? Oh, that's the Mercedes, the Mercedes LMP2, isn't it? So Fendi Racing Mercedes team.
I don't know if David has accomplished his goal of flipping upside down yet, like the 1999 Mercedes.
No.
But it's come close to getting significant bodywork needed replaced.
Mind the rejoin? He did wait. He did wait though. I'll give him props. He did wait for traffic to go by, but it's kind of like Justin. I called him out. Well, we called him out the Mercedes because he kind of resembled a little bit, not like the CLK AMG that was the CLK AMG that when that Mark Webber decided to go flippy on the Mulsanne.
Webber and Dumbrek, don't forget, they both did it.
Yeah,
Carry on.
I forget.
Well, I did ask him, if you managed to flip the car, would you accomplish your goal? He said yes.
That would be a really good goal to
Sorry, look at this. Racing Republic have come out 1 second ahead of Beast Racing. I did not expect it to be that close. I knew it was going to be, 10 seconds.
Beast
or so,
Racing has to pit, I think.
Yes, they do.
I know they do, but look at this. Let's pretend it's exciting for a minute. We've got 24 minutes to go on the sheet, and 1.4 seconds between the leaders of a class. Okay, it's maybe not representative, but for the time being, I mean, this is a fight for the lead, right?
Yeah, you could say it's a fight for the lead. Not going to be net lead in LMP2, but yeah, surely Sword and Crow has the golden opportunity, last yellow flag, which is not going to be inexistent for the final 2 hours to appear as he's hunting down Racing Republic, but we know he has a light car here, Justin, and has to go into the pit lane. But hey, a freebie to go for the lead is always a freebie.
Yeah, come on, get your time in the sun, lead a lap, do it.
I mean, they've led laps today.
Yeah.
It's going to be the question if they want to lead or they try and save one more lap, because that's what they've done all day.
There's no point saving at this point. I mean, they're going to be able to run to the end anyway once they stop. So you just got to go for it now. Come on. Let's have a move.
Caitlin is excited for the prospect of like 1 minute of leadership for Surrey Crow. Well, everybody, like, we are as well. We want to see some good old beef for going around in the track, and some good battles. Let's see what Crow has in store, as they have from what it looks like to be the Nissan BMW in front of them. As they have to catch it up in a little bit. I think they're gonna catch up by the time they enter the Porsche curves. If they remain for one more lap and they haven't caught up to that BMW, then things get interesting, in my opinion.
Right, TRZ Sim Sport 2 in as well, so a quick splash of fuel to the end for them. They still have a lap over the second place car, so they will be okay. What's going on?
He might catch them by the entry of the Porsche curves.
Right. So here comes the BMW then, and that is move. There we go.
But Beast might.
They're going to split the car.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a great place to catch the car ahead. He's going to go to the inside. He's not going to risk it. I've seen cars risking it through there today, but deciding better of it. And yeah, that's going to cost them a good few seconds, isn't it? So around the outside, and it would be a shame if we saw Beast Racing pull into the pits this time, because I really want to see them go side by side at least once.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen at this point, unfortunately.
No. They would have to come to the pit lane. But if there's one thing I know for a fact, even if you put the GTEs in here instead of GT3s, it's the total time loss you're gonna have around the Porsche curves if you're trying to catch up to a car in front of you and you're about a second in terms of the gap. You're always going to lose about a 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds, regardless of what happens. It's just how quickly you get yourself cleared out on the exit of the Porsche curves. That is that difference between 1.5 to 2 seconds in terms of gaps. It's just that brutal. But nevertheless, they come to the pit lane. They will do the final service. That will be a half a stint splash and dash. And I think we also have to see this car, the speed design is here adjusted for the final pit stops for the number 41 to wrap up his race in 3rd place.
And the top two are now within sight of each other once again. So something else to get semi-excited about, I guess, as Shawshank once again attempt to catch up to CRZ SimSport 2. To be honest, at this stage, I think they're more likely to just do a bit of a formation finish over the line. I know they're not teammates or anything, but it will certainly look like one with the two BMW hypercars nose to tail over the line, or maybe side by side if we're lucky. And it was, yeah. But then again, if Shawshank get onto the lead lap, at least they can say they were on the lead lap at the end. So that's something to race for, right?
Good point.
Here comes the GT3 leader as well.
Would you go for it though?
Yeah, go on.
For ego massaging?
It would have to be in a way that doesn't put you in danger, because obviously 2nd place is still something you don't want to risk throwing away.
No, surely. But I mean, would you go for it just to massage your ego, or just for a few, just for ego massage?
Racing drivers want to overtake people, of course we do.
Okay, fair point. He has a point.
Into the pits, meanwhile, Sven Urban making his final stop in Torque SimSport. Looks as if he's going to stay behind the wheel, and they have plenty of time over Hyperion Racing in P2, so that will be their last stop. And we are now into the last 20 minutes of the race, the last 19 minutes of the race now.
So Justin, with 20 minutes left into this race, you've been here from the start of this broadcast. You've done the first 6 hours. Takeaways from what has been your takeaways from this 24 hours of, or 23 hours and 42 minutes of racing that we have so far?
In terms of some of the takeaways, it's been a roller coaster, to say the very least, coming into today. It's been one where it's not been easy to even stay in the race as we've seen. It's the type of racetrack where you need to be smart in the first place. But when it comes to that regard, even in that case, it doesn't guarantee that you'll survive the unpredictable. You'll survive the nighttime. You'll survive the anything that comes up. You could have a driver have a sound card issue like we had at one point with one of the purple sector machines. It could happen to anybody at any time that a mistake comes in, and we've seen that at times today come into major factors for this field, and in turn really decide how the field ends up. You already see that on the pylon with how the LMDHs went. Just 6 cars left on the finish right now. Massively different than what the expectations were about 12 and a half, in fact about 18 hours ago, I think, for even most people. That's just the nature of endurance racing. You never know what's going to end up happening in full suit.
Absolutely, and Caitlin, first broadcast back after 3 years of being absent from iRacing. But what have been your takeaways from this 23 hours and 44 minutes that we had on racing so far?
Well, having seen 5.5 hours of it, I think it's been very, very good. I would love to see if this is what the full split is like. I would love to watch the higher splits at some point. I've heard that it's much closer in the top split, for example, and I think that would have been quite a race. But you can't really get a bad endurance race, you know. It's whatever you do, it's always such a test for the drivers and the teams. And the fact that it's so good for the spectators as well just shows you how entertaining this formula is with the LMDH, with the LMP2 and the GTEs. They're perfectly balanced. Meanwhile, Hyperion coming in for their last pit stop, so that's from second in GTE. But yeah, perfectly balanced. You've got just the right gaps between them. The cars look excellent, and yeah, with this formula, we really couldn't have gone wrong. And it's a very impressive event as well. The fact that we've managed to get 10 splits out of this, and the fact that it can be this competitive right the way through, shows you just what an event this is. So yeah, first time I've seen something by major series, but I am very impressed.
No, absolutely. I think I've had the chance of commentating the Majors 500 in the second split, and it's been a very compelling race and really fun to watch. Probably one of the craziest races with an improbable car that I never thought I would have so much close racing in the Lara IR01. But really interesting racing here so far. We still have less than 15 minutes left into this race as the Olympus car goes for its splash and dash, and can't wait to see what the Cadillac is gonna bring into the fray for next year whenever they pair up the BMW M8 hybrid car with the Cadillac I think it's CR1 if I remember correctly, or VR1. I know it's one of the both. I always get myself confused, but nevertheless, it's gonna be interesting how these two LMDHs are gonna square up into this new era of high-end prototypes and new additions to GT3, which I really want to bring you into this, Justin. I asked this to Caitlin. I want to ask this to you. Of course, new additions into iRacing. Next week, we have Motorsports Aragon. We have LMP3 coming in, the Ligier JS LMP3. We also have the Porsche 992 GT3 car. We in Willow Springs coming into iRacing as well, besides the Cadillac. Is there any particular addition that is getting you a little bit more excited than the others?
In terms of that, I'm really excited for the Cadillac, first of all, for the GDP to add that car in, but I'm more so intrigued on what was discussed with the Willow Springs announcement, with some of with the 3D grass insertion for new racetracks, for how some of the various weather conditions in turn for the foliage is going to work, because that is something that I think once it gets to 3D grass for all the racetracks, as not as pop out as it may sound, that is a big thing, because that could potentially, if you put that on the racetracks, be your answer to turn from the grass being ice to the grass potentially getting, I don't know, stuck in your car or something along those lines. I could just see a lot of possibilities from that. That I think is something to keep an eye on.
No, this is something that I think is a really good point that you bring it up. This aspect of having 3D grass, probably the new physics of course, weather is due to come. We know iRacing is coming soon in iRacing. We're not going to give you a timeline because timeline is inexistent, kind of like the metaverse. Lots of things can look like it inexistent, but they are there. Yep. But it's going to be interesting how this new aspect of handling the physics, the moist track, the moist grass, wet grass, dry grass. We know that you used to joke that iRacing grass is lava, then iRacing grass is ice, or whatever you want to call it, is going to come into the dynamic of how it will stick to the tires, like you said, and things like that, working out in the future. I think we're going to unveil a new possible new world of breaking down how grass will work for racing down in the future.
And one other thing, in terms of the AI side, I can say, after all, there are two books I think a lot of drivers may want to get now. Have you ever heard of the books Fast Cars Beware, Slow Cars, and Slow Cars Beware, Fast Cars? I think a lot of people are going to be wanting the books now.
Yeah.
Also, Apparently, they are trying to figure out the overlaps between GTPs and rocket ship piloting.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're seeing both cars still close to one another, going around the lap, and Shawshank just a tenth of a second, actually 130 hundredths of a second faster than CRZ. And Caitlin, you wanted your battle for the Ego Massage. You got it.
Absolutely, and I am hyped. By the way, just to continue very quickly on what I was saying earlier, one thing that I should have mentioned when I was talking about how good this event was is the community. I've been impressed by the community as well. Thank you all for your kind comments in the YouTube chat. I'm talking to you, Daniel Valola and Zero, commenting on our broadcast quality, and I'm very much appreciating about that. Thanks to all of your updates, to all of the teams who have managed to let us know how things are going for them and what exactly is happening in the race as it happens. But yeah, it's been a very impressive one, and I'm enjoying it immensely. But one thing I'm hoping to enjoy even more is this battle for, well, not really the battle for the lead, but the battle for the battle
lap.
to have two cars on the lead lap at the end of the race. Yes, put it that way. And that lead lap, by the way, is going to be about lap 402, I think, as we talk. There's a dive. Oh no! And he's made it. He's missed it. He's missed the corner. He's gone through the gravel. He got distracted by the GT3. He's still past the GT3 there. I don't know if he's going to have to give the place back or anything. I don't think he's got a slowdown penalty or anything, so he should be okay.
No, he has a very mild. Whenever you cut a track like that, you get a very mild slowdown penalty, but it basically gets stripped by the time you leave it.
Oh, that could cost us an opportunity to have a move, won't it? Oh no.
Yeah, the move is already done. Basically, you can see the Shawshank car in front already. So it's the thing is, if he's gonna be able to break away.
Yeah, but I wanted to see it on the track.
I know, Caitlin, but not always we're gonna be able to get what we want. However, I really like. Can we count this as a commentator's curse? Bear with me a second.
You are clutching at straws, my friend.
No. I haven't brought this up. It's like, does it count as a commentator's curse? If you think about it, the only thing that Nico Schiffer cannot do is pull the Toyota 2016.
Right. I see what you mean.
I was going to mention this just before. I was going to mention that, but he did a mistake first. Does that count as a commentator's curse? Caitlin, you first.
No, if you're thinking about something and then it happens, I mean, that's clutching at straws. I'm sorry.
Okay, fair. Justin, knowing my reputation, you know my reputation better than Caitlin does. Does that count as a commentator's curse?
You have to speak it into existence first for it to be a legit curse. If you believe in curses, is the critical point in all of this. And I will also say, in that regard, it's also to where you need to be, well, how do I phrase this? Lucky in terms of your guessing or hoping of that. Because it's not a surefire thing to say, it's going to happen because I said it. It's not going to be like where in some cases it's almost like everyone's watching with the stream on the dash. They're like, I'm on the stream, and they crash the car immediately.
No limits is in the pit lane, by the way.
I legit asked that on one broadcast because it happened 5 times. We mentioned the name, and they immediately spun the car.
I think I know the broadcast that you're talking about. I might.
Not this one. But you probably know which one. It was at WeatherTech Raceway with Laguna Seca, I believe.
Maybe. I think I would have to look it up, but maybe. It's a big fat maybe. By the way, as I was saying, No Limits is in the pit lane. Lost a lap already. Did they get any damage?
I don't think so. I think they just had to do a little splash. It was a little while ago that they made their last stop, but it's still going to be Tom Puggy to the end now, and they're going to maintain third in their class. I was more worried actually about about the Forge NRG car earlier, although Mark Stevenson has let us know in the chat that they did not take tyres for this last stint, and unfortunately they haven't been able to reel in the Evolve Sim Sports car at all, so we're not really going to get a fight there in the last stages. But like I said, thank you for keeping us updated on how your cars are going in this race. We are now on lap 400, so we reached it, but unfortunately we're going to just about overshoot it, so it's not going to be quite the same. TSR pitted right at the end as well. Still Marco Mork, so he's going to take it to the end, and another little splash and dash.
Yeah, and by the way, Jussie, you're not going to be far off of your count. I think this is going to be 401 lap. Maybe 402.
Yeah, based on what we're seeing here, they need to get to the line in the next minute, or rather 2 minutes. I think based on the speed, we're getting a 402 indeed. But it really depends, because here's the thing. This has been a track where that's been finicky before, where we've seen that for the checker flag call in endurance racing, where you have to see the flag is the usual term. And when iRacing projects that you will make it around, not make it around to the full lap, that's where it goes for the white flag trigger. We're not at that white flag trigger, so I think it might not be till the start of lap 402 where we get that trigger.
Yeah. Something like it, as they go around the Porsche Heures for what can be the second to last time here in this race. 23 hours, 56 minutes, and I think they're going to cross this with 23 seconds. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I barely know timing. That was really close. 2 seconds.
Yeah.
If they keep doing 326, I think this might be close to the final lap. This is gonna be really close.
I didn't see Barney waving the white flag. That is my major thought here, but
yeah,
it doesn't happen at every track. That's the thing. I don't remember this is one of the ones that it doesn't wave here for Barney, because, well, this track already requires on full graphics 122 gigabytes of RAM to load.
Ooh.
I think we'll have one more lap. I think there's going to be one after this.
I'll see. I'll only see the last lap to believe it. I'll only believe in one more lap if Barney goes and waves the flag one more time. Because here's what happens: if CRZ wants to take this down a notch, they can. Oh my God! And Neutron just decided to phase and blink in front of them, to scare the commentator a little bit in the final moments of the race.
There is a bit of blinking going on, isn't there? That's a little worrying.
Imagine, Justin, last lap of the race, and you see a car blinking in front of you at the exit of the chicane. So what goes into your mindset?
I'm panicking by that point.
to say the very least.
Yes, that is an understatement when it comes to this.
My heart, I think, just skipped a few beats. Not gonna lie. As he goes around.
I think the top two are going to cross the line basically side by side at the end of this, so that should be pretty fun. They are catching traffic here. There's a Mercedes just there, so that's a BMW that they've managed to demote, and that will be the team Nishiken K car. Very nicely done. And there's not really that much of a fight going on between the top two anymore. They know that the order is pretty much set in stone at this point, and it's not like these drivers would, go for something sneaky, try to force the other one off the road or whatever. But anyway, we're just winding down the minutes now, winding down the seconds into the last minute of normal time. So whether we get the checkered flag or not this time around, we will have to see. I think we probably should at this point, because it's gonna be close as to whether they cross the line
No,
within the
if
minutes or
they
not.
if they cross, Caitlin, they're gonna cross maybe 4 seconds to go. As he goes around the Porsche curves, probably for the last
Right.
time in the race, 20 seconds, no, 25 seconds into the final minute. 20 is gonna be 30 by the time they get out of the Porsche curves. Here comes Nico Schiffer. Behind him is the Shawshank car. Here's ZSR's at 20 seconds to go. On the timing screen, he doesn't look like he's slowing down one bit here in the car, and I think we're gonna get one final lap here, Justin. So 402 laps completed is gonna be basically white flag for CRZ SimSport, and we're gonna make this race official with 403 laps total.
Now here's a good question, because this extra lap, is there going to be enough gas for Evolve here? Because did they calculate that we go to 402 and not 401? That GT3 battling might not be done.
Ooh, that's true. That's true.
Well, you're right. There may well be some drivers, not just Evolve, but some other teams that have been caught a little off guard by this extra lap. Because, I mean, even if some teams did pit later on, there's a chance they didn't put quite as much fuel in as they would have done with more laps. So you're absolutely right. We'll have to see if there are any last-minute divers into the pits, or if anyone starts to splutter and slow on the final lap. That would be heartbreaking, wouldn't it?
Completely, as the gap between Evolve and Forge is not the biggest one either. I think it's right around, I was gonna say maybe 10 seconds to separate them. You guys probably know this better than I do. You guys are in the sim, I'm not. So it's quite of a lengthy gap that Nathan Medina has in the car, but the car doesn't look like it is its fastest, you know?
I think
Yeah.
he'll be okay.
I think right now it's more so just trying to make sure you're good to go here with this extra lap, and that. And the fact that he's being passed by prototypes kind of doesn't help that speed difference.
And no, none whatsoever, as he goes around the Porsche curves for what it should be the final time of his race. But here he goes. The gap is still lengthy, though. As if he goes around one more time, then things get more complicated.
He'll go around one more. I believe he'll go around one more, remember, because it was the prototype leader who took the white. Now they're coming up to their final section, though, and this is a big chance for history for that grouping. Final time around, meanwhile, for the GT3 leaders.
Yeah, you can see Torque already done it, so that means that I think everybody else have to do it as well. Here he goes. Evolve in the pit lane. Evolve is in the pit lane, so they're going to concede the position to Forge. Forge is going to go one up. They go fourth place, as Evolve will have to tuck in back into the pit lane and do their service.
Unreal. They did not have that calculation for it going 402. They were hoping that it'd be that 4-second difference for the white flag last time by. Absolutely big for Chris Yedio and company. Forge able to out-strategize here at the very tail end.
Can you imagine that? It was nothing that they could have done. It was completely in the hands of the leaders. But that strategy, you've got to have it absolutely right. And in the end, CRZ SimSport managed to squeeze out one more lap in the race. Shawshank kind of forced them to do it, but there you go. And in the end, it's had knock-on effects all the way down the field, including in the GTE field. Anyway, through the final few corners come the leaders. Would you like to talk us home, Lorenzo?
Yeah, absolutely. Through the 4 chicanes will come CRZ SimSport. Nice and easy for Nico Schiffer, followed behind by the team of Shawshank Racing, and you can see him celebrating as Nico Schiffer takes the checker flag and wins the Majors 24.
CRZ SimSport's first ever 24-hour race victory. A huge accomplishment for CRZ. They had to fight to get here.
Absolutely worked their best to get there in the end and earn that victory 100%. Meanwhile, still others to cross the line. We're still having to see the Racing Republic, which is still far back, but will be your eventual race winner in LMP2 class. Beast Racing will be second. TSR Racing is going to be in third eventually for the LMDH class. But as we see now, David Wasserman going around the Porsche curves for the final time. they had their few moments, especially going around the 4 chicane several hours back, but managed to keep it on the track here, Caitlin, and will earn in a few sequence of corners their win here at the Majors 24.
Absolutely, and LMP2 has been such a good class today. It's been relatively close between them and Beast Racing the whole way through. Speed Designs gave it their best shot, Phoenix gave it their best shot, but there is the LMP2 class winner, David Fasserman for Republic Racing, brings the car across the line. Congratulations to that team as well. And now we look at the GT3 leaders. We do still have 2 cars on the lead lap in GT3, but it is going to be the BMW Sven Urban driving the Torque Sim Sport by Wagner Schwee car, and a very well-deserved victory for them as well. We haven't spoken so much about the GTEs in this broadcast. They've been slightly overshadowed by the battles in LMDH and LMP2, but they're just as important, and this will feel just as good for the whole team down at Torque Sim Sport by Wagner. Schwee, it says Schwee, although on the bottom of the screen it says by
Device Technique.
Yes, Device Technique. That's what I was going to say. Well done. And across the line they go. So that is a victory for that team. Hyperion will be second. A lap down on them, but they have seen the checkered flag already, and they were in fact on the lead lap in that particular class. This car is facing backwards all over the place. They don't have to worry about keeping it on the road at that point. So congratulations to our class podiums, CRZ Sim Sport 2, Shawshank Racing 1 and TSR Racing in LMDH, Racing Republic, Beast Racing and Speed Designs Motorsports in LMP2, and Torque Sim Sport by Wagner Schweiz Technic, Hyperion Racing and No Limits Racing GT3 in, of course, GT3.
And Justin, what can we talk about the Torque Sim Sport car? You were talking about their very good driving they had in this race so far, basically leaving no chance whatsoever for the other teams. They tried their best, but none of them could ever match the pace that everybody in the team has put in. And DH team basically taking the strides here in the GT3 class.
Keep in mind, this is a team that just started last summer, August 2022. It's come a long way already since coming together with how they've been able to perform in some big series and put up dominating performances. Daniel Zellner has to be absolutely happy, to say the very least. Their team boss, who has been leading the charge for this organization, and with their organization in turn, being able to chase finishes such as this has to be a huge accomplishment to be able to come away with an endurance win such as this to add to their banners, on top of the fact they've done so well in league competition as well as in MTech competition, just so happens to be as well.
Absolutely. This, just a new team getting really good solid results, as also we see Republic Racing over here. Sensational performance. Like I said before, just having their few strides, a few problems, and you can see now just taking a little bit of a drift around Wilson corner, but every single car already has completed their race as they're going to tuck their car back into the pit lane. 24 hours dusted. We're going to look at the race results here shortly. After these 24 hours of the split 4, you can see not this one. It's not going to be this one. Unfortunately, we're going to look at the results in a short bit. But I think what we can say is had its fair share of attritions here, Justin. But at the end of the day, completing this race is an accomplishment of its own, and the winners, through its fair share of trials and tribulations, earning the victories.
Indeed, and this is already, you can tell with just the top 3 itself, trying to line up for photos already along the straightaways. They're extremely happy to make it to this point. It was eventful, to say the very least, from start to finish. After all, blinky, more drivers want to join. Let's take a look at those unofficial race results as one of the BMWs wants to go, who is not in the top 3. You know who is in the top position? CRZ Sim Sport, winning by a lap in the Majors 24 today, with Shawshank Racing, TSR Racing 499 Racing. The top 4, Olympus Esports Proton in 5th when it comes to LMDH, 6th overall, and 1st in LMP2, going to Racing Republic. Beast Racing, Speed Designs Motorsports, Zero F Racing Team, Alpha Esports Red Lorenzo amongst that top 10 overall and the top 5 in LMP2.
No, absolutely. You can see basically some of the LMP2 teams, like you said, into the top 10. Racing Republic, Beast Racing, Speed Design Motorsports, Zero F Racing, Alpha Esports ran round out the top 10. Phoenix Simsport finishing just one lap ahead Celeritas as Blocomotore in 13th place. 24-hour Punny People, DS Racing, Neutron Motorsports, Fanny Racing, Mercedes team, and Sequential Simsport will be your cars finishing in the top 18, as we're going to be taking a quick look in a little bit on the first of the GT3s, being in Torque Simsport by Wagner Schweiss Technique in P1 in the GT3 class, Hyperion Racing second, Lone Limits in third, Forge NRG GT3 in fourth, Evolve Simsport fifth, Alemannia Aachen Esports Tivoli in fifth and sixth, Fendi Racing Apes, Shatter Esports Black Composite Racing Performance 18, Banana Racing Team, Team Nishiken are some other of your GT3 finishers. Then you have some of the already of your DNFs starting at Frog Leap, Juice Racing Blue, Purple, Sector Motorsports, STK Racing, HTS Racing, Manidi Racing Red, Torque Freak Racing Radion, 36 Technology, Kolioth, Racing Kinetic, Racing Velocity, ZRL, Racing Black, and Fury Simsport are some of your other cars that taken into this race. And you see now the other cars that have also taken part but did not finish this race as well. As Caitlin, like we've seen over here, basically half of the field, a lot of 52 cars started, more than 52 cars started. Not every single one of them finished. Natural things of racing, but what matters the most is those who finished deserve to celebrate after what was a very high contended race from start to finish here at the French countryside.
Absolutely, and we're going to celebrate with them by bringing a few people in for the interviews. I can imagine there's going to be some rather happy people here to have reached the end of a 24-hour endurance race. And I can imagine we're going to be here for a little while, so hopefully we have more happy people than disappointed people. But yes, endurance races do tend to leave people feeling very, very satisfied, especially all of those who finished on a day like today.
Yeah, just to confirm, I'm just waiting to see if any specifically waiting for the interview from our split. Of course, we have to remind that we have multiple splits here at the Majors 24, just to see if we can find one. But we'll wait a few minutes to see if anybody are going to show up. But nevertheless, Justin, another special event done over here at the Major Series, and I'm just going to have to take a quick look to see what's the next special event they will have. We just went through the Speedway 500, we went through the Majors 24. Now, what is next for them? What is going to be the Grand Prix of Long Beach, from what it looks like to be at August 12th to the 20th. What are we looking for over there?
Well, what are we looking for over there? Well, we're looking for a summer break, first of all. Second of all, that's where things start to pick up for the championship of the Major Series. Keep in mind, for the two respective splits, that run at Long Beach, still seeing which cars it will end up being, but you have the Crandon World Cup after that in September, followed by the Sandown 500, September 23rd, October 1st, so October 1st, basically your race weekend. The Holly Forms 400 is basically the 1987 cars at North Wilkesboro. Then you have British GP, followed by the Iron Warrior and the 2023 playoffs technically in December. Now, the full-on season of itself, that checker flag technically is that British GP weekend. So A grand total of about 5 races for the overall championship this season. Still a lot that can happen, though, in the midst of that for the second half of 2023.
Absolutely. Still a whole lot of things to break down here at the Major Series. Can't wait to see and maybe call some of the actions like the Sandown 500, which is one of my favorite races at the Australian tracks, and surely will prove to be a staple around the calendar. And Caitlin, any final remarks before we break off into the sunset?
Well, once again, I'd like to thank a whole bunch of people very much for getting me into this. I was very much last minute in this whole event, so thank you very much to Austin Derbyshire, to Jake Sperry, and to Taylor Burris for helping me get involved, and of course to Taylor Burris for actually getting me back into iRacing in general. I have not had iRacing installed in my PC in over 2 years now, so it was quite a feat to get me into this one. But yes, thank you as well to the Major Series for hosting this awesome event, and to this community for being very welcome and for appreciating the broadcast that we brought you. The YouTube chat has been very active today, and that makes our job a heck of a lot easier. So yeah, thank you guys, it's been great.
Absolutely. Justin, what about you?
Very happy to be with you guys throughout the broadcast for the first 6 hours and for the closing stages of today. Very interesting how the attrition played out today, but in turn, it's a challenge to make it from start to finish. It takes a lot of dedication. It takes a lot of precision. It takes a lot of luck. It takes the calls on strategy to go right every single time. But when it comes to this type of race, it's not the fastest, it's not the slowest, it's the smartest drivers who come away with the checker flag in the end. Guess what? The speed and the smartness were there for our top 3 drivers here today.
Absolutely, I agree 100% with you. What you guys said has been a very pleasant race to commentate this, whether it was the first 6 hours, the last 6 hours in between. But in behalf of Grid Vision, my name is Lorenzo Bonder. I've been with Justin Prince, Caitlin Penny, Austin Derbyshire in the cameras. In behalf of the whole staff of Grid Vision, we thank you for watching our broadcast. We'll see you in the next event. For so long, for now, is just a farewell and so long.